Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day one of the Board of Registered Nursing Board meeting. It is November 18th, 2025, and we will begin to establish our quorum for today's meeting.
Today.
19th. It is November 19th today, 2025. I apologize. And we will take roll call to establish our quorum for today's meeting. My name is Dolores Trujillo. I was appointed by Governor Newsom to the Direct Care Provider role, and I am the current president of the board. Vice President Neelu Patel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neelu Patel. I am the Vice President of the Board, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom for the Advanced Practice role.
Thank you. Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Good morning. My name is Jovita Dominguez, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom in the Nurse Educator role.
Thanks, Jovita. Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Good morning, everyone. Tricia Nguyen. I'm a public member appointed by Governor Newsom.
Thank you, Tricia. Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Vicki Granowitz, President, public member appointed by, am I muted?
No.
Okay. Appointed by the President of the Senate.
Thank you, Vicki. Board Member David Lawler.
Good morning, David Lawler, President. I was appointed by Governor Newsom in a public member role.
Thanks, David. Board Member Allison Cormack.
Good morning. My name is Allison Cormack. I serve in a public member role, and I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
Thank you. And our new board member, Katie Nair.
Good morning, Katie Nair, appointed by Governor Newsom as a nursing administrator.
Thank you. Our quorum has been established today. We will start to move on in the agenda.
Do you want to announce resume?
Sorry again. Our executive officer, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. I'm Loretta Melby, or Lori. I'm the board's executive officer appointed by the board.
Thank you. And our board counsel, Reza Pezhihesh.
Good morning, Reza Pezhihesh, BRN Legal Counsel.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. BRN moderator, will you please take us to the next agenda item? This is the general instructions for the format of a teleconference call.
Good morning. This is the BRN moderator. I will be moderating the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature. When the committee, now known as Slido. When the board reaches the point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment" in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. I will then call on that individual and unmute their microphone. The individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I will not give a warning as your time approaches. I will mute your microphone and will announce that your time has exceeded the time allotted. I will then proceed to the next member of the public who has a comment. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. When your turn comes, you will be prompted to unmute. If your question can be answered, the board will respond accordingly. When making your comments, speak about anything you believe is important for the members to know. Remember, board members cannot address any item not on the agenda. Items not on the agenda at that moment, items that you would like to add to a future meeting, or items that will be discussed later on the agenda will be discussed at their correct times during the meeting. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when board members or BRN staff are not speaking, I would like to remind them to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will mute your microphone automatically. And we will also query our physical in-person location at BRN HQ. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to public comment at item 3.0. BRN moderator, can you open us up for public comment, please?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
It doesn't appear that we have any requests for comment here at HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.0, this is review and possible action. This is approval of prior meeting minutes for August 20th, 21st. BRN board members, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Vicki.
I'll make a motion to accept the board meeting minutes from August 2021, 2025, and allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes to correct names, misspellings, and/or typos that may be discovered in the document.
Thank you, Vicki. Do I have a second?
Cormac, second.
Thank you. BRN moderator, will you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments in BRNHQ?
No, it doesn't appear we have any requests for comments here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. All right, we'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair, yes.
Thank you.
And Cormac, yes.
And Allison Cormac. Thank you. Moving on in the agenda, we have item 5.1. This is the report of the executive officer, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. So referring to the materials, starting on page 4, you will see the common report outs that will happen in their individual sections. And then I will go ahead and provide some additional updates for some of the activities that I have been involved in. But I do want to cover that our vacancy information, I did get a report from, from my board ops. And the statement that he has released to me says, as of October 30th, 2025, the board has a total vacancy rate of 8.2%, with current vacancies spanning operations, consumer services, investigations, licensing, continuing education, enforcement, probation monitoring, and legal and intervention support, including positions such as Chief of Operations and Consumer Services, which is an SSM3 position, Consumer Services Program Technician, PT3, multiple PIU, which is Public Information Unit, PT2 roles, and several licensing and evaluator positions, continuing education and research classifications, as well as NEC positions, enforcement NEC, probation monitors, legal desks, and interventions. So even though our vacancy rate is low, it does affect and span the entirety of our board. Recruitment efforts vary by position. We have several Public Information Unit, PT2s and NECs, those are open and remain ongoing. Those are difficult to recruit for and retain. And we do have one PIU, PT2, that will be filled by a mandatory reinstatement. So those not familiar with public process is if you take a job within the state and decide to return, you are allowed to do so. The licensing international evaluator role will be filled internally on December 3rd. However, that does create a subsequent vacancy from that prior position. The licensing U.S. evaluation SBT2 positions, they have interviews scheduled for November 5th. The continuing education supervising nursing education consultant position is pending as a reclassification. We are in the midst of working on looking at an organizational change. The legal desk SSA has newly released applications and expect to be filled within 2 months. And the intervention SSA is scheduled for an appointment on November 17th. So constantly in flux and always recruiting and working through that process. And then additionally, I will share the social media update that we get from our public information officer. So the current stats for Be on social media as of today: Facebook, we have over 10,000 followers. Instagram, we're right around 1,400. LinkedIn, we're about 3,300. And X, which was formerly Twitter, is our lowest following at 323 followers. And then now to move into my report of who I've been working on. The most work the last 3 months has truly just been focused on sunset preparation and in intervention evaluation committee education. I have attended all of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing education calls, executive officer calls, and the Advanced Practice Registered Nursing Knowledge Network calls. I've been working with DCA and our Office of Human Resources. They did hold a roundtable as well for all of our boards and bureaus, and I attended that. We do continue to meet with Premier, our vendor that is overseeing our intervention program. But we're also meeting amongst the other 8 Healing Art boards at DCA as well, so that we're coming together and trying to make it as similar as possible. We are participating in a med board mapping, and I'm in on those as well. Because the numbers in our investigations continue to rise, we're looking at all types of efficiencies that we might be able to gain, and that includes reaching out to other Healing Art boards and seeing if there's anything additional that we can do. I've been meeting with a few lobbyists as well as with DCA and the lobbyists, really just requesting a better understanding of the nursing program growth that we work on. I'm sure that's in preparation for our sunset. So just kind of proactively getting out there and providing some reach outs and working through that process. I also met with the California Association of Nurse Practitioners regarding licensing, furnishing, and Schedule II requirements. I believe we did come to a better understanding on that one, and that seemed to work out really well. We are potentially partnering with HCI for the implementation of AB 1577. We do have a clinical facilities dashboard here that collects a lot of the information that they were asked to do, and we'd release an annual report that happens to be released the month before their annual report is needed. So we may be able to partner with that and work through that. So beginning meetings have happened with that. I do provide ongoing support to the NECs when they need to meet with their schools, and if there's any additional concerns, or if we're just working, try to help out new items that come in front of us that we have not discussed before. DCA is planning a joint forum for December 17th. We do have a button on our homepage on prescribing and opioids, and I'm working with the planning on that. I did meet with the UC system around the licensing questions and various concerns that they had for strike planning. I also met with California Hospital Association and representatives of Hospital Council for Northern and Central California meeting to discuss rural nursing pipeline, rural academic programs, and how we can increase our presence there. And then I did listen to all of the RHTP, which is the Rural Healthcare Transformation Program, CMS sessions that were held by HCI. BVNPT did an interested parties meeting. I attended that. And then we had the board member orientation training, directors quarterly, attended that. And then I did travel, not much, but did travel to San Diego to attend the COADN and the CACN, which are both of our nursing academic conferences in San Diego with the other nursing education consultants and our chief of licensing. Any questions on the EO report? No. Yes, Tricia. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Laura. I'm always so impressed by the number of meetings you have while running this board, so thank you very much. I had just one question about, our new intervention administrator, and I know we'll get to more kind of specific issues when we get to it on the agenda, but I am kind of curious whether the other healing arts boards that you have been meeting with, have similar experiences that we have, and if I know we drive a lot of that population in the intervention program, but I was just kind of curious how those conversations have gone.
So there are similarities, but there are always vast differences as well. We have the largest number of participants in the program. Some of our healing art boards are part of this and are also contracted through that same contract with the vendor, but have no participants or 1 or 2 participants. So we do have the majority of the participants just because of our licensing numbers, not because nurses are worse. If you look at it percentage wise, we still have a very low percentage. But it's just our licensing numbers are greater than 500,000, and that's a vast difference than the rest of the other healing art boards that we have. The other thing is we have differences in how the boards are set up. And so we have non-deck boards and we have deck boards. And so what that means is that we have committees that work and make recommendations. Others may not have committees that work and make recommendations. So that relies heavier onto the vendor than it does getting the experts and everybody involved in that. We are overall very pleased with Premier. They've come on, I truly believe they may not have understand fully what they were getting into, but they're doing it. They're putting all the resources in, they're getting everything established. It's just a process that they're not familiar with. Anytime you go from a private entity trying to kind of matriculate over into a state entity, it's completely different, especially when you have to understand regulations, statutes, what various contract requirements are. It's a very difficult process. So we are working now more closely with DCA, trying to get them to come in and work with us to kind of do more of a collaborative effort instead of just individual boards and bureaus just kind of saying, well, we need this, we need this. And so we're trying to really streamline that now. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from board members? No? BRA moderator, can you please open this up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
It doesn't appear that we have any requests for comments here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. This was information only, so we will move on to the next agenda item. This is item 5.2. This is the 2022 to 2025 strategic plan and goal progression. Lori?
I will take this over as well. Thank you. So this is the last time we're going to report out on this strategic plan as we transition to the next strategic plan for next year. So you will see that there was not as many updates. And so I will go through those with you quickly, starting on page, just going to scroll there real quick. Sorry. Page 14, you'll see the first time that we make the highlight with the word evolving. That was a collaborative effort, a lot of discussion on how we wanted to end this without saying not met. Because it's not that it wasn't met, it's that we were a very new team when we developed this first strategic plan with this executive leadership. And what we knew then is not what we know now. And so we made these goals with the best intention, thinking that we completely understood what was going on with the process. And as everybody understands that you're constantly learning and evolving, and that's how that term came to fruition there. So it's not that we're not continuing to work on this. We've moved it to the current goal progression, but you won't see it in the same manner. But the same issues that were identified are being addressed. So this one here, the significant reduction of repeat callers, that's always something that we want to do. The issue is when we made this, we didn't have a baseline number. So to be able to even quantify it, to say, yes, we've done this, is something we were not able to do. We've transitioned to a couple different phone systems. We're looking at even a new transition right now. And so depending on the way that that is set up really will depend on how our numbers are monitored. There's also, variances that come into that with, do you count the numbers received when we're not even open? And our weekends, or is that a call volume? Because we can't address those. Those are something that we have no way to even address. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. We're hoping that we are able to better address that there. Again, some of the more updates with that is we did initiate internal discussions and identified staff who lead efforts to establish a process for revising the website to enhance operational efficiency and to prepare the website to be able to implement a chat bot. We have a couple of our staff that really are into AI, and they want to see what they can get on our website if they throw AI at it. Can they find duplicates? Can they find misinterpretations? Can they do something like that so that we can see how we can streamline that? Because we don't have the staff to go through page by page, item by item to be able to look at our website. So we're gonna try to see what happens with that. So I'm excited to see how that one goes. And then we will move down to page 19. Again, you'll see the term evolving. This is for a CPEI, a 540-day goal. We have not been able to meet that. Most boards are not able to meet that. And there's been some discussion on whether or not the 540 days is something that is legitimate that we should monitor too. We will, however, because that is still a DC initiative, continue to work towards that. We do rely on several things just working perfectly through that process to get to that. And then we will always work on our timelines that we have the ability to work with. We are establishing a partnership with the Med Board, and the Office of Organizational Improvement is really working with us to map several processes so that we can learn what they're doing to potentially help us do stuff better and maybe a more streamlined manner. Additionally, we'll go down to page 23. We did receive a position and expenditure authority to implement the requirement in SB 639. If you guys are able to kind of pull that back forward, that was the nurse practitioner specific continuing education requirement. All of our continuing education units up until this point have been really focused on the RN renewal. This is the first time that a nurse practitioner may have a continuing education renewal requirement. Because of that, it does require additional person to do it because we're pulling an additional workload to do that. So we did get that approved, and we're hoping to onboard that person within the next year. It will be a whole new process, so we'll have to do training, development, everything with that to get that up and going. We did on page 25 on the CE reporting consistent with the comprehensive plan. We did update that as met. And then on goal 4, page 26, on the collaboration visits with the creditors, we do have the faculty approval application that is now incorporated into Breeze. And so we're able to pull on the spot reports and verify that those faculty have the appropriate approvals when we're on a visit. Now, the faculty approval process is not perfect. We'll get more into that next tomorrow when we're talking about our sunset. But so we do have additional breeze fixes that will be going in January. And we're also going to look at what we can do for staffing assistance to get that to go in a more streamlined manner. Page 29, just reiterating that working with HCI to discuss AB 1577 and see how we can help them out. That's repeated on page 30 as well. And then on 34, it just highlights the meetings that I've attended in August and October. And then one of those was with the board president, and her and I both traveled to Chicago for the NCSBN annual meeting. Page 36 was updated on the established policies and procedures with monitoring and reevaluation component when we're looking at various statutes on our laws, our regulations, such. That's just going to be ongoing. So we did an evolving on that one. We did evolving on the regulation backlog. I think and Marissa can always speak to this as well, but as we review every new process that comes in, when we think we've caught up with regulations, we've decided that now we have to update 2 or 3 more every single time we open and peel back a layer of the onion. And Marissa's like, we're probably out like 5 years now. Lori, no, we can't prioritize it. Lori, we can't do that. So she's always kindly redirecting me when I'm like, let's do it all and let's do it right now. So we are working on that. We are having to prioritize, and we are having to really kind of say, what is our biggest impact that we can get done in sooner? We do have updates, the initial rulemaking package for 1444.5, which is the independent practitioners update is with DCA, and we hope to move that through to OAL soon. And then we do have proposed text for the implementation of SB 1451. That's where we addressed the transition to practice for our nurse practitioners. And so that is under final review with BRN management. And we'll just continue to plug away at updating our regs. On the top of page 40, we kind of already covered that. That's where we have our team of 2 eager BRN staff that want to work with AI on our website. And then page 43, it just covers the updated presentations that we provided to our board. Any questions on the strategic plan from the last few years?
Go ahead, Tricia.
Well, I don't really have a question. Number one, I wanted to say kudos for the evolving, because we're always looking for opportunities to get better. And I thought that was great, because those are the kinds of goals that we're going to carry over to every single strategic plan, unless we think we're perfect. And of course, we're never going to be perfect. But I just really think that this is such a comprehensive, I'm going to miss it because we've visited it every single board meeting since I was appointed. And really congratulate the staff for all the hard work on meeting these goals. And of course, looking forward to next strategic planning. So
you won't be missing it too much, because as of last night, I believed I received an email from our Assistant Executive Officer, Yvonne, saying, here's the goal progression for next year's. So we will be immediately rolling over and starting on that one. So it'll be familiar.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, Board President Trujillo. So I'll echo everything that Board Member Nguyen said, but what I want to add is that the report itself has gotten more useful in the past 2 years. And I know that's been an effort, but I think now, it's at the point where we can really see what happened in the past quarter. And you guys have a great way to document everything you've accomplished in the past couple of years. So thanks for taking the time each quarter to make this report more usable and helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? No? BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
Took me forever to get them.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear we have any requests for comments here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Moving on in the agenda, we're going to 5.3, discussion and possible action, appointment by board president of new board member to committees and possible committee reassignment and approval by the board.
So I'll open this up and then hand it over to you, Dolores. So as most people are aware today, we do have a new board member, Katie Nair, and we would hate to have her kind of not serve on a committee, so we have to give her more work. So at this point, we did meet within the admin committee and had some discussions. And so at this point, we will be appointing you to a committee, and I'll turn this over to board president to do that.
Thank you, Lori. So we would like you to serve on the enforcement committee.
I accept.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, we'll need a motion after that.
Okay,
I can make a motion.
Neil Patel?
Sure, I can make a motion to have board member Katie Nair as the enforcement committee
Member.
member. Thank you.
I'll
This is-
second you.
Thank you. BRN moderator, can you please open this up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
It's okay.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. We have no, do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, we don't have any requests for comment here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
By all votes, yes.
Before we move on to the next agenda
Thank
item, board moderator, can you elevate Luke for the next agenda item, please?
Lucas Evanson or Luke F?
It would be Luke F.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Oh,
Luke,
good morning.
Luke, sorry, this is Lori. Does Suzanne need to be elevated too, or are you taking this?
Yeah, Suzanne is also in the meeting, so if she could be elevated, that would be great.
Board moderator, can you elevate Suzanne Balkus as well? And then Luke, before you start, we'll let the board president open up the agenda item.
So this is Agenda 5.4. This is information only. This is a presentation by DCA Budget Office on registered nursing fund condition.
It's all yours, Luke.
All right. Good morning. My name is Luke Fitzgerald, and I'm a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office, and I'm joined by Budget Manager Suzanne Balkus. I'd like to thank the board and the executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 5.4 and the documents included. Please refer to page 50 of your meeting materials, which is going to be the board's fund condition statement. And as a quick reminder, we read this document from top to bottom and then left to right. The left column is going to be the board's prior year 2024-25 actuals. It shows the board began 2024-25 with an adjusted beginning balance of just over 27.5 million. The board collected 80 million in revenues, with 23 million from initial license fees, 52.2 million from license renewals, and 4.8 million was collected from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board expended just under 62 million, which includes 3.6 million in direct draws to the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. The board ended 2024-25 with just under 76 million in reserve balance, or about 13 and a half months in reserve. For current year, the board projects revenues of just under 79 million, with 23.5 million projected from initial license fees, 52 million from renewal fees, and 3.5 million from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board is projected to expend approximately 67.1 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of approximately 87.5 million, or 15.2 months in reserve. Budget Office will continue to monitor the board's revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we close fiscal months in the current year. And then just a few things to note on the board's fund condition. The fund condition is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is a result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The Budget Office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. The fund balance reserve is the amount of funds remaining at the end of any given fiscal year. The board's fund has a statutory fund balance limit of 24 months, but typically 3 to 6 months is considered sufficient. As you can see, the fund balance is healthy and showing growth over the next 2 years. The Budget Office has no concerns and will continue to monitor the budget and provide updates to the board on a regular basis. And then lastly, I'd like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which would create cost pressure on the fund. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board's fund condition statement and keep the line of communication open with the board's executive staff for any future needs or expectations. Again, I want to thank the board members and executive staff for allowing me the opportunity to present at today's meeting, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from board members? Board member Allison Cormack.
I'm sure you'll all be happy to know that I have no comments today. So I just wanted to say thank you. The out-year numbers look great, and I'm comfortable with those, as well as the months in reserve being consistent. Thank you so much, Luke, again, for your work and your team's work on this over the past year or so. But I think this is the snapshot makes me comfortable, and I literally have no comments. So I had to comment just to say that. So you didn't think I hadn't looked at it, because I did, and you're doing a great job.
Of course, thank you.
I looked directly at you at the time. Board member Vicki Granowitz.
Okay, so the question I have is, how much control does staff actually have over the budget? Because it appears that the budget actually comes from the governor and the finance division. And so I don't really understand how much you guys actually get input on. Is that a wrong question to ask? You're all looking at me.
Lori, can you please answer that?
I will. I want to give Luke the opportunity first. Do you have anything that you want to make sure that you cover from DCA standpoint?
No, but I think Suzanne was going to jump in, but Suzanne, you're still muted.
Go for it.
Thank you. I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you. Look, so yes, what we do is we have a base budget that we start with, and we do all of the adjustments, whether it is employees comp, retirement, and any adjustments that happens from DOF, and including, in the past year, the vacancy sweep and the ONE. So that is how we build the budget, but we don't have actually full control about how much. It is based on position count, it's based on salaries, and this is what you will see, whether it is increase the budget or decreases the budget.
And then I can add to that as well. He's not in here, but I have a budget guru. It's Matthew Yates. I go to him for everything budget that is ever needed, and he's constantly educating me and redirecting me. I do a lot of begging, and he does a lot of that's not the state process. And so we are able to ask for things that we need on an annual basis. We turn there in as soon as there is anything that's, I think it's greater than 3 to 5%, then we have to do a justification as to why that's changed from the prior year. We don't always get what we need, but it does go through an entire process. We follow that process. We put our plea out gently, and DCA is always supportive in that process, but it does go out of our control, out of DCA's control, all the way up to the governor to say whether or not we're able to spend the money that we have. We are a special funded board, which means we do not get any money from the general fund. We do loan to the general fund, and they do pay us back, but all of our fees come from our licensees and all of the stuff that we perform for them. And the majority of our fees actually come from renewals. So that is something that is consistent. We can predict that and project that. We have, over the last few years, had some fluctuations just because of COVID and our influx of travel nurses and stuff that have come into the state. So we are looking at that stabilize. We're going back to very near pre-COVID numbers again on our endorsing RNs that are coming into state. So we are seeing things kind of normalize, but it's not a typical, and again, I always talk about I come from private sector. When I was in private sector, if I needed a position, I created a position. I looked at my budget, I'd see that I have money, I saw the need, and I'd move forward. That's not what happens in the state. So it is a much bigger process. Input is always good, but and of course, as I'm talking here, our budget expert has sent a statement that says the board, the 9-member governing body, makes high-level decisions about how the BRN should operate, including setting strategic priorities. When the BRN wants to change fees, example, raise renewal fees or application fees, the board plays a role in proposing and approving those changes, often via budget change proposal or legislation. The board are the overseer of the special fund. The board helps ensure fiscal responsibility, balancing revenue from fees and fines with expenses, which is regulation, staff, and program costs. This is why he is my go-to. I don't think he gets enough recognition, but fantastic. And thank you, Matt, for, even though you're not in here, still continuing to help me out with that.
So the main way we have control is at a policy level, is what I'm hearing.
Correct. And in our regulation backlog that Marissa has over there, we are updating 1417. That has been an update to 1417 on our list for the last 5 years. That was a good move.
Welcome back, Marissa. Hey, good morning, everyone. Everything Matt said, he is the guru on this. If it helps, just because there's kind of the micro and the macro level of budget, right? So at the macro level, we are part of the entire state government infrastructure. So leading up to there's a budget that happens every year. Leading up to that, all the state government agencies, we are, quasi, but technically a state government agency, submit, here's what we are going to need for the next year. Here's our wants when it comes to personnel, staff, implementing resources, IT. All of that is then kind of fed up, looked at, but through the Department of Finance, which is like the governor's, financial bureau, so to speak, and up through the governor's office, where the governor, whoever they are at the time, will come up with their proposed budget, usually around January, introduce it. Then the revenues come in and out, because it's always going to be contingent on how much money we have coming in as a state. There's going to be some revisions done. Typically around May, there's a big revision. And then the governor and the legislature is also preparing their proposed budget. So it's really a lot of moving pieces above us in the macro, and then they kind of go back and forth to come to one agreement, which is where you get your final one in June. And then throughout the year, as Lori was saying, there's areas we can tweak and move and kind of within reason. But the broader what is allotted to us for the year is decided in that bigger, larger process between the governor and the legislature. So you have that kind of separation of powers, and they come together on one agreed budget that's usually signed in June.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? No? BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comment. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Bobby Dalton Roy would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Mr. Roy, if you're on your computer, there's a small window that possibly hides behind everything else that you will have to hit the unmute me. And if you're on your phone, I believe the instructions, there you are. I see you. Can you go ahead? Are you there? Go ahead. You're unmuted. Are you speaking? We aren't hearing anything. Board President Trujillo, some direction, please.
Is he not able to open his computer?
He's unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you
Now we can.
Okay,
Yay.
thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Bobby Roy. I am the bargaining unit 21 chair for SEIU Local 1000, and we represent your nursing education consultants. Hearing the report about the fund balance, I am, it's not atypical to see such a healthy fund balance. And I just want to urge that as a specially funded entity with healthy reserves, that there's an opportunity to mobilize a larger fraction of these funds to invest in NEC salaries at a market rate. And so I would encourage the body to compel the BRN, the Department of Consumer Affairs, to follow Department of Human Resources Manual Section 1715 to submit an employee compensation request that makes a meaningful attempt at fixing arduous working conditions that our NECs are in. And thank you so much for your time.
So just real quick, Bobby, thank you for working with our NECs and this process. It is a line item in our sunset bill to keep attention on this. We are always aware of this and in supportive of trying to get our NECs salaries increased. It is a shared position with BVNPT as well as with us. And so we do not have sole ownership of that. And I know that the NECs are working diligently within their unions as well as considering changing union representation to move to a more nursing specific union, as that might be something that is helpful. I know that they're exploring all this, and I just thank you for continuing to work with them.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, it doesn't appear we have any requests for comments here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Again, this was information only. Moving on in the agenda to 5.5. This is information only, presentation on the approval process of out-of-state nurse practitioner programs, the role of the board, and the effect of these approvals on in-state nurse practitioner programs.
Thank you. So we couldn't get through one board meeting without at least one presentation, so we had to do this. So at our last Education Licensing Committee meeting, the committee members were reviewing the request for out-of-state nurse practitioner programs to be approved to provide clinicals here in California. With that, there was more information that was needed, and it was felt that it'd be best to be presented to the full board. So at this point, I'll kind of go through that process, open it up to any questions. I know that Reza was reviewing the regulation as well to be able to provide some additional guidance if that was something that we needed on whether or not we can limit the enrollment numbers for the programs that are requesting. So 1486 was updated in 2018 and then in effect 2019. We did our very first out-of-state approval in August of 2020. They're considered out-of-state approvals just because their location is, there's no brick and mortar location here in California. What we've been working on as a board bringing into approval are all of our out-of-state programs that have historically provided clinicals to our nurse practitioner students in California. And so there haven't been a lot of new programs seeking approval. We're really just still in our discovery process of finding how many out-of-state programs have been offering clinicals to our nurses in California. And I want to be very clear on how I'm stating that. The nurses that are doing nurse practitioner clinicals in California are our current RN licensees. It's not like an RN that's licensed in Kentucky is like, hey, I want to do nurse practitioner in California. I'm going to travel to California to do that to get a different experience. That's not what's occurring. These are California residents with California license attending out-of-state nurse practitioner programs while working in California. And so they're wanting to do their nurse practitioner clinicals probably in a clinic that they're aware of or at a hospital site that they're aware of that they're currently affiliated with. That is the majority of that. There are outliers, obviously, but some of the things that we need to take into consideration that have really been made clear through this process is we have half as many in-state nurse practitioner programs as out-of-state nurse practitioner programs. So we have greater than 60 out-of-state nurse practitioner programs approved to do clinicals in our state, and we're around the 30 mark of in-state nurse practitioner programs offering clinicals here. When you listen to our in-state nursing programs, they are struggling, saying we're not able to find clinical placements. So very similar effect that is now being seen as our pre-licensure programs have encountered. Additionally, it is a little bit different because these nurse practitioners are able to pay for clinical sites. And that's something that our pre-licensure programs cannot do. And so there are times where nurse practitioners, the schools, the students, et cetera, will pay for a clinical placement so that they can complete their education. Additionally, we have it specified in our regulations in 1484. So 1486 is the out-of-state regulation that says you have to comply with everything in 1484 so that there's consistency. In 1484, one of the requirements is that the school finds the preceptor placement. And that is, if we do a review of the school and we find out that the students are having to find their own placements, then that is an area of noncompliance. We do hear about that frequently, though, that the school made me find my nurse practitioner placement. I've seen it on social media where I taught nursing school for many years and familiar with about 3,000 nursing students that I had helped to progress through. And they go on for education, and it comes across my social media feeds. Does anybody know of a nurse practitioner that I can do my preceptor with in this location? Does anybody have a physician? I'm looking for an OB rotation. Does anybody know? They're looking as well. And so it has definitely affected the student and our RNs. So it was wonderful that our board has taken note of that. There are on our website, and I'm going to see if I could screen share using our WebEx. I am logged in as well as being present here. So I just want to make sure that I can get this up and going and share it with you guys. Okay, it looks like that is up and going. So I always use the search just because we've talked about this. It's just easier to do it. So our out-of-state nurse practitioner programs, there is an entire web page within our website for this. It links to the regulation. It has the forms that need to be turned in that are sent to us and evaluated. Additionally, though, it does list all of our out-of-state programs that have been approved. It has the track that they offer. So some offer the family nurse practitioner, some offer the adult gero, some offer the psychiatric mental health. And then next to it, it talks about what their California students are. So this is not their enrollment numbers for their program. These are just the numbers of California students that they have in their program. So we have no ability to affect their enrollment numbers for their program in their state. We don't have that authority. But what we do have an ability to look at is how many California residents can we accommodate in our state to provide preceptor placements for our nurse practitioners. I do want to put a caveat on this webpage. There are 17 on here that are approved without that information. Those were approved prior to us updating the forms to collect that information. We have done reach outs. We have not received that feedback yet. As soon as we do receive that feedback, then we'll update that. So most of them are numbers that are very similar to our in-state programs where they have 20 in an FNP program, 35 in an FNP program. However, you can see in Chamberlain is one of our in-state programs as well, but they're also out of state. They have 601 in an FNP program. And so you can see that that starts to change a little bit. You know, if you look at Eastern Kentucky University, they have one California resident in their family nurse practitioner. And so it was great that our board members recognized this. Simmons University, located out of state, has 367 in the family nurse practitioner role, doing clinicals in our state. University of St. Augustine for health sciences has 400 in the FNP. Walden University has 843 in the psychiatric mental health program or track, sorry. And so I point these out because we did have a request for a large number to be approved. It's not abnormal. It's not a one-off though either. So as I am losing my words, I'm so sorry. Let me just breathe for a minute. Sorry about that. So it's not necessarily a one-off, but it's not common. So let me fix that. Thank you. So most of these you can see have a lower number, but we do have a couple that are higher numbers. So we need to start considering that, especially when we're hearing feedback from our programs, our in-state programs saying we're not able to accommodate this. But one of the biggest issues that I want to caution us is to always have in the back of our mind is these are where we get our providers from. Our schools in state only are around 30, our out of state are greater than 60. So if we were, as a board, to consider limiting that, we may directly affect the pipeline of providers coming in and staying, not coming in, but they're already here located, they're California residents going on to provide care for California. And then we also know that when we're looking at our rural health, that it is our APRNs that go out and assist in those areas when there are physician shortages. And that's the person that really kind of takes the lead on that. So I understand the board's desire to take a look at this process. It is something that our NECs manage on strictly just a regulatory and statutory basis. Do they meet our requirements? Are they complacent? No, it's not compliant, sorry. And then they bring them to you guys for final approval. So I don't know that we have a good step forward here. I think we're still in the process of getting a comprehensive list of everybody that was doing clinicals here. I think that we have a good process set up right now for the review. It is not a pre-licensure nursing program. I know that we do oversee them. I know that we do manage enrollment, and I know that we have, as a board, come out very strong against an out-of-state school doing clinicals in our state. A lot of those reasons are because of the way that the programs are made up. We have no authority over there. The way that this regulation was written is they have to meet our standards in 1484 to be able to do clinicals here. So they are identical to our programs that are here in California, so that there's no public risk with not being trained the same or having the same preparation or a different scope of practice, et cetera. So I just want to open this up for conversation, make sure that I was able to answer some of the questions that came up in ELC. If there's any further direction that you guys want from me, or if we just want to continue with the process as is, continue to seek feedback and input, or if that's something that the ELC wants to take on and look at our numbers and try to manage that more appropriately. So open it up to our board members for comments or questions.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Thank you very much. So are most of these out-of-state schools online?
They would, yeah, they're online.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then are the California schools also online for this event? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm hearing this, for the first or second time. I think there's a lot to digest here. I would hope that whatever decisions we come to, we just make sure that we are not disadvantaging California schools and California advanced practice nurses or those that want to be. So I would hope that I'm glad we have this information. I hope we'll re-agendize it where we all have some time to think about it. But I do appreciate the presentation, and you've given me a lot to think about.
Thank you. Our next committee meeting is scheduled for February. The list of nurse practitioner programs that are located out of state seeking approval were not approved at our last ELC and did not come forward as a recommendation for approval today. So they will be re-agendized for the ELC committee scheduled for February. I know that they're anticipating an approval, but one of the things that I do want to make sure that the students and the school is aware with this process is that we are not requiring them to halt clinical practice in our state. That will one day be where we live, where you will not do clinical practice in our state until you are approved. And I know that's what our regulation states in 1486, that you will get approval before you do clinicals in our state. The issue is we're still catching up from when this was initially implemented in August of 2020. And so we're still finding nurse practitioner programs that we have to bring into compliance that were already doing clinicals here. So if you were already doing clinicals here, please continue to do so. Do not think that this is halting you, and we will work to bring you into an approval status at our next meeting.
Vice President Neil Patel.
So Lori, and this is a question for Reza as well. Do we need to update our regs to look at this a little bit better and make sure that our regs we're in compliance with statute?
We are in compliance with statute.
Sure, of course.
So we don't have to update regs to do that. We always have the ability to refine our regs to offer more clarity. And if there is a question about whether or not we have the ability to limit California residents doing clinicals in our state and not address their enrollment numbers, right, then that might be something we would want to consider to add to the language if that is something that is not evident that we think that we would need to provide some clarification on. But other than that, I have notes from when this went through the OAL, Office of Administrative Law approval process and became effective. There was a BRN staff member that worked with that. They gave us some suggestions. And so when I was doing the research on creating this presentation and getting that information for you, there were some suggestions in there that they had on what we can do for future regulatory updates. So that has been shared with Marissa previously. Again, something that has been tabled because we have other more pressing regulatory packages that need to come through first, but always something that we are considering and will continue to work with an update to provide clarity.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Board Member David Lawler.
Just a comment, just my thoughts on your report. I think it would, personally, I think it would, could disadvantage our California nurses if they were limited to only the 30 programs available in state. I also appreciate and acknowledge that we have prior approval to these out-of-state academic institutions already. And the issue of clinical placement is an eternal conflict that is never going to end. So if there's a way to make it work, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, David. Board Member Allison Cormack.
Thank you, Board President Trujillo. So I've found the page on our website where EO Melby was walking through the table. I guess, again, this is a newer area because for me personally, I think whenever we consider this next, if we do, it'd be helpful to know what the in-state programs are. Because, it's not on our interactive dashboard. So just as, it's always hard to make a decision until you understand the whole set. So I appreciate understanding the situation with out-of-state ones, but it'd just be good to know, how many what are the biggest programs and, how many students do they have so we can just get a sense of the scale. So thanks so much.
Thank you. So let me provide a little clarity on that. We don't currently approve enrollments for our in-state nurse practitioner programs. They are able to grow by letting us know that they want to grow. We put it forward as just kind of a here's information kind of thing, but we don't weigh in on their growth and their new tracks like we do on our pre-licensures. So we do have information on it. It is something that is collected through our annual report that's done through UCSF, but it is not something that each NEC actively monitors and does. However, we do have this beautiful gift of 4 months between the board meetings instead of 3 months because we are shifting in 2026 the board meeting schedule from, we typically did a committee January and a board February, but because of our ledge calendar, we're trying to shift that to a committee February and a board March. So we do have an ask through the Chief of Licensing, Macaulay Fusarians, to gather that information from our approved nurse practitioner programs. I will try to bring that information forward and we will populate that to our website. I know that one of our supervising NECs is currently on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Thank you, Dolores. I just have some concerns about the programs that are entirely online, and I know that we can't really do anything about them because they're out of state and we don't review them. But my concern is down the road, we're going to be seeing a lot more mistakes when these folks get into clinical settings because they're not really, online learning is wonderful, but it has a lot of limitations. And so it just concerns me.
I appreciate that. With the preceptor setup that we have in California, they have to align with 1484. The patient care is in person, so that is not something that is simulated. They cannot count simulated hours towards their minimum of 500 clinical hours that are required. It does have to be in person. It does have to be supervised. So that is their didactic can be completely online, as well as their skills practice could have an online component as well. One of the things that is great with APRN programs is they have overarching national bodies that create kind of a similar curriculum and a similar outline. Very different than our pre-licensure nursing programs. Our pre-licensure nursing programs from state to state have different requirements. Our pre-licensure programs in state have different curriculum. Nobody has the same standard curriculum. But within our APRN, at least there's the same guidelines on a national level. So preparation is better aligned for APRNs than they are for pre-licensure, but depending on how well the program is delivered, whether it's online, in person, the support systems, that will definitely affect the competence of the graduate.
Particularly when you look at the fact that a lot of the clinical settings overall aren't necessarily the way it used to be when it was really hospital-based. And so I know they talk about nursing homes and community clinics, but it's not the same. So it's just a concern. I don't know there's anything anyone can do anything about, but I just think we're going to see some changes coming down the road in about 10 years.
I think we've already seen that on our pre-licensure side. So our pre-licensure programs have historically been primarily clinicals in a hospital setting, and we're seeing that move more and more out into the community setting, into alternative sites, less hands-on clinical sites. So I think we're already seeing the effects of that. It'll be interesting to see if that rolls over into an APRN role as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lori. Any other questions or comments from board members? So Lori, maybe you can enlighten me. The clinicals for these students are different than the pre-licensure programs?
Yes, they're all nurse practitioner provider based.
Okay.
So they typically are assigned with a nurse practitioner or a physician of some sort to help facilitate their learning.
So what I did was I just added up the schools that have 3-digit enrollments. Comes out to 2,798 students. I'm concerned that some of that may impact our pre-licensure schools, or will it not?
Should not affect our pre-licensure schools. The clinicals are completely different. So our pre-licensure students, they have no license, no degree. They're hot off the street. They're coming in, we don't know what their background is, but they're able to do nursing services once they've been deemed competent at the academic setting with the oversight of a licensed RN. And that oversight can be provided through a preceptor-based process from an employee at a hospital or a clinical facility, or it can be the faculty member that is approved by us and goes out with that student. They are not a licensee, and they are only able to do clinicals based on the approval of the program and the license of the RN or the RN staff member that are assisting them, because again, they are not a licensee. Our nurse practitioners all here are licensed as an RN before they do anything. They are not allowed to enter a program. They are not allowed to do clinicals. So they have a baseline knowledge and a public protection, and that baseline experience where they're learning med-surg, OB, psych, mental health, and GERI is already established and done. The nurse practitioner is more the provider side, not the direct patient care side. And so they're doing the advanced assessments, they're prescribing, they're diagnosing, they're providing more closely aligned with the medical model at that point than they are as an RN student model.
Thanks, Lori. Any other questions or comments from board members? No? All right. Thank you, Lori. BRN moderator, can you please open us up for public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Doesn't appear that there are any questions here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. So what I understand is we have these out-of-state NP programs. I am curious as to what the numbers are for our in-state programs, because if future NP students are finding it difficult and they're trying to find their own clinical person, whether an MD or NP. I'm wondering how much the in-state schools are impacting that, Lori?
So our supervising nursing education consultants have reached out already. They will be gathering that numbers. We'll be able to provide that to you. But just a reminder, that's not something that we've had direct concrete oversight of before. So we will gather this information as an information only. I want to make sure that our in-state nurse practitioner programs don't think that this is going to be a creep where we're going to start to regulate that and add that. That would have to go through an entire regulatory process. That is not something that's on my radar today. Please understand that and trust that. But we do want to get that information so that your in-state numbers will be able to help us, our board, make better decisions for our out-of-state programs. So that is the only reason why we're asking that information. The statement that you made where you said they're finding their own clinical placements, their preceptor placements, we do hear that frequently, but I want to make sure that everybody in the room as well as online is aware that that is not something that is supported by the BRN. We have specific regulations that say that that cannot happen and that the school must be the one that facilitates the finding and securing the preceptor placements for our students.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, before we move on into item 6.0, we are going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll come back at
10:30 or 10:35.
10:35.
Back at 10:35, we'll be on a break. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, we will do roll call to reestablish our quorum. Dolores Trujillo present, Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler present.
Board Member Ricky Granowitz.
Granowitz present.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac present.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair present.
All right. Moving on the agenda, we are at item 6.0. Tricia, is this you?
Sure. Yes. So we had a presentation at our last board meeting on a potential vendor to create a more uniform approach to the nurse support group. than we have right now. And then in our committee last month, the same vendor came and did a presentation. So I think the proposal by the Enforcement Committee, Intervention Committee, EIIC, is to direct staff to explore a request for a proposal from a vendor to design and implement a uniform nursing support group facilitator with an emphasis on managing the cost for participating nurses. So the committee felt strongly that putting more costs on nurses in this program is the wrong direction. So anyway, and it's open for discussion.
It is. And one of the things I wanted to make perfectly clear is that we're not making a recommendation to go with this particular vendor, right? That is not something that is occurring at this time. This is where we open it up and go through the process to procure a nurse support group facilitation service. We go out and we do a bidding process. Anybody can say, I'm able to provide this service and submit that, and then it goes through a review process. So it is not set that this is something that's going through the vendor that did the presentation. The reason that vendor was brought forward to give a presentation is because they seem to be the expert in the services that are out there. We were unaware of these services. And when our team traveled to the discipline conference that was put on by National Council of State Boards of Nursing, they were the group that presented there as well. And so that's where we had heard about these services even being an option at all in the future. And so we brought them just to share information. It was truly just information sharing. We have not developed a contract. We haven't developed a bid. We don't have any particular group in mind of who we would want to come in, that we really just want staff to begin to look at the process, to be able to start that process and develop and kind of just go internally to our staff to say, what are the key things that we need addressed and monitored, and how can we be supported in our compliance? And then we will write it directly towards that, not directly towards a vendor, but directly towards what our board's needs are. And then other people can come in and say, I think I can provide that. And then we'll evaluate that when it happens.
So I'd love to open this up for discussion, and go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
Thank you so much, Chair Nguyen. So I'm supportive of us looking into this. I think it makes a lot of sense given everything we've learned and the importance that the NSG provides not only to participants, but also to the board when we're making decisions about terminating probation early, for example. I think one thing that I would just like to hope will happen is that current NSG facilitators would either have the name or email of a staff member they could provide input to as the RFP is being developed. I know we'd received an email from one of the NSG facilitators asking for a survey of current NSG facilitators, something in between those two at either end. Let's just have an opportunity for current NSG facilitators to say, here's what's working, here's what's not, here's my concerns, here's what's exciting, whatever. Someone else can organize that. But I just want us to take that one step earlier in the process so we don't get to the point where we're making a decision and then find out there's something we didn't know because we're not NSG facilitators. Other than that, I'm supportive of this moving forward.
Great point. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and we'll do that. I'll meet with our enforcement team, and we'll get out an email that will go out and contact them and offer them to provide some insight before we move forward.
E.O. Melby, do we need a motion at this point to direct staff, or can we direct you to direct staff, or where do we go from here?
I mean, you could always direct me to direct staff. I do that well, but on on the screen that you can't see, we will make believe, there is a possible motion, and so I will read it for you guys. And then if you guys agree, we can do a so moved. And so the motion on the screen says, motion to recommend the acceptance of the recommendation from the EIIC on October 21st, 2025, to direct staff to initiate the request for proposal process to procure nurse support group facilitation services through a third-party vendor. We took in your consideration for not passing on fees to the participant. We hear you, Allison, on getting current facilitator feedback. That doesn't have to be part of the motion. That's there. So if you guys want to so move, you can.
So moved.
Cormac, second.
Perfect. So Tricia was our first. Cormac is our second. We can go out to public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please, and thank you very much. So Dolores, will you take us to a vote? Sure. Thank you.
We will now vote on the motion that's on the floor. Dolores Trujillo votes yes. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Allison Cormac.
Cormac, yes.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair, yes.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move on in the agenda to 7.0. And this is going to be presented by Neela Patel, our Vice President.
Okay, as the Nurse Practice Committee Chair, I will be presenting 7.0 agenda item and moving on to 7.1, which is information only, advisory committee updates with annual report on progress toward the achievement of the goals and objectives. And this presentation will be presented by our Executive Officer, Melby. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to call to attention that it's a slightly different agenda item than we typically have. We did add the annual report on progress toward achievement of goals and objectives for each one of our advisory committees. That is something that we had done historically in the past, and then we adopted our strategic plan, and I think we dropped it off of our plate. It just kind of rolled off, and we didn't pick it back up. And then we came across a document saying that we did this, and I said, oh, yeah, we used to do this. Let's put that back on and let's get this taken care of. So I will give just a quick report out of the last advisory committee meetings, and then we'll go into kind of a larger presentation just on the overall accomplishments of what our board committees and advisory committees have been doing the past year. And so just to always note that at any point, our board members or our public can go onto our website, view all of our prior meetings, and as well as look at the webcast. The meeting minutes, we do get a lot of comments about meeting minutes not being readily available. It's not that we don't have them, it's that we have to wait till the next committee is held for them to approve them so we can post the prior committee's meeting minutes. But the webcast, as soon as it's there, we share it and you're able to watch any part of that. So in September 10th was NEWAC, the 23rd was both NMAC and NPAC, and the 18th, we did add an additional CRNA advisory committee because we weren't able to complete the agenda because we lost quorum. And then our original one was for August 27th, where the clinical nurse specialists and the CRNAs were held together. So we did have meetings occur for each one of our advisory committees between the last board meeting and this one. And most of our meetings are kind of following the same agenda style for each one of our APRNs so that we kind of hit on the same topics. So we are covering disciplinary items in each one of the advanced practice roles. We're looking at any updated or new regulation that can be worked on and monitored through that. And we're also focusing on trying to clearly define where our role as the board sits in protection of the public versus promotion of the profession. And so we have invited, as part of an agenda item, a report out of our California-based organizations. So California Association of Nurse Practitioners, California Association of Nurse Anesthetists, et cetera, to come in and provide a presentation. Just so that we can see where we can work on things together or where we really need to provide education, saying that is not within the realm of the Board of Registered Nursing. We commonly come across instances in our advanced practice advisory committees because they do have a strong California-based association presence as well as a national association-based presence where they're looking at promotion of the profession. We always like to support that, but that has to go through an organizational lens and then be brought forth in legislation. And then that is when we are able to come in and support that and implement that. But we have to look at it strictly from a licensing, enforcement, and educational preparation kind of point of view right now until anything is added. And so I really wanted to make that clear as to why we are kind of venturing down that pathway at the last couple meetings so that we can really provide that guidance. Because what we're hearing a lot, especially in our consumer surveys and stuff, is that, well, the board is not helpful. Well, it's not that we're not helpful, it's that that's not within our jurisdiction. And so really just putting that focus out there and trying to do that redirection with some education behind that. So if you guys have specific questions, I can cover any of that, but that if you guys don't, I would like to move on to the annual report out. Okay. So bear with me. I actually have notes for this one. So I might have less ums potentially, not a guarantee. What I will do is kind of start overall with our board committees and then go into our advisory committees. So the statement that I wrote for our Education Licensing Committee is I wrote, in line with BRN's 2022-2025 strategic plan, the committee advanced efforts to reduce licensing processing times, improve affordability, and enhance communication with applicants. These licensing reforms improved access to new nurses entering the profession or entering California. We have continued public transparency through meetings where board members deliberated on program approvals, licensing issues, and stakeholder concerns, reinforcing accountability and evaluating and approving program growth. These actions directly supported California's nursing workforce pipeline, ensuring that graduates are well prepared and programs remain compliant. Nurse Practitioner Board Committee, the committees work directly to advance the board's 2022-2025 strategic plan goals of improving access to care, modernizing regulations, and strengthening professional standards by concentrating on implementing new legislative mandates, refining the transition to practice framework for nurse practitioners, and updating regulatory guidance for advanced practice nurses. The EIIC, that's our Enforcement Intervention Investigations Committee, we strengthen consumer protection in alignment with the strategic plan goals by concentrating on strengthening oversight of nursing practice, refining intervention program requirements, improving transparency in the disciplinary process. Their work balanced patient safety with rehabilitative opportunities for nurses while streamlining investigative and enforcement procedures. The legislative committee was not held. This may be restarted next calendar year. We will look at that when we're planning for next year. Now into the advisory committees. The Nurse Practitioner Advisory Committee, sorry. They played a pivotal role in shaping the implementation of new laws, both AB 890 and SB 1451, on refining transition to practice requirements, updating regulatory guidance for nurse practitioners, and considered disciplinary structures to balance expanding practice authority with accountability. That's our independent practitioner regulations that are currently moving through. Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee, they concentrated on updating licensure requirements, clarifying scope of practice, and aligning regulations with the new legislation such as SB 1375 and SB 667. Their work advanced independent authority for nurse midwives, improved public engagement, and is considering updating educational standards. One of their requests to look at was requiring national certification for licensure from an out-of-state perspective. The Clinical Nurse Specialist Advisory Committee, they advanced regulatory reforms, clarified licensure requirements, and strengthened public engagement. Their work focused on defining the role of the clinical nurse specialist, debating national certification standards, and aligning educational oversight with the board's strategic plan. They will continue to work on drafting regulatory language covering definitions, licensure, application processes, and education oversight for CNSs. One of the big things that was a target for them was letting employers know that you can't just give a nurse a clinical nurse specialist title, that is a license or a certification that has to be done and acquired, because there are many times where the nurse educator for the unit that they're working on all of a sudden morphs into a clinical nurse specialist without any license and any education or training. So that was a big one for them. And then the CRNA Advisory Committee, they supported legislative reforms and strengthened professional standards for CRNAs. Their work centered on codifying independent practice authority, refining licensure oversight, and engaging stakeholders to ensure safe, accessible anesthesia care across the state. They're continuing to work on advancing regulatory clarity, and that will continue to go into 2026. And finally, our last advisory committee is NEWAC, our Nursing Education Workforce Advisory Committee, where we're concentrating on strengthening the nursing education pipeline, addressing faculty shortages, and aligning workforce development with the board's strategic plan. Their work supported California efforts to expand nursing program capacity, improve diversity in the profession, and ensure that graduates are prepared to meet the evolving healthcare demands. They explored incentives and partnerships with academic institutions, discussed the need for balancing increased enrollment in pre-licensure nursing programs and addressing workforce needs with clinical training site availability. They supported projects aimed at increasing representation of underrepresented groups in nursing education, aligning with California's broader equity goals. Any questions? No? Is that something that you guys want to continue to see on an annual basis as just kind of a wrap up? Then we will continue to do that and move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very informative, and I absolutely do want to continue to see this. So thank you for that effort. Okay.
Patel.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, just a quick comment. That's super helpful. Not all of us are able to extract information at the rate you're able to speak it. I happen to be sitting next to you, so I can read it while you're doing it. So maybe next year, if it's done in advance, sharing it in the materials would enable us to sort of like crosshatch all the various ones. And yeah, so that would be just a minor improvement. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I could take this and put it in materials. I'll add this to the AIS and drop it in materials later today so that it's there for reference.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. With no further questions, we'll open it up for public comment. Bjorn, moderator, please open it for public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Laura Starr would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Laura Starr. I'm an adult gerontology acute care nurse practitioner. I've been practicing in California for about 8 years. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I did enjoy the information shared on this agenda item in the meeting materials. I had one sort of specific question. The nurse practitioner regulations still mention the enfermera especializada wording. And as you guys probably know, that specific requirement was removed from statute. I was curious where the board was at in bringing regulations up to date with statute, and also in accordance with the white paper that the National Association of Hispanic Nurses put out on their translation of nurse practitioner. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you for that. One thing, just as a quick educational point, statute will always supersede regulations. So because that is addressed in statute, even though our regulations to date is currently out of date, it is not something that we can hold you accountable for. So the statute is where we will defer to that. In my previous report out in the strategic plan, I let you guys know where that package, that regulatory package lived. In that regulatory package right now, to update that language and remove that is with BRN management review. And once that is completed here, it will move to Department of Consumer Affairs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comment. Board Vice President Patel, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Thank you, moderator. Yes, we do here in HQ. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Melanie Rowe. I'm a CRNA here in California. I am the practice director for the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology. And regarding this agenda item, CANA is so pleased that AB 876 was passed in this last legislative session, and we want to thank the Board of Nursing for continuously supporting the bill throughout the legislative process. And during the CRNA Advisory Committee meeting, we also appreciate the time to be able to present issues for future CRNA practice as an agenda item. And so at that last meeting, what we had highlighted was the need for implementing the anesthesia service that is part of 876 is something that still needs to be worked on in terms of being able to order or implement orders or delegation for when the CRNA is implementing that anesthesia service. So while we're giving an anesthetic, there's a preoperative session going on, there's a postoperative session going on. And so while we're still caring for these patients, we can't be in all those locations. And so it's very common and currently has been happening for all the years of anesthesia services, regardless of who's giving the anesthesia, that nurses and staff like radiology techs or EKG techs are getting orders to implement perioperative orders for medications or services or labs. And then same with the PACU, the postoperative recovery unit. So that is something that in 1988, the Board of Nursing had supported through a memo, but that is BRN opinion. And so asking for the board for support, because when we looked at the BRN report that will be discussed tomorrow, I don't see it in the new agenda items under scope of practice. It would be really great to see an item regarding the implementation and just codification of what the BRN has supported in the past, which it can be up to a facility. A facility is not forced to implement it, but at least it would give statutory language so the facility can choose to have a CRNA implement orders throughout the anesthesia process to facilitate our anesthesia service. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll respond to that. So that language was originally part of the bill that went through and that was edited out, not by us, just so that you know. And so that language, to put that into a sunset as another legislative proposal, it would more than likely be edited out again. So that is not the process that we chose to move forward with that. We believe that we can accurately address it in regulations. And so it is part of the draft regulations that we are working forward to bring forward to the next CRNA AC meeting to codify in regulation that that is something that is done through delegation and appropriate supervision. So we hear you, we know this. That was something that when I saw that they removed that language, I went to Marissa immediately and said, okay, that's in regs. We got to get going. We're moving on that. The one thing that we will have to kind of work around is that statement that you had mentioned. It's actually the 1990 statement that was released by a prior board. It says, in transmitting orders in accord with the facility employer policy, the RN is acting as an agent of the physician. The BRN's policy in regard to this is that the RN may implement a medical order transmitted by an agent of the physician. You guys are not working as an agent of the physician anymore. So that direct copy paste will not happen. So we will have to find a way that we'll pull in. My assumption is we're going to work with 1444.3 to work that in and pull in the supporting evidence with Business Professions Code 2725B2 to allow for those things to happen, and then RN as a supervisor and delegator. So we do have a plan forward. It will all come out in regulation. We hear you, and that will happen. So just work with us on that as we get through that. And absolutely, you don't have to raise your hand to speak.
Get another 2 minutes. Thank you so much. And thank you for hearing our concerns, hearing how we want to implement anesthesia so that we can provide increased access to care and do the work that we've been doing for all these years. Thank you so much. That sounds fantastic. And I look forward to the regulatory process of CRNA, of the nurse practice.
Thank you.
The Nurse Anesthetist Act.
And then just for clarification, you had just said right here to implement this. We're not implementing anything, just so you know. This is stuff that's been going on for years and years and years, right? When I was a bedside RN, I worked with a CRNA and I took delegation and took orders from that CRNA throughout the entire operative suite. It is common practice. It's something that's done. We just have to codify it so that there's no way that that can be kind of looked at and misinterpreted ever again. So we are here. We are working with it. You have the full board support. We supported that first draft language that was introduced. We thought that it answered everything that was needed. We will work to get as close to that as possible with upcoming regs.
So appreciate the words that you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Rowe, before you go, since I have a little knowledge about this particular field, could you speak to the fact that current orders or delegation to RNs, how that exists under DEA, since CRNAs do not carry DEA licenses? Could you speak to that, please? That'd be helpful for our board to know.
And this is something that CANA as a association provides a service to explain this very often, not only to CRNAs who function from other states and facilities that utilize CRNAs. The DEA has a federal regulation, and forgive me, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but by now I should have, that when anesthesia is being given in the usual and customary manner, that a separate DEA number is not needed, that the facility's DEA number is sufficient. And so we are not writing prescriptions for anesthesia. Even in the preoperative and postoperative setting in a facility, it is not a prescription. No RN has ever not wanted an anti-nausea medication to be given in the recovery unit. So these would be things that would just enhance and facilitate the anesthesia service before surgery. So medications that might be needed, labs that might be needed, 12 lead EKGs, things that will make the process for providing the anesthesia service faster and more safe, that these can be done in a timely manner in a facility. And so then also with post-operative, so after the anesthesia as well, as a CRNA moves on to another case, then the post-anesthesia recovery nurses, who that is their specialty, is trained and able to implement and finish the anesthesia service to prepare that patient for discharge or to prepare them to go to the hospital floor unit where they need to continue their care. And so for their specialty, there's always usually common needs and things that need to be implemented so that they can care for the patient the safest. And so communication between the CRNA and those nurses or those radiology staff and the labs, these are just the things off the top of my head that are most common, can be easily facilitated. So a hospital, for any anesthesia service, it always has these things in place. And so we just want to make it very clear that that is an option for them.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Anyone else on the board have any questions or comments?
Just providing clarification again. You guys are able to order. It is not considered prescribing. You're absolutely able to do that. You can enter that into the chart. You can do all that kind of stuff. The issue that we need to clarify is whether or not an RN, who in our Business Professions Code 2725 specifically states physician, surgeon, podiatrist, dentist, psychologist, psychiatrist kind of stuff. It does not say advanced practice RN. So that's something that we need to make sure that it is explicitly spelled out in regulation. So it's not that you guys can't order, you can actually order. Your role is safe. We now have to go in from the RN perspective and say an RN can follow the order provided by the nurse practitioner, the nurse midwife, the clinical nurse specialist, as well as the CRNA. And so that is a kind of a bigger shift and lift, but that is the goal is to then now CRNA practice is complete. We need to make sure RN does not get in trouble for following an order of an APRN, including CRNAs.
And looking at the purpose of the board future goals report, it just seems like this would be in alignment if we need more statutory support, that it could be listed there. But we really appreciate what you said today, that we feel like we have been heard and we just do want to just continue what we have been doing safely. So thank you very much.
And that's where that alignment goes, is I believe we already have the authority for this, right? So statute is only needed when we need additional authority. So we believe as the board that authority exists, and we're only looking to clarify through regulations so that it cannot be interpreted incorrectly. And that is in alignment with, we've been doing this historically for 40 years. So you wouldn't need new statutory authority to do that if our authority continues to exist through our current delegated supervisory, et cetera. So that's our plan. If we run into a situation as we're looking at the regulations in the beginning of the year and moving that forward where we meet with our regulatory attorney or something like that says, I don't know that that's clear, we can always, through the sunset process, ask if that's something that they would consider. So it's not that it wouldn't be something we couldn't ask for clarification. It's that it's not necessarily needed right now, but if it is seen later on, that is a path that we can pursue.
Sounds like a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Anyone on the board have any questions or comments? BRN moderator, do we have any other public comments on, I want to hear something.
Not on the WebEx. How about there in person in BRN HQ?
We do not have any further comments here in person.
Perfect. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item 7.2, discussion and possible action, appointment of the CRNAC member. Okay.
Board moderator. Board moderator, are you able to elevate Charles Griffiths? Please.
As he is being elevated, I just want to say that I think it's phenomenal. We had 6 applicants for this particular position, and I think that's a growing interest, and that is excellent to see as these advisory committees continue to gain momentum in terms of just, activity as well as with the public. I think it's great to know that there are public members that are interested in becoming more involved in these committees. It takes a village, as we know. Is Dr. Griffiths elevated?
Dr. Griffiths is elevated. And so at this point, we do have a makeup in our CRNA committee where we do require CRNAs to actively help facilitate the advisory committee. We did have a vacancy. And so we did put out a notice. We accepted applications. I reviewed them. I brought them to our administrative committee where they supported the appointment. And so we do have Charles Griffiths here and available if our board has any questions to him or if he has a statement that he wants to make. But at this point, I'm asking for a motion to accept the appointment of Charles Griffith to the CRNAAC as an advisory member, please.
And Patel is ecstatically so moved.
Win.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll second. Win.
Thank you. So before we go to public comment, I think I heard him giggle. Do you have anything that you would like to say, Charles?
Oh, Lori, it's just such a pleasure to be able to work with all of you and to help protect and advance the main goal of the BRN, which is to protect the public by enhancing how CRNAs work as nurses and deliver these services to the public. And it'll just be a pleasure to be able to learn from all of you and to work with all of you with this common goal. We want people to have access to the highest possible medical and nursing care, and that's what we're all going to do together. So my pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you. So at this moment, we do have a motion and a second. We can go out to public comment.
Before we go out to public comment, does anybody on the board have any questions? Okay, let's take it to public comment. BRN moderator, thank you.
Sorry, we will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Monica Miller would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
go
we
ahead.
can.
Okay, wonderful. Perfect. Sorry. I'm used to being on the in the room, so which I will be there tomorrow. So Monica Miller, and while I represent CANA in Sacramento, this is also just I want to wholeheartedly support on my own personal behalf the appointment of Dr. Griffiths. I've had the pleasure of working with him for many years, and he truly understands and appreciates not only the profession, but also lifting up people to ensure that they're educated appropriately. They understand as they're becoming a CRNA what that looks like, and educating his community on the work that they do. So I think this is a wonderful appointment. Not only does he bring value to the BRN, I think he's also going to bring the BRN out to the world and talk about the work that you're doing and how successful you are and how encouraging he will be to others as they consider becoming either an RN or a CRNA or a nurse practitioner. So this is really a remarkable appointment, and I wholeheartedly support it. And again, this is on behalf of myself, not anyone that I'm affiliated with. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. For EO Melby, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
It doesn't appear we do. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Window.
I'm sorry, Vice President Patel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for that comment. As a public servant, Dr. Griffiths has served for many, many, many years, and I think I agree, a fantastic addition. So anyway, we'll take it to a board vote. Vice President Patel votes yes. President Trujillo?
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Board Member Cormack?
Cormack, yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Granowitz?
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Lawler?
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Nair?
Nair, yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
Win, yes.
Fabulous. That's an unanimous vote. Congratulations, Dr. Griffiths, for your appointment onto the CRNA Advisory Committee. And that wraps up agenda item 7.0, and I will turn it back to President Trujillo. Thank you.
Moving on in the agenda, we're at item 0.0. Item 8.0, report of the Education Licensing Committee, and this is Jovita Dominguez, who is the chairperson of this committee.
Thank you. And
Board moderator, can you elevate Dr. Mary Ann McCarthy, please?
thank you. It's hard not. It's still good morning, and thank you. And then Dr. McCarthy will be leading us.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am Mary Ann McCarthy. I am a supervising nursing education consultant for the BRN, as well as the liaison to the Education and Licensing Committee. So our agenda starts at item number 8.0, and our first one is 8.1. This is the discussion and possible action regarding ELC recommendations to the board on agenda items that were presented in the October 2025 committee meeting. Items covered in this agenda item 8.1 will be treated as consent agenda items unless a board member or a member of the public state that they wish to pull out one or more items for further discussion. The list of schools and their associated motions can be found in the agenda item summary in the meeting materials on page 5 through 8. And that's that form that we have made and put together so you can look at everything that happened at the ELC meeting. This is a consent agenda item. Thank you.
Any board members have questions on 8.1? Then, Dr. McCarthy, the motion would be to accept. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So if we can advance the slide, please. Okay, the recommended motion that you guys are not able to see on the screen because it is down right now is to accept the recommendations of the Education License Committee for all items contained in 8.1.
So moved.
Jovita's our first.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Trish is our second. We can go out to public comment, please.
Yeah, thank you.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." CM would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, thank you, board. I'm Dr. Christina Menor, and I just have a question about for the new nurse practitioner programs, and this is also in reference to the earlier item discussed. I missed what was said about do the nurses have established rotations for the nurse practitioner, or do they have to go out and seek their? It sounded like because the ones that I've worked with all seem like they have all had to come seek for someone. They've never been able to like have a structured program. So what is the standard for that?
The only standard that we have is in regulations, and that's that the school will facilitate the placement. They do have to keep documentation of any of their preceptors that they use. But again, as we know, what is happening in the community is a lot of times these preceptors are student-led, meaning that the RN that is currently licensed in California that's attending a nurse practitioner program may know a person that would be willing to precept them. So they make the contact and establish that and then share that with their program to finalize all the regulatory requirements around that. So far, even with our in-state California programs, as well as our out-state California nurse practitioner programs, there's not a standard of kind of a set standard of we use this preceptor for this type of student every single time. That's not what occurs because, again, as you guys know, out there in healthcare, it's constantly in flux. You may have secured a nurse practitioner or a physician that's willing to provide the preceptor this time, but then maybe they have a trip planned for the next semester and they're not going to be available, or they have a stand-in physician, or the nurse practitioner that was originally employed at this facility is now employed at a different facility. And so there will not be kind of a standard catch-all. It will always kind of be a as needed basis, as long as they keep the documentation and vet the preceptor to ensure that the proper oversight is provided.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And so I guess my second, if I still have time, in reference to one of the other board members' concerns earlier about standardization and, the online courses for didactics, I guess my concern is that, there's not a lot of standardization across the clinicals for these students. And, I've seen it in students I've worked with. Unfortunately, they've had vastly different experiences. And so, when they're coming out and completed and starting to work, how is it that we can better, and for physicians, we have ACGME and it's very, very, very regimented for our residency training. Is there any prospect in the future, maybe not in California, but in the nation, for improving standardization across the education for nurse practitioners?
So there is a standardization across education for nurse practitioners currently. They're always working on how that can be done better and implemented better. The one thing that we are asking in our sunset that we'll probably discuss more tomorrow is the requirement for national certification for licensure. We are one of the few states that allow for licensure based on education, not licensure based on national certification. When we were looking at the implementation of AB 890, which allows the nurse practitioner to have a more advanced, more independent practice, one of the requirements for that person to move through that process to become a 103 and a 104 is that they must have national certification. Our Office of Professional Examination Services did an evaluation on all of the national certification exams, and it was determined that passing that exam did show that they were competent at the level to provide an independent practice. So I believe that if we in California align with requiring that national certification, that you guys will see a better alignment in outcomes and preparation, as well as being able to kind of jump in and go. Now, currently in California, what we do still require is, even if national certification is required as a licensing requirement, we still require the nurse practitioner to work under standardized procedures and physician oversight for the first 3 years, whether they're licensed by just completing a program in California and they're brand new, or if they come in and they've been a nurse practitioner for 20 years out of state. They fall under the same requirements in our state, where the first 3 years or 4,600 hours of practice that a nurse practitioner does must be under standardized procedures. They then apply for the 103. That 103 is kind of a step-in approach. When they're working as a 103, they don't have to work under standardized procedures, but they do still have to work within certain specified group settings and with at least one physician and surgeon, so that they have that kind of fallback and person that they can rely on if anything comes outside of their typical competence or scope of practice. After 3 years, they're then able to, if they have no disciplinary action and everything's gone well, they are then able to come back to the board and apply for the 104 status. That 104 status does allow them to have an independent practice within their knowledge, their preparation, and again, their national certification. And so that does kind of narrow where they can potentially land as an independent practitioner. But with the way that California is set up, you have 3 years under standardized procedures with physician oversight. You have 3 years within a group setting with a physician or surgeon present. So you have 6 years of preparation before you go into an independent practice setting. So that is how California has chose to manage any potential need that might still be there if the academic preparation wasn't as thorough as expected.
Thank you so much for a wonderful, thorough answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. I'd like to take it to a vote. Dominguez votes yes. President Trujillo?
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Vice President Neelu Patel?
Patel, yes.
And I'm sorry, Member Cormack?
Cormack, yes.
And Member Granowitz?
Granowitz, yes.
And Member David?
Lawler, yes.
And Katie, I'm sorry, your last name?
Nair, yes.
Nair, thank you. And Wynn?
Win, yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to agenda item 8.2. 8.2, these agenda items, this agenda item, there's only one, did not go to the Education Licensing Committee. It's coming straight to the board. And these will be considered and presented. So I'm going to present this and the program will be here and we'll go through the regular process. So 8.2.1 is the discussion and possible action regarding a request for an enrollment increase for an approved pre-licensure nursing program. This is Santa Monica College Associate Degree Nursing Program. They're looking for an enrollment increase in Region 8, Los Angeles. So information on this program can be found starting on page 111 of the packet for ELC. And board moderator, would you please elevate the presenter on the list for Santa Monica College? So Santa Monica College is requesting an enrollment increase in the Los Angeles County Region 8. They currently enroll 40 students 2 times a year, so 80 students annually. And the request is to go to 60 students 2 times a year for 120 students annually. This is a total increase of 40 students annually. The growth data information for Region 8 you will find on page 113 and 114. And they have also filled out the facility collaboration form, which starts on 116. And that's the form where they talk to the facilities who they're sharing a clinical, who they might be, where they're sending their students to clinical through the program and where they might be overlapping with other programs. So they have reached out to the facilities, found out where they're overlapping and reached out to those programs. Each program also writes an executive summary, which is submitted in the materials. This is starting on page 121. So that's the program's submission. And program representatives, Dr. Eric Williams is here if you have any questions. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Okay, so at this point, I know that typically this is a Jovita and Dolores and Trish show. So our board members, if you're wanting to jump in and kind of start the process, I absolutely would welcome that. The reason that this did not go to ELC is because the reason that it went straight to board was not that there was a problem with the school. It was that we have an unprecedented 4 months between meetings because we pushed it forward. And so we would not routinely do this. We would typically say you must go to ELC, you must go to ELC. But because this year only, we are pushing it, they graciously asked to be added to the board meetings so that this can be done. Typically, board members, as the full board, you will hear ELC enrollment request because ELC was not able to make a decision because they were missing items or wasn't clear, or we'd heard an abundance of public comment. That has not happened. So I want to just kind of make sure that that's very clear this time, that they are being heard for the first time. Now, I know that we haven't had a school in front of the board for a while, so I do want to introduce the new form that starts on page 115. This is not a form that is required in regulation. However, every single one of the details in this form is a regulatory requirement. So this is a helpful form that we are now utilizing to help organize the data that's given and provided to the NEC that they look at and review. And this is really kind of putting a public kind of transparency view on it, that we're sharing it out so that our board members can see it, as well as the other schools that are saying that they're affected can see the information that we have, that the NECs are reviewing it before bringing it to board. So they did identify that they would need a couple additional clinical placements, not new contracts, but clinical placements within their currently already contracted facilities. You will notice that on Marycrest Manor, there's no other school there, so there's no conflict that the board would need to take into consideration. On Good Samaritan Hospital, they are using it for their LVN to ADN students on Fridays from 3 to 11:30 for OB. The collaboration is noted below, and you will see that the OB one that looked like potentially was no conflict, that they're actually going to use it on opposite 8-week days. And so it's a common practice by our schools that if they have a 16-week semester, the first 8 weeks they'll focus on one concentration, the next 8 weeks they'll focus on the next concentration and flip. So that is how they manage through that process. I do want to call attention as you kind of review that document where it says facility impact assessment, yes or no. That is where our healthcare facility has stated there will be no impact. That is not where other programs have stated there will be no impact. When a nursing school is looking to grow, the instructions with 1427 is that CCR 16 CCR 1427 is that they take into consideration the effect of at least one clinical group could have on the other schools that are already previously approved and using that facility. And so the request is how does that school find that out? Well, they approach the facility and say, who are you contracted with? Who else is utilizing your facility for clinical placements? And then based on the information provided by the facility, they will do a reach out to that school that it is affected. That way it is much more streamlined. They're not doing a global reach out to programs. It is, I'm going to use this clinical facility. A and B academic institutions are here. I'm not going to ask Z if it's okay to join. I'm going to ask A and B if me coming here is going to cause any interrupt. And you will see over in the green section to the right where it says academic response to facility information. For the most part, our academic institutions are not responding to the reach outs. So that puts us as a board in a bit of a conundrum. We have no authority over facilities. We cannot make them give us any information. We have no ability to compel them to give us this information. That is done through the contract negotiations with the academic partner in the facility. However, we do have authority over our academic institutions, and right now it looks like our academic institutions are not providing the feedback that they should be providing. So I want to make sure that you guys are very aware that in this extensive document, most of them were no responses. LA Trade did reach out and they spoke to the previous PD in April of 2025. That person is no longer in that role, but at that point it was stated that there was no conflict. LA Southwest, they spoke to the PD via a phone call. Listed the name, there was no conflict noted. But you can see for the majority, there was nothing noted. The other thing that I do want to highlight is down at the bottom, where on page 119 and 120, where Kaiser West LA and Harbor UCLA was contacted by this academic institution that is contracted with them. They asked them for information on other clinical, other academic institutions that are using them for clinicals, and they refused to give the information. So that makes it very difficult for us to be able to say, okay, there is no conflict. So in that statement, though, they did provide that the facility said there would be no conflict. So we were not able to show any collaborative efforts as required in our regulations with the use of those two clinicals, but that the academic institution did attempt to reach out for that. One thing that you guys need to know going forward is we're hoping to alleviate this. We do have a clinical facility authorization platform that we have developed. The schools are just starting to use it. That's also the platform that it looks like maybe AB 1577 HCI will partner with and kind of use that input. And so as the board, because of our authority in clinical approval, collects that information, we will now become the holder of that information. So when we will know based on our approval at the academic institution, who is using what facility. So we will be able to pull a report that says Kaiser West LA. We will then be able to say, these are the 5 schools that are approved by us to utilize this. And that will then be able to help facilitate that conversation when the facility is not able or willing to give us that information. So we don't have that up and running yet. We have the platform made. The regulatory authority for the approval process lies within us at 16 CCR 1427. And we do have to approve every single clinical prior to it being used. So we will have that information when we run into things like this. We are in the middle of doing the report development. I can tell you it looks amazing. I can't wait till that is published. We do still have to do some data cleanup and then it'll be ready. But just heads up on how we're managing through that and open it up to you guys to start the process.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Well, thank you very much, Lori, for that information. I look forward to it also. I think it'll be very, very helpful to us. I understand that this region is heavily impacted, but I do believe that this is a very modest request from a junior college, which, I'm always in favor of expanding opportunities, at the junior community college level. So, and I do appreciate this form very much, even though today it wasn't super helpful, but it did put the college on notice that they needed to contact, and I really want to thank them because there were a lot of institutions that they contacted, and even though they didn't get a lot of useful information for us, I think it's a good first step. So I am very supportive of this proposal.
It was, and the information that the facilities that did contribute really were pivotal because it really shows that there is not a conflict in those specific facilities that they're choosing to use because they're able to say this school uses it the first 8 weeks, I'm going to use it the second 8 weeks, or this school does not use it on a Saturday, I'm going to use it on a Saturday to show that it has no impact. And so I think it really does kind of highlight the collaborative efforts that our academic institutions are doing to be able to provide this growth. I know that there's been some talk about moratoriums and not doing enrollment increases in certain areas. I don't think that we can live there as a board, right? We always have to take into consideration growth and opportunity in each one of the areas. We just have to do it with the least effect on public risk. And for those of you guys that are not aware what the public risk is that the board really looks at with these enrollment increases, it's kind of a twofold measure. The first one is we evaluate the school and look at the metrics, attrition, NCLEX pass rates, et cetera, to make sure that it's not an at-risk program that we are growing. We want that program to be solid and have solid metrics showing that there are no complaints, everything is good. That's a program that has the resources and ability and the metrics are there to be able to grow. And then secondarily is when we bring it to our board, after the NECs have already confirmed that, we bring it to our board through the Education Licensing Committee to look at what is the effect. Do they have the resources? Do they have the budget? Do they have the plan in place? And what's the effect on the already approved pre-licensure nursing programs? Because what you don't want is student A enrolled at academic institution A gets enrolled, believe they're going to be in and out of the program in 2 years, but in 1 year, they don't have a clinical placement. They're not able to progress. They're not able to graduate because hospitals, academic institution Z came in and took their clinical placements. So we grew and allowed academic institution Z to come in and do it. And then we negatively had a public effect on a community effect for a student that thought that they were going to be able to progress and graduate. So that's where we come in and look at enrollment and manage that. And sometimes that's hard for people to understand why we look at that and try to facilitate that process. Yes, Lawler.
I agree with everything that Tricia said. I would add, though, I think this collaboration form is helpful the way it came to us as is, because in the past, when any school thought they were in conflict or had a critical statement to make about someone requesting an enrollment increase, they were very vocal in public comment. And so whenever a school said, oh, I can't imagine anyone in conflict with us, and then every school in the county calls and says, yes, we are. I know that's not the purpose of this, but as a teacher, silence is agreement. And so I would go on record to say any of these schools that didn't respond are telling me, not the board maybe, but me, we're fine with it. Otherwise, you had an opportunity to say something. If you say something on public comments, I'm going to ask you, why didn't you say it here? So for me, it's good.
This is Dominguez. I agree with you, but I'm disappointed on all those schools that did not respond. I just, you know, like Member Lawler said, you know, no answer is saying pretty much yes, but it's disappointing that they did not.
Just to come to the defense of some of the schools, I want to be the devil's advocate here. This process has been kind of full of conflict and concern for a while. And so they may not be under the full understanding of how we're trying to facilitate this and work through this better. Back when I was in NEC, starting in 2014, we were instructed by our board that the NEC would reach out to the facilities and say, is there a conflict? That was just something we couldn't manage as a workload. That was not going to happen. Then we asked our academic institutions to reach out to schools within a 50-mile radius. Blanket everybody. What do you think if I grow? You know, and that received some mixed feedback as well, where we had people saying that private colleges and universities would partner together to get their group approved. Community colleges would partner together to get their groups approved. The CSUs and UCs would partner together to get theirs approved. And there was a bunch of concern shared around how fair was that? How equitable was that? And whether or not we were, as a board, getting accurate information. So much so that there was a California state audit that was ordered. That California state audit actually made a recommendation to immediately cease that practice, and we did. And so we no longer have the program do a blanket reach out to the 50-mile radius and include everybody in comment. So now that we were able to kind of really redirect on that, it may be a bit of confusion around what is actually happening here. And so we do have two processes through here under 1427, which says the academic institution will take into consideration the effect of at least one group. And that's where they have to do that collaboration. They have to take that into consideration. They have to show us how they're managing that. In the EDP IL1, which is for new campuses and new programs, that is clearly stated in there that they should do that collaborative effort, including consortiums, all that kind of stuff, et cetera. So that is not what CSA told us to stop doing. It is definitely a much more precise process instead of just throwing everything out. So to be fair, this may be just some leftover change management kind of process, education that says this is something that you want to respond to. This is something that you want to do. And this shows the collaborative effort. It may not be that they're just blatantly disregarding it. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware, because we're in this kind of flux, kind of new process. It might take a minute for them to to catch up on what the requirement is.
And this is a relatively new form for us.
Yes.
And, you know, thank you, Tricia, for introducing the idea. But anytime we introduce a form, it's hard, especially when it's hard to make the connection between regulation and the form. So I'm happy again that Lori reiterated that it's not the form that's in regulation, it's all the information on the form that's in regulation, and the form is just helpful. And so I think if people understand that they have it to give it to us in some way, that will be helpful. We will take it in other ways. But this seems to be easy for the board to read and understand. Thank
And
you.
then even if we take the information from the schools in another format, the NEC will be required to put it onto this form so that you guys will see it in the same format every single time.
So can we move to accept it as written?
So the motion is up there and you guys don't see it, so I will read it. And so what it says is recommend acceptance of the request for an enrollment increase for Santa Monica College Associate Degree Nursing Program with an enrollment pattern of 60 students 2 times a year. That's 120 students annually, which is an increase of 40 students annually. If you guys agree, so move.
So moved.
Well, there was a million people on so move, so I just need a single so move.
Jovita.
Jovita so moved. She's our first, and it looks like Patel will be our second. And at this point, board moderator, can we go out to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
Just want to get to lunch and close.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. I, Jovita, would like to vote yes. President Trujillo,
Dolores Trujillo votes yes.
Vice President Nilu Patel,
Patel, yes.
Member Granowitz,
Granowitz, yes.
Member Cormack,
Cormac, yes.
Member Lawler,
Lawler, yes.
Member Nair,
Nair, yes.
Nair, and Member Nguyen.
Member Nguyen, yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 8.3 is an information only. This is also in your material packets. It's the NCLEX update report for the year. And 8.4 is also information only, and that is the licensing, not legislation, licensing update for this meeting. And we have both of these at every board meeting. Thank you.
So at this point, 8.3 and 8.4 information only. Do you guys have questions, comments? Do you want any presentation on that? Okay, so it is information only. There is no motion, but we can open it up for public comment on both 8.3, 8.4, both information only on licensing update and NCLEX update.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Committee Chair Dominguez, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. So this finishes our 8.0, and I'll give it back to CEO Melby. Oh,
We'll give it back to Dolores, Board President. Yep.
So at this time, we will be breaking for lunch until 12:45.
And at 12:45, we'll come back and we will go into the Enforcement Intervention Investigations Committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break, and we will take roll call to reestablish a quorum. My name is Dolores Trujillo, and I am present. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, present.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz present.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac present.
Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair, present.
Thank you. Quorum has been established. Moving on in the agenda, this is item 9.0, report of the Enforcement Investigations and Intervention Committee. And this is Patricia Nguyen.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to go to agenda item 9.1, which is a discussion and possible action regarding the request to change the executive officer review of the IEC recommendations as directed at the August 2025 board meeting to routine executive officer audits and presentation of the intervention program statistical data. So you all remember that in August 2024, the board made a motion that directed the board executive management to provide an update to the EIIC regarding the intervention program participants. So since that time, Lori has been reviewing cases. So you all remember that in August 2020. That's all right. And we see statistical. And we've seen statistical data from Lori at each board member. So I'm going to turn it over to Lori right now to talk about kind of where we are at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when we received the motion back in August of 24, there was a slurry that had to come in front for review. And so we had 22 that was initially sent to me for review. And it was very telltale as to kind of what we were hearing and what we were discovering. There was only 4 that I was able to approve, and then there was 10 that I was able to kick back. I know that doesn't equal 22. It just, that's what I got done quickly because it was quite labor intensive. So throughout the process, what we'd expected to see was a gradual decline in cases that were coming to us. And ultimately, we made it there. The next board meeting was February. We had 8 new ones that came in front that we reviewed. But then in May, there was 15 more that jumped in. And so we're like, okay, we're not ready to kind of hand off yet. And then in August, there was 11 more reviews that came in. And so I was still thinking like, this is not at a place where we can turn this back over to the program manager and not have that detailed look. But then August 26th, I went into the first open session of IEC and started providing some training. The way that those committees are ran now, there are materials posted in advance. They are recorded and not webcast, but they are recorded. And then that recording is left up on our website now for people to go back and look at any of the open session comments. That first open session with that initial training into the IEC was not received well. And there was quite a lot of pushback and questioning and then feedback received afterwards. However, it is amazing to see the change that immediately happened from that. Working with the enforcement chief, with the program manager, they went in with that training as well and kind of prepared all of the IECs moving forward that this training was happening. And after I'd completed about 2 or 3 trainings, really all I did was pretty much show up because the training was done, the word was out, and things were changing. And I have now been able to complete and move through all of the IECs at least the one time. And I circled back to that original IEC, which was, we were able to clarify, they were very receptive of it. There was no additional negative feedback received. And the proof was really what I saw occur is there was one review since the August board meeting to now. That is it, and it was able to be supported. And so through everything that had occurred, of the EO reviews that have been in front of me so far, 28 were approved and 29 were referred back. So it's pretty equal. But now that we're seeing this kind of drop in reviews even coming forward, I believe that we've struck a really good balance. I'm going to be going in and maintaining that educational outreach into the IEC's open session. I just need to apologize up front. I don't know why that wasn't something that was in my head to begin with. I attend every single board committee meeting, every single advisory committee meeting, and every single board meeting. I don't know why it was not kind of front and center that I should also be attending these IECs in open session. I think because most of their work is done in closed session. Right. And I cannot be a part of that. So it wasn't something that was kind of on my radar that would be an avenue. So even when we were looking at the education of this, we were looking at how can we get them all together as a group. And we would have had to have a quorum established for all 9 IECs in order to hold the one training session. And we have a difficult time establishing quorum for a single IEC on a regular and consistent basis, which again, we're addressing in our sunset report tomorrow. So we knew that was not going to be a possibility. We did beg our legal counsel to reconsider multiple times, and he held steady that was not something he could bend on. We did this in a different fashion where we went into every single one. So thank you, Reza. It actually worked out better. So with that, I will continue to do that. I will be in open session, and we're going to continue just to provide feedback as we're working with Premier, as we're working with various input of what we can do to kind of provide that direct I can provide that direct liaison from the board to this committee appointed by the board to do and evaluate these intervention participants. So I think the next round of education is really kind of looking at what we can do to do some kind of recommendations that can be built upon. And so an example is people can return to work if they have like 2 negative drug screens and their clinical evaluation says that they're not a public risk, et cetera, et cetera. Once they get that, we start them off in part-time work per our uniform standards, and they have to meet certain criteria and uniform standards to move to full-time work. Well, if we can get our IECs to make the recommendation that says if those criteria are met, we're okay with them going to full-time work, then they don't need to come back in front of an IEC to get that approval to go to work. So it decreases time in front of committee and decreases any possibility of delay if we're able to do that. So the education will continue. It will just look a little different. But the review process, I am at a point where I can recommend that I step back completely. That review process is already captured in statute. It is already assigned to our program manager. Our program manager is here in the room here is Jess Breet. And there was an occurrence that occurred where I was pulled in many different directions and was not able to get back in a timely manner. She was able to review those and flip them back for review as appropriate as I would have done. I was able to sign off on that later. So that to me was pretty telltale that it was time to walk away. I am supportive of continuing to an audit so that we don't have a drift or any kind of things that kind of pop up that we're not aware of. My recommendation for this next year would be a quarterly audit. That way I can continue to do a review and report out at the board meetings if there is anything that comes up, because we do meet quarterly as a board. I felt that that would align perfectly with that, and we'd be able to provide the update. I don't think that it would have to stay quarterly, honestly, but I think just for transparency, for clarity, for reporting back so that you guys continue to feel more comfortable, I think that would be a first step.
Thank you very much, Lori, and thank you for the additional work you've taken on since August of 2024. So you said that the program director right now has the authority to review all of these.
All IEC recommendations go to the program manager, which the EO appoints. I appointed Jaspreet in that position, and they review and accept any of those items, and that is outlined in statute.
Do you think we need a motion at this point, since there is?
I would do a motion just to make me stop. Right? That's how I would do that, because what I would want, I don't want any kind of misconception that said, oh, well, she just stopped doing it on her own accord kind of thing. You guys directed me to do it in a kind of one-off kind of thing. I think it would be appropriate that you guys would then now direct me to stop and audit of some sort. Not that I couldn't do it without that, but I think it closes that way.
I think you're right. So David, did you have a motion?
I don't know the language, but yes, so moved.
So
I move that
I
you
can
stop.
read the motion that's up on the screen for you guys.
Thank you.
If we're able to advance the slide, board moderator? Or did we not do a motion?
Well, I like the way you just said direct you.
Okay, there it is. No motion.
There is a motion.
There's none.
Okay.
Go figure. So probably the motion would be to, oh, it does. Well, it's the agenda item. So just the motion to have the EO no longer do the reviews, to reassign that back to the program manager, and then to do quarterly audits for 1 year.
Go ahead. We have a motion, and I'm recognizing Dolores.
Thank you, Tricia. So I'm in the, trying to figure out the best way to phrase this. So previously, there was discussion about having the committee participants do some type of narcotic pass, or they're free to go to the job that they've been trained for, correct? Whether that involves narcotic passing or not.
So the intervention participants right now, when they progress through the program, they come in, they're off work. They have specific criteria that it has to be met for them to be able to return to work. When they return to work, it is dependent on the evaluation of everything that comes in. The IEC takes that in, meets with them, meets with the CCMs, your clinical case managers, reviews everything, the random drug screens, the clinical reports, all of that kind of stuff. And they will decide whether or not, when they go back to work, whether or not they're able to do that in a direct patient care role. If it is determined that they are in a place that is not a risk to the public, our committee will make a recommendation that they can return to direct patient care. It is not a requirement anywhere that they must work in direct patient care, but we've given them the opportunity to do so. Then after they start out as a part-time, then they get worksite monitor evals, they get negative drug screens, et cetera, then they can be advanced to full-time. In that advancement process, they can release them to direct patient care. They can release them to being able to access and or pass narcotics. What was being reported to us previously is that it was required to do direct patient care. It was required to access or pass narcotics. And that is not a requirement going forward. We have evaluated you through that process. We've listened to everything. We've watched your reports. We've seen your behavior. We think that you are at a point in your recovery that you could do direct patient care and it would not be harmful. We think that you are at a point in your recovery that you could access and pass narcotics and it would not be a patient safety risk. Taking that into consideration that there's still an IP, there is still an intervention program participant underneath our kind of oversight for 3 to 5 years, that we have the random drug screening, we have access to the various things. We can increase drug screening, we can decrease drug screening, we can require NA and AA, nurse support group meetings, any of those things, we can require that they do that and they turn in attendance to that. We can ask that they have their own personal therapists and that they attend so many meetings with them. We have the ability to monitor them in this program, that even when we're gradually stepping back and allowing them to have more autonomy as they're learning to manage their sobriety and their recovery, that it continues to protect the public while allowing them to kind of go a little further. That is the way that has been supported in evidence over the years throughout the United States with the other boards of nursing and stuff too as well, because there hasn't been any direct correlation that says you must work in order to be successful. You must work in order to demonstrate you are safe to return to work. In our business professions code right now, it states that the competence of the RN was affected or compromised by their mental health or substance use disorder, right? So it's not like we're dealing with a person that doesn't understand how to be a nurse. We're dealing with a person that has an issue with substance use or mental health that affect their competency in nursing, which is different than if you get a practice violation. A practice violation, you have some kind of a knowledge deficit, you have some sort of issue that you didn't organize that care appropriately, you hung blood on the wrong patient, you fraudulently documented that you completed a procedure that you didn't complete, something to that effect, or that you missed an assessment that caused great bodily harm. Those are knowledge-based things that we work very diligently in throughout probation, where our nursing education will look at what the occurrence would happen, assign different courses, different supervision, sometimes even having a nurse one-on-one with you the entire shift that you're there to ensure that that kind of error does not occur again. That is different when it's a mental health or substance use disorder issue. And so if you're able to manage the understanding current evidence, the understanding is if you're able to manage the substance use disorder, the mental health issue, that the competence that you previously had as an RN is restored. And so that the public risk is less if you're managing that. And so as we have all these things set into place, they're able to progress through the program, potentially successfully complete the program, knowing that we're not guaranteeing sobriety, right? That's the thing that we have to understand. When we know that the way that mental health and substance use disorder works, substance use disorder does not, the evidence is there is that that's at minimum an 8-year process, where our program is 3 to 5 years, right? So we will never have somebody that completes our program that we can affirmatively say your risk is so low because you've been 8 years sober, right? So we have to strike this balance that says, I've reviewed everything, you have the tools, you know inner circle, outer circle activities, you know what is best for you on how you work your recovery. And we, with the support services that we've required and provided you with, are comfortable allowing you to return to the practice of nursing. And because you did successfully complete, the great thing is you're able to return to our program if ever needed in the future. Opposite of that is they are removed from the program for not being able to meet the requirements, and they can be reviewed on whether they're a public risk, and they then would go into probation or another more disciplinary process.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor, basically which directs Lori to step back from this review and turn the responsibility over to the intervention program manager. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Patel.
This is
So,
Reza. Can I,
Yes,
Council?
please go ahead, Reza.
Quick clarification. So Lori had mentioned something about doing audits, and I just wanted to confirm whether that's part of the intention with this motion.
Yes, it is the intention, and I did not state that. I'm sorry. So how would you state that, Lori?
I would say quarterly audits for the first year and then return to the board.
Great. And is that okay with the motion maker? And is that a second? Okay, great. Any further questions or comments from board members? Okay, hearing none. Would the board moderator please take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give them reminders as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. So at this point, we'll take a vote on the motion. President Trujillo?
Trujillo votes yes.
Vice Chair, Patel?
Patel, yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Lawler?
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz? Board Member Cormack?
Cormac, yes.
Board Member Nair?
Nair, yes.
And Nguyen, yes. That motion passes. Thanks very much. Great. So the next item is the Enforcement Division update. There are a number of items that we're going to cover in this agenda item, and I'm going to turn it over to Shannon for leading this discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
I almost said good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Johnson. I'm the board's Enforcement Division Chief. I'll be reviewing Agenda Item 9.2, which is the Enforcement Division update. Just go through some normal things that are always here. We're still and always until the National Council of State Boards of Nursing's 5-year pilot study is completed, we will continue to report on this and obviously report the findings once it is completed. So that is still ongoing. At the May 29th, 2025 board meeting, you had voted to direct staff to investigate the feasibility of the nurse support group, which you guys talked about earlier. So that's going to be on our radar now that you've moved for us to continue with that. Also, you voted to allow the oral fluid acceptable method for random drug testing for probationers, and we are still looking into that. It may need to go out for a bid. Our contract is ending June 30th. It is not clear in our current contract that is fully covered. So therefore, right now at this point, oral fluid testing is not being conducted in probation, but we are pursuing that. And if we go out to bid, we will make sure that we have that in our RFP for that contract. We're always looking for nurses who would qualify to be an expert practice consultant. All of our information for that is on our website and the application as well, which they can electronically fill out and send to us. And we are always looking for qualified nurses for that. Complaint intake unit. We are still doing triaging of all cases. We have the complaint prioritization and referral guidelines, which are considered CPRGs. And within those, the complaint intake unit now triages cases prior to investigation referral, whether it be BRN investigations or Division of Investigations. So we're continuing to do that. We do have triage meetings with Division of Investigation and BRN Investigations as well, in discussions periodically. I shouldn't say periodically. We consistently have meetings. I think it's every other week we have meetings with them. As of September 30th, 17% of our cases have been pending at the AG's office for over a year. For probation, we're currently working on the enhancements to the BRN website, collaborating with DCA. We do have a video presentation prepared. We do have our frequently asked questions, and we are just waiting on final approval for those to be posted. And let me see, then we go into the statistics, which are your table A through table F. I do want to call out one clerical error that I, thanks to Board Member Cormack, on table F, the average days to complete for fiscal year to date are stating 291. That is an error. It is 664. The percentages under 540 days and over 540 days are correct, though. So I do want to point that out. Are there any questions on 9.2?
Thank you. Very comprehensive report. Thank you. Any questions or comments? So I have just a couple of comments. Well, they're questions. So the testing, the oral fluid testing, that is our vault contract.
Correct.
And it is not covered under the existing contract, but the new contract will be renewed or sent out to bid in June.
So I think we should give some background on that first, is we have there are three contracts involved with Vault.
Okay.
We have a contract involved with Vault that is held by Premier for our intervention participants. That one does have oral fluid testing. That is outside of us, and we do not get involved in that contract. We have another contract with Vault for investigations, and then we have a contract with Vault for probation.
Okay.
The contract with Vault does not need to have that updated and added, is my understanding. But with probation, there is language in the current contract that talks about saliva and oral fluid testing. There's not an itemization on that. So I know that Tim was working with Vault to see if they'd be willing to move forward without having a specific call out with an itemization. I don't know if we've heard anything back on that yet. If we do not hear anything back, we have met with legal. We will go forward for a update to the contract for next year that may have a financial implication to it. If there's a financial implication and it exceeds a certain percentage, we are not able to renew the contract. We would have to go out for bid, which could potentially mean that it would go out to a provider that would not be Vault in order to do that. But we won't know that until we get to that part of the contracting phase. In the meantime, until that is worked out, pending hearing back from Vault, whether or not they're able to move forward with it under the current contract, because the language is there, not the itemization, we are in limbo.
Okay.
We are planning that as soon as we hear back from him, if it's favorable, to implement it immediately. If we do not hear back from him, which is kind of what we think that we're living in, we will have to wait for the new contract.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And then on the expert practice consultant. So of course we read the cases and we know that you do enlist expert practice consultants from time to time. Do you try to refresh that pool? Is that what this paragraph is about, continuing to recruit?
Well, we're always recruiting. We do have certain areas, and I believe I have that stated.
Yes,
here.
the
There are
list is
a couple
here.
areas that we're in more of a need, and that's long-term care, skilled nursing, the SNFs, dialysis, corrections, hospice, advice nurse, urgent care. So those are some of the specialties that we're in more of need, but of course across the board. And our contracts are for 3 years or $50,000, whichever comes first. Once that contract's up, then we renew, find out if the nurse wants to renew with us, and we renew that contract. So it's a continual basis. We keep those experts we have unless they choose to no longer review cases for us. And then we recruit new ones consistently.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Any questions or comments from board members?
I did want to bring up one thing, and I almost forgot, and Nicole reminded me, so thank you. At the, I believe it was at the committee meeting, there was some question about, why there was some fluctuation in numbers, complaints coming in, there were some rises, and, you said, it's not a hurry to get the numbers, but maybe if you could look into it. So I had a couple of the managers in Complain and Take, and I just want to thank them for doing the work that they did. But they did come up with some items that I thought was really interesting. I just wanted to point out that in June fiscal year 23-24, we did have a spike due to social media. That was 1,450 cases just on that one social media issue. We did start doing the school complaints. So now we're logging and tracking all of those in Breeze. And those have increased, tripled actually at one point, up to 158 last fiscal year. And let me see some other things that were interesting. Anonymous complaints rose over 300 from 23-24 to fiscal year 24-25. And the redundant closures, meaning the complaints that we got more than once. So someone will file sometimes numerous complaints, and it's the same complaint. They just want to make sure we got it. So we close as being redundant cases, and there was about 300, 400 more than what we normally have. And the referred to investigations. So, and one of the big things with Nicole coming up next and talking about her investigations and sharing the numbers with you is the referrals to BRN investigations was in 945 back in 23-24, and then jumped to almost 1,300 the very next fiscal year. And it's showing, if you look at the numbers of the fiscal year to date that I shared in my tables, it looks like we're forecasting to maybe increase slightly from last fiscal year as well in almost every column.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share those with you. Quarry cases have also increased. Quarry cases, meaning it's all the criminal, the rap sheets that come in for us. So those increased about 150 from the previous fiscal year.
Thank you. That is helpful to have that kind of information. Do you treat anonymous complaints any differently than you treat, any complaint coming in?
No, as long as we have enough information within that complaint, RN name, number, place, time, any possible witnesses, things like that, that we can move forward and pursue, then we will treat it just like we do every other complaint. What happens is we hit a brick wall sometimes when we get a case where it's anonymous. We don't have a time or date. It's kind of just a general allegation, and so we don't really have anything to go on. Those are the difficult ones.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from board members on this addendum? Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Thanks for that additional information. So at this point, this is an information where it was possible action, but we took the action on the nurse support group.
Yes, you
Right.
did that
Thank
earlier
you very
today.
much.
Yes.
So at this point, would the board moderator please take us out to public comment?
We will be opening, we will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Wynn, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments in BRNHQ?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. I will close this window.
Great. Yes, please. Thanks very much. Thank you, Shannon. Okay, so we're going to move to Investigations Division update. This is agenda item number 9.3, and Nicole Bowles will be presenting this item. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Bowles. I'm the Deputy Chief of Investigations at the Board of Registered Nursing, and I will be reporting on agenda item 9.3, the Investigations Division update. I was sharing with Shannon earlier that I need a new glasses prescription. So if you see me squinting at it, it's because I'm trying to see the joys of getting older, right? So here we go. General information, we continue to work with the Organizational Improvement Office to assess and map our workflows, timeframes, and procedures to streamline and improve our internal processes. This is a standing item that I report on every time at the board meeting. And just to give you some numbers, we have mapped out 20 of our processes and investigations out of 32. So we're getting closer to the end. These mapping sessions are very lengthy. They're 3 hours each session. Each process needs between 3 to 5 sessions each. They include 2 to 3 special investigators from each region that are subject matter experts in the type of investigation that we're mapping, as well as a supervisor, just to ensure that we have some consistency across the board as we're mapping. I review all of these maps at the end for approval, and I'm working currently right now with the analyst in the Office of Organizational Improvement to ensure we have some consistency in areas where the investigation is similar in our process. The Department of Consumer Affairs, consisting of 36 boards and bureaus that regulate over 3.4 million licensees in more than 250 various professions and occupations, is working to align as many processes as possible. This is something that Lori had talked about in her EO report earlier today. So in support of that initiative, the BRN initiated the collaborative effort with the Medical Board of California for assessing, mapping, and sharing workflows. The partnership aims to promote alignment, enhance efficiency, and support the identification and sharing of best practices across both organizations. On June 10th, 2025, Investigations launched the Enhanced Triage and Preliminary Case Work Pilot. The board worked closely with the Department of Consumer Affairs to develop the pilot, in which the Associate Governmental Program Analyst, or AGPA, is assigned more than 30 investigations at a time to perform preliminary casework and enhanced triage prior to formal assignment to a special investigator. So some of that enhanced triage work is identifying RNs. We have cases that sometimes come in as DOE nurses. The complainant doesn't know who they're trying to file the complaint against. So our AGPA will do some of that research to try and contact the complainant, gather some additional information, contact a facility to see if we can move forward with the investigation, because sometimes we'll hit a wall with those cases as well. The AGPA will attempt to request some additional information from our complainant or any witnesses that might have been listed, or to obtain any legal documents or court documents that might be associated with the case. The feedback that I've received is that it's been helpful. The AGPA organizes the steps that were taken in chronology, so that our investigators know when they get the case what was done and then where they need to take off from there. So the pilot was originally scheduled to conclude on October 8th, 2025. It was extended by an additional 120 days to allow for continued collection and analysis of data. This extension ensures that future decisions are evidence-based and supported by measurable outcomes. As of October 3rd, 2025, the full-time special investigators have an average of 29 active cases. And due to the high caseloads, the supervising special investigators and I continue to actively work cases. We're still continuing to identify and explore multiple options to address our high caseloads. So right now, currently, we have 21 full-time permanent special investigator positions. We're also utilizing temporary help. So we have 2 limited-term special investigators and 1 retired annuitant special investigator. We did have we do currently have 1 special investigator on an extended leave who is returning in December. So we're very excited about that. Let me see here. On page 23, we have table A, and this is just our data for the BRN cases referred, cases pending, and cases completed from fiscal year 2021 to 10/1/2025, and it also displays DFI's cases referred, pending, and completed as well. Something I wanted to touch on to go back to the efforts that investigations is the what we're trying to do to address the backlog of cases that we have right now. In our collaboration with the Medical Board of California, we have identified a process that they use for a medical consultant at the beginning stage of an investigation to review a case for the scope of practice, essentially. So that process has been interesting to the BRN, and we're learning as we're going through the mapping process with them about how they leverage a medical consultant in the beginning of the complaint and the investigation to opine whether or not something is within the scope of practice. So we're hoping to pilot that here at BRN and see if that helps with investigations caseload at the forefront before something is even assigned to a special investigator, because we have found that we do have complaints where a complainant might not be well versed in the administration of healthcare and the role of the nurse in healthcare. So when we identify cases like that, we're bringing it to our enforcement nursing education consultant to take a look at, to just basically say whether or not something is within the scope of practice or not, to see if that can help guide us in our investigation.
That's great to know. I think that could be a really useful tool, and we'll look forward to hearing your report back at some point in the next year. Thank you for that report. Are there any questions or comments from board members? It is sad that you keep reporting the same the same kind of overworked investigators and how high your caseload is, and that management is taking on additional cases, and I hope that's going to turn around at some point.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And just a nod to the investigators that are doing this work. These cases are not easy. Healthcare cases are not easy with the types of complaints that we see. These folks are permanently impacted by their experience with a registered nurse. So it is exhausting. They are hard. But something that we've done here at the board is I became a wellness coordinator for the BRN. So I have access to resources that I'm sharing with the staff and then with upper management as well, to then share with their staff of webinars that we have that are available to us through CalHR and trainings, resources, EAP information, which is the Employee Assistance Program, which offers counseling to state employees. So we're looking at additional resources just to help with the burnout and the fatigue of just the high caseload and what these types of cases that we work.
Thank you for doing that, Nicole. That's nice. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Pell.
Just a comment to say that thank you for putting a human aspect on that, because, oftentimes we're just seen as being very punitive and, we're just coming down on people, but it's just as hard emotionally and draining for people that are doing the investigative process. And thank you for making us aware of that and to be sensitive to that too.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go to the board moderator. Would you please take us to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you have 2 minutes to make your comments. I want to give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments in BRN HQ?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and close this public comment. And this was information only. So we're ready to move to item 9.4, which is the last item in EIIC. And Shannon, are you going to be discussing this item? And this is, again, information only.
It's back to me. Again, Shannon Johnson, the board's enforcement division chief, and this is the intervention program update. And as you've heard all day today, we are still attending all of the IEC meetings. It's either the program manager in there, myself, And we are, watching those meetings, ensuring that all the laws are being followed, that everything that Lori has expressed in her trainings and open session, that's being carried through closed session as well. The agenda item also lists all of the IECs that Lori has been to, and it's missing one, which was last week. She did attend IEC 3, which was the very first one, a second time last week. Also at the February 28th, 29th meeting, it doesn't seem that long ago, but boy, it's a year and a half ago. You guys had approved us to go ahead and start drafting regulatory language. And I just want to reiterate, and I know I've said this several times through the committee and board meetings, we are still going to be working on that. It's on our radar. We know it's needed, and we've already identified areas, but with the transition with the new vendor, it's just got pushed out a little bit. And we're still working with Premier Health Group, which is the new vendor. So, we're in our 11th month. And we're hoping to have, you had asked at the committee meeting, what were some challenges? I had mentioned the portal that we don't have. And we were told yesterday that we think that they may be able to go ahead and start pushing that out to respondents or to participants in about a month or so. So we're hoping that by the first of the year, we start getting a portal out to the stakeholders. So it makes it easier for the participants, for the IEC members, et cetera, to obtain access to all of the information needed when making those very important decisions for participants. I just want to touch historically. Well, let me first say, you guys gave us approval to open up to 4 IECs previously. After discussing it, Jaspreet, the program manager, myself, and with our executive staff, that would entail us to obviously recruit. We have 5 members per IEC. So that would be a big recruitment effort. And now that we have a subcommittee doing interviews, and then getting them trained and onboarded. So we want to intermingle them with some maybe seasoned IEC members as well. So we took a step back and we're looking at maybe a different approach going into 2026. And we thought, what if we just add some additional meetings to our current IECs and see how that works out? It'll allow an IEC to be coming together every other month as opposed to once a quarter, allowing less time if there is some non-compliance issues where someone needs to be seen, if there is a return to work issue that's more emergent. And I think that it's going to accommodate the participants to be seen on a more frequent basis. So we're going to try this out and see how this works. If not, we still have the option of opening up those IECs and recruiting for those. But in the meantime, this is what we're going to be doing. We have presented each of the IECs with their proposed schedules for 2026. And it's, of course, there's a couple that don't understand why the 6 meetings versus the 4 per year, but overwhelmingly has been accepted by the IEC members. So that's a good thing.
Can I interrupt you for just a moment, Shannon? So is it typical that the same 5 would always meet together as the same 5? And so you're going to shake it up a little bit?
No.
By bringing in some of the inexperienced
No,
members?
if we open up IECs, what we would have to do, because when we appoint them, in which I'm coming up to in the appointments, when you appoint as a board, you're appointing to a specific IEC.
Okay.
In the past, there was a practice that they would do substitutes within IECs. So for instance, if we didn't have quorum, they would ask other IEC members if they want to come from their IEC to sit in on a different IEC. Well, legally, they really can't. They've been appointed to a specific IEC. So if we did open up other IECs, additional IECs, and we recruited, we would possibly look at having you reappoint from one IEC to another IEC to kind of get a good mixture. But we're not there right now. We're going to try out the additional meetings and see how we go from there. Yeah. So with that being said, we do have, and if you guys remember, you appointed a subcommittee of the 2 committee members, which is our committee chair, Tricia Wynn, and Neelu Patel. And so they conducted interviews and they came up with 2 recommended appointees. The first is Dr. Alan Schneider, who's a medical doctor. He would be a physician member in IEC 12. And if appointed, the term would expire November 30, 2029. And then there is Dr. Gwen Rudolph. That would be a nurse member, and that would be appointment to IEC 7, and the same term expiration of, November 30th, 2029. And so according to Business and Professions Code 2770.2, this board would need to make that appointment. So I'm just asking for a motion to accept these two appointees.
Great, thank you very much. Is there any conversation or questions on this item? Go ahead.
Just one comment, just to provide some additional clarification. You guys had approved us to reestablish up to 5 new, bringing it back to from 9 to our previous 14, but we had previously shuttered. I don't want the public to think that we, that by not reopening those 5, that we're not making a concerted effort to get more interactions with the committees. By adding 1 committee date to each one of the committees, we have increased 9 meetings. The previous schedule with the IECs is they met 4 times a year. So it really is like reopening or opening up back up more than 2. So I want people to understand that it's not like we're trying to do something that's not answering it. It's that we're doing it in a way that they have better support, more continuity. We don't have a lot of new people to kind of come in and bring in and train that may not have the same kind of understanding of what's going on. And so this, it's a really great compromise, I believe, to do it this way. So just putting that out there as a numbers person to be like, we are still addressing it. The other thing that we're doing is with that education is, can we do training to the IECs to get them to make recommendations that are future focused. So if the example is to go from when you return to work at part-time, if you meet certain criteria that's laid out very specifically in uniform standards, you can move to full-time. And so if the IEC makes the recommendation that says this participant can go to full-time work if after working part-time they've met these requirements, then they don't have to come back in front of IEC to get that. So I think we're kind of managing that need of getting them in front of IEC more frequently by adjusting some of our processes and extending asking the committees to add 1 additional meeting per committee.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from board members?
Just for the board, just to give a little bit additional information regarding the motion on the floor now that Dr. Schneider and Ms. Gwen Rudolph, when we interviewed them, they just interviewed really well. They have extensive experience, and I thought that would be a great addition to the IEC.
Was that a motion?
That is a motion.
I will second.
Go ahead.
Lawler.
Okay, and Lawler seconds. Thank you very much.
So I just want to make sure that the motion was to appoint Dr. Alan Schneider to IEC 12 with the term expiration of 11/30/2029, and Dr. Gwen Rudolph, a nurse member, to IEC 7 with the term expiration of 11/30/2029.
That's what I heard.
I'm sure.
We always keep us on track. I appreciate that.
So moved was
Ms. Patel?
Nilu, and then you seconded, David. Got it.
Right.
Just for our meeting minute takers.
Great.
Thank you.
Would the board moderator please take us out to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Chair Trujillo,
Trujillo votes yes.
Vice Chair Patel,
Patel, yes.
Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Lawler,
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz,
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Cormac,
Cormac, yes.
Board Member Nair,
Nair, yes.
Nguyen, yes. So that motion passes. Great. So that is the end of the EIC report out.
So I'm going to jump in just for some housekeeping. We are at the end of open session. We will be we'll be recessing into closed session. Closed session will take place if our board members are able to complete the items that they have in front of them for closed session. They will do that today, and then we will restart tomorrow at 9 a.m. and go into open session, establish quorum, and move into the sunset report review. If any items in closed session are not completed today, we will open at 9 a.m. and go back into closed session so that those items can be completed, and we will give ample opportunity, putting it up on the PowerPoint, getting any information out there, letting people know when we plan to return to open session so that we can start the sunset review. But we do, our board is hoping to complete closed session items today and not have to open and go into closed session tomorrow. So just want to give everybody a heads up on the process. But open session is completed today. We'll be closing down the webcast and any of our streaming, go into closed session. And so we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9, hopefully opening into open session to discuss our sunset report. Or recess.
At this moment, we will recess into closed session. This is item 10.0. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Board of Registered Nursing Board meeting. It is November 20th, 2025, and we will take roll call to establish our quorum for today's meeting. My name is Dolores Trujillo. I was appointed by Governor Newsom to the Direct Care Provider role, and I am the current president of the board. Vice President Neelu Patel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neelu Patel. I'm the vice president of the board, and I was appointed by Governor Newsom in the advanced practice role.
Thank you, Neelu. Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Good morning, Jovita Dominguez. I was appointed by the governor, and I in the nurse practice role, nurse educator member.
Thank you, Jovita. Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Tricia Nguyen. I was appointed by Governor Newsom in one of the public member roles.
Thank you, Tricia. Board Member David Lawler.
Good morning, David Lawler. I was appointed by Governor Newsom in a public member role.
Thank you. Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Vicki Granowitz, a public member appointed by the President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vicki. Board Member Allison Cormac.
Good morning. My name is Allison Cormac. I serve as a member of the public appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
Thank you. And Board Member Katie Nair.
Good morning, Katie Nair, appointed by Governor Newsom as the nursing administrator member.
All right, thank you. Our quorum has been established for today's meeting. We can move on in the agenda to item 2.0. Yes. Introducing our executive officer, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. I'm Loretta Melby, or Lori. I'm the board's executive officer appointed by the board.
Thank you. And our board counsel, Reza Pejiesh.
Good morning. This is Reza, board legal counsel.
Thank you, Reza. Okay, moving on in the agenda to item 2.0. This is a general instructions for the format of a teleconference call. BRN moderator.
Good morning. This is the BRN moderator. I will be moderating the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature, now known as Slido. When the board reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on, and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. I will then call on the individual and unmute their microphone. The individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I will not give a warning as your time approaches. I will mute your microphone and will announce that your time has exceeded the time allotted. I will then proceed to the next member of the public who has a comment. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. When your turn comes, you will be prompted to unmute. If your question can be answered, the board will respond accordingly. When making your comment, speak about anything you believe is important for the members to know. Remember, board members cannot address any item not on the agenda, items not on the agenda at that moment, items that you would like to add to a future meeting, or items that will be discussed later on the agenda will be discussed at their correct times during the meeting. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when board members or BRN staff are not speaking, I would like to remind them to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will mute your microphone automatically.
BRN moderator, will you please open us up to public comment?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, I would like to make a comment. Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I would like to give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment.
And this is Reza. Just to be clear, I think we're taking public comment for any items not on the agenda or suggestions for future agenda items before we move into the substantive agenda items coming up on legislation and the sunset report.
Board President Trujillo, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
No, it doesn't appear that we have any requests for comment here.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, moving on into the agenda. We're at item 4.0. This is the report on legislation. I am the chair of this committee, and that report will be given by Marissa.
Nope.
Sorry. That report will be given by Loretta Melby.
Thank you. I do have Marissa, our chief of ledge, and Macaulay, the chief of licensing, at the table here in case I need to call in a lifeline. So the way that we're going to kind of structure this review today is we're going to go over some of the specific edits that were submitted by board members in advance. Once that's complete, we will go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back and go over kind of just the substantive kind of items within the sunset and then have public comment. So the, two public comments. So I want to do public comment on the edits, then we'll break, and then we'll go over the substantive review, and then we'll do a comment on the substantive content, sorry. I'm here today, I promise. Okay, so after meeting with each one of our board members, the Jovita, Nailu, and Vicky submitted their responses and any of their edits ahead of time to the nurse practice committee. We incorporated those edits. We did update the report, put that on the web so that it was there and available for anybody to review in advance. And then additionally, I did receive some other feedback. So what we'll do at this point is we will walk through that. I do have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to pull that up and share that. Yeah. Is it early on? Okay. So when we get close to that number, just let me know. Yep. Okay. So the first page, and let me put it in slideshow. Sorry, that'll just be better for everybody here. The first page we're going to address is page 12. And so on page 12 of the report, our board member Lawler said that we should, I believe is, no, sorry. I'm not going to call out who said the stuff. I apologize for that. So when we were discussing this, it did talk about what we did for the licensing and education programs. And then, but we didn't really say why that was something that was to be expanded on. And so adding, again, the blue underline is added. And so we did add in language that says, additionally, the board achieved several significant accomplishments through its educational oversight efforts, including, and then we did the black that was already there, says removing nursing program fees for curriculum changes and continuing approval reviews. But then we did also add in what we did with those accomplishments. That falls in line with the accomplishments for education and licensing. Previously, we'd focused mostly on licensing and less on education, so we just wrapped that up. Showing that we did add 10 new pre-licensure nursing programs across California. We authorized 6 new campus locations to already our currently approved programs. And then with the 63 enrollment increases that did occur across 56 nursing programs, and that did expand our nursing students and ability to access nursing programs by 5,725 new placements, which is about a 24% growth in the sunset period. This was mentioned later in the report, but we brought it up to the executive summary because it was seen that this should be something that was highlighted. Again, another one to the executive summary edit on page 13. It had the word expansion of the intervention program. That is not an accurate reflection of how the intervention program is right now. So we did change that word to realignment. Additionally, on page 14 of the executive summary, this was content that was later on in the report, and we just brought that back up into the executive summary to highlight. And so the blue text at the bottom of this paragraph is an addition. And so it says, additionally, overall satisfaction with the BRN rose from 51% in 2022 to 70% in 2024, while dissatisfaction decreased from 33% to 19%. I know that people are familiar with our Google rating. We went from a 0.5 star to a 1.5 star. That doesn't accurately reflect, I think, what is going on with our board. So in addition to that, we do an annual customer service reach out for a survey. That way we capture people that are also happy with what's going on at the BRN and not people that are upset. Because we do know when you look at the way that rating system is, you know that more than likely people go in and update Google when they're unhappy. So you don't get an accurate reflection of the changes. So we're not perfect by any means. We still have a lot to do and a lot to improve, but it is really important to highlight that we went from 51% satisfaction to 70%, and our dissatisfaction went from 33 to 19. So we're moving in the right direction. Then on page 21, yes.
Before we go into page 21, page 20, I noticed that we had missed one of the CRNA schools. There's currently 6 CRNA programs with UC Davis that just opened. So you can just reflect that change.
Do you know when they just opened?
No, in June.
June of, okay.
Thank you.
So then Macaulay, not only will we have to add that to report, we'll have to update our website to report that as well. What was that? Okay. Okay, and then moving on to page 21, there's the last paragraph before question 1.2. There was a a calculation on recidivism rate that once that calculation was reviewed, it didn't accurately reflect what recidivism rates with the total program. It was looking at of the 33 RNs enrolled, that 6 of them, and so that doesn't accurately reflect recidivism rates. So we did go ahead and line that out. And then clarified it where it said 33 RNs enrolled in the program and 6 were previous participants who had successfully completed in the past and have returned. And so that's a more accurate reflection of what is occurring within the intervention program. And then on page 25 in the table, they had a few board members listed with an L next to them saying that they were on LEDGE committee, and that was incorrect. So we did change that to a D, so it did reflect the EIIC committee. And so that was updated. Moving on to page 28. The board member felt that it was very important to highlight one of the additional changes that was just successfully completed yesterday, where the board now requires that all IEC applicants be interviewed by the assigned board subcommittee as part of the selection process. And yesterday we had our first appointments from that committee interview process. And so that is completed. We have added it to reflect that. Okay, page 32. On page 32, it was noticed that we had put in a California approved program where we use this portal for our deans and directors to directly sign in and submit that the students that have identified them as their school have completed their education requirements. A little history on that is we used to have to print out every single transcript, stamp it, and overnight it to our board from every single one of our schools for every single graduation time period. It was a huge grad season. We used to shift and move employees around to pick up that load. It was an insane amount of load. And there was no way with the staff numbers that we had and the time that it took to do that, that we were able to even keep current. So we were constantly falling behind. And so the reason that we implemented that is our NECs approve every curriculum for every single pre-licensure school. So if there's a graduate from it, we know they meet the requirements. We no longer have to get a transcript. What we do still need to know from the program director is that they've completed it. So the program director goes in and completes it. That automatically issues the authorization to test to Pearson VUE. There is 0 wait time. And so we wanted to kind of highlight why that is a big deal. And so the additional text added to that paragraph says, its implementation resulted in significantly faster processing times, allowing graduates to move through the licensure process more quickly and with fewer delays. Automation features reduced staff workload by eliminating manual data entry and minimizing administrative errors, leading to more reliable and consistent outcomes. Nursing programs and students have provided positive feedback, noting that the portal's transparency, intuitive design, and overall ease of use. By streamlining communication, improving data accuracy, and enhancing accessibility, the California Nursing Program Graduate Portal has strengthened the board's operational effectiveness and elevated the overall applicant experience. We've been told in unsolicited comments when we interact with our board members that they believe that this is hands down the best improvement that we've ever done here at the board. And that's exciting to me. We used to have our students waiting greater than 3 months to get an authorization to test. It delayed new grad programs, it delayed hiring, and it negatively affected their ability to pass NCLEX because the stats said you have to test your NCLEX within the first 3 months in order to get a better pass rate. And we weren't even approving them to test within 3 months. So this is a huge, huge accomplishment. On page 112 in the first paragraph, the BRN response and action for 9.4 talks about the BRN executive officer as an RN. So there was thought that there maybe needed one more line to kind of wrap it up. And so the line that was added there says the EO, as a licensee, also has firsthand experience with the full range of operational requirements, including navigating Breeze, submitting payments, and completing CEs. These activities are critical to effective licensure management and play a vital role in supporting the board's broader regulatory responsibilities. On page 114, in the third paragraph for issue 10.8, we wanted to highlight and expand a little bit more on that. And so with assisting program-related costs, we were able to add the language, by offsetting program-related costs, the stipend would. And this is really one of the things that we're looking at and highlighting for our intervention participants. And so what we're hoping that does is support sustained participation in the required recovery activities, promote equity by ensuring that individuals with less financial resources are not disadvantaged, allow participants to focus on recovery rather than the stress of meeting financial obligations, and improve outcomes to help participants return to safe and effective practice.
Lori, can I pause you for a sec?
Yes.
Your page numbers,
They're not correct.
well, I'm following along on the materials that are posted on the website, which are not tracking with your page numbers, unless I'm doing something wrong, which is possible. I realize you're
That
going.
probably happened because we
slides
were
on the
editing the
WebEx.
document, and the document then changed the page numbers as we were editing the document.
Right, so if you had the document in like a track changes form with the changes showing, that kind of a thing, the page numbers would condense. So,
Printed, so this one is 140. So this one we're on is 140, page 140.
Okay.
And if you want to go back to the one before.
On 112.
112 was, hang on a second. 112 was actually 110, because it's 9.4.
So that's what's happening, yes. So as we're adding the new text to the document, it increased the page numbers, which then threw us off. So we do.
So 112 is 110, and then if I can track for you as we go forward if people are looking at an old version.
I appreciate that.
Sure. Okay, so you were on 143, which is 140 for anyone who's looking at the older version.
No problem. And I've got that now on my screen as well. So we should be able to make that work. Okay, so 10.8 is on page 140. And it's
sorry, just to be clear, so what Lori has been reading off was on the slides on our WebEx.
Yep.
Right, so the substantive, content, none of that's really changed. It's just the page number. And so, so going forwards, I don't know if we
I'll match it
want
up,
to refer to the section number or issue number or something, or just find the correct page. Thanks.
I would do both of that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So on the bottom of page 140, sorry, the slide does say 143. It is under the paragraph that currently reads, the board believes that assisting the program-related costs will remove barriers to involvement and allow participants to better focus on their recovery and return to safe practice. We elaborated on that. That's the paragraph right above the recommended action section on page 140, and we are suggesting to add the blue text. I've covered that blue text, so I'm not going to read it again. I will move to the next slide, and we will correct that as we go through. So issue 10.11 starts on page 142, and it says issue 10.11, discipline for driving under the influence. That first, the paragraph there under recommended action, it says currently, the board recommends amending Business Professions Code 2762 to specify that unprofessional conduct includes, more than one misdemeanor or any felony involving the use, consumption, or self-administration of any controlled substances or alcoholic beverages or any combination thereof. This revision would bring the statute into closer alignment with principles of fairness and public safety by ensuring that disciplinary actions are directed towards serious or repeated offenses that may pose a risk to safe nursing practice. We did then add the section that says, additionally, this change reflects restorative justice principles by focusing accountability on conduct that demonstrates a pattern of risk while minimizing consequences on professional licensure for isolated incidents, therefore supporting rehabilitation proportionally and the opportunity for individuals to return to safe practice. Additionally, there was one clarifying question that was asked to me by a board member that said, are we looking at one incident that may have 3 or 4 misdemeanors attached to the singular incident, or are we looking at individual incidents? And so that is something that's open to discussion for you guys and what you feel comfortable with. We do have in the statement above, when we're kind of talking about it, is DUIs, and we talk about kind of mitigating factors. So that is something that we could take into consideration if you guys wanted to amend something and make that more clear. But we did utilize the language on this section that was directly in line with what the medical board does. So it's not kind of pulling it out and making up something that we kind of put in there. We did have a reference model. We did pull it from the med board with that language. So I don't know if it's necessary to clarify whether it's individual incidences or whether or not it's an incident that has, 4 or 5 misdemeanors attached to it. Is there any comments or thoughts from the board on this one? Or leave it as is? I did only receive that comment from one person, just for clarification, so I just want to make sure that was addressed.
I think if we leave it as is, it gives us some flexibility.
Okay.
Moving forward. I mean, certainly one case with, a super high BAC, kids in the car, hurting other people. I mean, those kinds of cases, even if it's a first offense, we might treat differently than, maybe a more straightforward, just driving under the influence.
And that was probably the reason that med board left it with the language that it has too. So that would make sense. Okay, moving on to not the motion, sorry. So at this point, these are the edits that were brought forward. Pretty straightforward for a about 160-page document to only have these minor edits. Nilu, what was the page number that we needed to update? We had a listing of CRNA schools.
Yes,
So not
page
only was the
77.
number incorrect, but that name needs to be added to the listing of the CRNA schools.
Right, so on page 77, there's that second box, that second table under CRNA programs, and there's actually 5 private schools and 1 public school for a total of 6 total advanced practice programs for CRNAs in the state of California. And that was UC Davis being the newest addition in June of 2025.
So we'll capture that edit. I want to make sure before we take a quick break that we answer any questions. Yes, Katie.
Just one clarifying question. As of yesterday, I was appointed to the Standing Committee for Enforcement.
Yes.
Should that be added?
It will be. So there is some red text throughout the document where it says this will be updated after this board meeting. And so those are the times where we will be adding that. So we add updating enrollment numbers on the schools because we did approve Santa Monica. We appointed you to a committee, so we will be updating the committee listing and such as well. So there are some things that we had to wait for this board meeting to wrap up to be able to add. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, so at this moment, I would like to go out to public comment on the edits that were suggested here and receive any public comment feedback on the edits before we go and take a brief break so that we can update all these. Board moderator, can you take us out to public comment, please?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
Yeah, June.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Excuse me. Sorry, please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment."
Just for clarification, I know, Lori, you had said that we're going to do 2 public comment sections. one now and one after. We've kind of gone through the entire substance of the report. So for now, are we asking the public to focus comment on the changes that were just discussed?
Yes.
And there will be an opportunity later for more broad, general public comment about anything having to do with the report.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bobby Dalton G. Roy would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I apologize. I'd like to make a comment on other parts of the report, not on the edits.
Thank you, Bobby. We'll open that up after we come back from break and kind of go over that part. Thank you.
Board EO Medley, there are no other requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
We do.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Rowe. I am a CRNA here in California, and I'm the practice director for the California Association of Nurse Anesthesiology. Regarding issue 9.9, the licensing time and responsiveness, CANA often fields inquiries about endorsement, licensing, and permits for CRNAs who are entering to work in the state. In the last few years, so in relation to the Sunset summary, we appreciate the work that's been done by the licensing division led by Macaulay Freshens, and appreciate the increased speed of the process as hospitals and facilities and patients are waiting for the CRNAs to start working at places so that they can get their care. So thank you to the licensing division for your continuous improvement practices that are so critical to our members and to the patients who are waiting for their care.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any more?
Not here in Sacramento, no.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will take a 15-minute break. We'll allow our board staff to make these edits, finalize them, and then we'll come back and go over the substance of the report. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are back from our brief break, and we will take roll call again to establish our quorum. Dolores Trujillo present, Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler present.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz present.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac present.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair present.
Thank you. Our quorum has been reestablished, and we will move on in the agenda.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and screen share again. We'll go into the next PowerPoint. Okay, it is up. Perfect. Okay, so this here, we're just going to take a moment to briefly highlight some of the sections within our Sunset report. It does not go in order, so I'm not going to match it up with page numbers, but we'll kind of go over the overall theme. One of the things we wanted to do is just kind of really cover what our accomplishments are and what are we continuing to work on. So we'll start off with nursing education and just kind of cover what we've accomplished. So during this last Sunset period, the board has approved 10 new pre-licensure programs. That is 6 new campus locations, and it had 63 enrollment increases. This is growing the state's nursing pipeline by 5,725 additional students. And that is a count on an annual basis, right? So it's 5,725 annually that were added in. And so that's something really big to kind of highlight. I know in the past, there's been some comments where we've received at the BRN saying the BRN was a block, that we were not supporting the pipeline and that we were not allowing for program growth when program growth was needed. I would like to share with you that meeting with upper execs at DCA, they actually thanked me last week saying that our board is really doing an amazing job and that we have not asked for any kind of a moratorium or tried to put any kind of moratorium through, and that they were appreciative of the work that we were doing by continuing to allow program growth, but doing it in a strategic manner. Additionally, after we had the California State audit for the pre-licensure program, one of the recommendations was to share out data. And so the board did launch a website with statewide pre-licensure program enrollment data, providing unprecedented transparency to the public and academic stakeholders. We do have a section on our website that goes into like a Tableau, and it has the UCSF report that goes in there. This was additional to that. The UCSF data is what is reported directly from our deans and directors at our academic institutions. It does not reflect the board actions that are taken. So when I came into this role in 2020, there was a lot of really upset and angry stakeholders, really saying that the board is denying enrollments. And so I went back and pulled data from 2018 forward and went through every single board meeting that we had to say these were the schools that were brought forward, and these were the ones that were denied or deferred, and these were the ones that were approved. And what we noticed is that 2018 forward, the board had never denied a single enrollment increase that had been brought forward to them. And so with stats and data, we were able to update that narrative, change that, and really get our information out and really show the work that our board is doing. And so to highlight that our board is continuing to do this, I'm not sure what happened to our screen. Okay. It was still up on my end, so I apologize to any technological difficulties that we might be having, but it is up and working again. And so with that, we have really we broke it down by region. We show growth by region. We show growth by school, by campus level as well, and whether it's associate degree, bachelor's degree, entry-level master's, et cetera. So I really believe that information that's out there now is much more accurate, and I can't wait till we get the clinical facility data out there and be able to pull reports on that. It's only going to get better. Additionally, the board streamlined its faculty approval process, supporting faculty mobility and reducing administrative burden on nursing programs. I don't know off the top of my head, and Marissa might, the last time the board had asked for any legislation that was brought forth and authored by them. So this was something that we did as pretty unprecedented, where we went and said, we need an author and we need to change the law. Previously, the way that faculty were approved is anytime a person wanted to teach, they had to get approved by the school that was hiring them. Not you get approved once and you're able to teach throughout the state. It was on an individual school basis. So an example is I would have been hired at Southwestern College. I would have been approved by them. If I went to National University, I would need to get approved by them. If I taught at Grossmont College, I would need to get approved by them. My initial approval at Southwestern did not carry me through. The other issue that was problematic with that is if the school sent out a recruitment notice and had 5 applicants and they chose one, only one faculty member got the approval. The other 4 people interested never got a faculty approval, and other schools would not be aware that they would be able to have the ability to teach in our schools. So this was something that we spearheaded, we pushed it through, and we got that successfully passed. The next step with that is to get the data out. And so we will start to pull reports and we will start to get that data out. It's fantastic. So now anybody that's interested in becoming a California RN faculty member is able to apply directly through their Breeze account. They will get reviewed and approved, and that will go on to their RN license as a modifier right now. And so it will say Loretta Melby RN, and it'll say that I'm approved to be an instructor in Med-Surg. And that way, that information is always there. It's able to be documented, followed, and tracked. So there are updates coming still. So it's not a perfect process, but it's a process that is going in the right direction. And so that was a fantastic accomplishment. The cry from the schools is there is a faculty crisis. And they're not wrong. There is a faculty crisis. Through this, we hope to be able to have that pathway in a lot easier and then to be able to pull data. Ultimately, what we would like to do is have a school go in and access a faculty data bank that says, I'm looking for med-surg instructors. They will pull a list of med-surg instructors. We potentially can get approval to have emails done that, and they could solicit out by email, which would then help them to locate. Because we do have address of record and it's tied to the RN license, they could even narrow that down by zip code or by region so that they're not just blanketing all of California. But if they're looking for something in Kern County, they can look for what's available in Kern County and solicit out. So moving in the right direction there. So great accomplishments. What we're working on is the clinical placement data. So we have a clinical facility approval data bank that we are building and putting out there. We released 1.0 in March of this year. And you can test and test and test. And then once you get everybody out there using it, then you find how it is broken. So we have been doing constant updates. I want to give a shout out to Matt Yates over there and Macaulay. They are all constantly doing testing and revisions and working through that entire process to make this process better and easier for the students, easier for the faculty. The intent of this is kind of what we talked about yesterday when we were going over clinical facility availability and not getting information from our facilities that we do not have authority over. And so if we have 5 schools that all use Cedars-Sinai, we will be able to pull Cedars-Sinai's data that we've approved, and it will list every single school that is associated with them, what days they use it, what units they use it, how many students are on there, and what their availability is for placement. We have the ability to do this now. The data is not clean, but as soon as that data is cleaned up, that would be published to our website, and I think that would just be revolutionary when it comes to us doing enrollment increases, but really more what that offers to the public. Anybody that wants to grow their school will be able to go into that data bank or request some kind of a report to be able to look forward and backwards. Where are my clinical placements able to be utilized? We'll have concrete data here. If there's somebody from out of state that wants to look at coming in and becoming a pre-licensure nursing program that's approved here, they will be able to access this data bank as well and see what kind of resources are here. And so to me, that is going to be just something that we're going to probably put on a pedestal and highlight at our next sunset in 4 years. So that to me is something that I just very excited to see come to fruition. It also eliminates the area that our programs have really been complaining about. They use this form called the EDP 18, and they hate that form. And I'm right there with them. So it'll be nice to not have to have that form. One of the hiccups that we've ran into is getting the facilities to be able to sign in and approve, right? Because it has to go from school initiating it, facilities saying, yep, everything's accurate, and then it goes to our NECs for final approval. The facilities are not currently not as responsive as we'd like them to be. And we believe it's because it's a new process. So just continuing support to those facilities, continue reach out, making this a part of something that they're just kind of routinely doing is going to be revolutionary. The other amazing thing that happened with this data bank is AB 1577 was passed. It's a data collection that HCI must do. And HCI learned about this data bank that we have created, and they're very interested in using this to implement AB 1577 for them. So it's going to show kind of governmental relationships and how we can help each other and align on some processes. So great stuff here. Then we move to the consistency and program oversight. This has been something that has been led to a lot of confusion. I know that this was a very common question that came up in the last sunset hearing where they wanted to know, why do we approve when there are accreditors? Why do we approve when BPPE also approves? Why do we approve when there's a chancellor's office? And this is something that we've been able to work on. Getting and I skipped one, so sorry. That's coming up. So I'll I'll just continue my thought process and then I'll go back and tie it in. I apologize, guys. So with that, it shows how we complement each other, not how we overlap. And so Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education looks at the academic institution themselves. And what we do at the BRN is look at the nursing program within that academic institution. So it'd be the same thing if there was like an engineering program or some other kind of program in there, is you have the school, but then you have the licensing company going in and saying, but is the program what we need for licensure? And so we partner with BPP for that. And then we also partner with the Chancellor's Office for both the CSUs and the community colleges. So we are a part of that. Then you look at accreditation versus approval. We are an approving agency. It is required by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing that anybody that sits for an NCLEX must come from an approved program, not an accredited program, an approved program. So if we are not approving them, our graduates would not be able to sit for NCLEX and would not be able to be licensed. So that was something that we worked really hard on getting that education out when there was really a push to have the BRN no longer approved because they thought that it was duplicative. The other thing with approval is that is a public protection lens. One of the things that I'm constantly putting out there is that this is the only investment that a person will do in their life without a secured endpoint. When you go and buy a house, you're purchasing a house. You have a house that you now can see and feel and touch, and you know it's there and you have that. But if you pay $200,000 for an education and you roll in that program, there is no guaranteed outcome. There's no guarantee that the money that you spent, which is a consumer purchase, is what you're going to receive on the other end. And so in the theme of consumer protection, we have to look at those programs to make sure that what they say they are delivering, that product is truly something that is reliable. And then once you have that product, does that product lead to licensure? And that's the second part that we look at as well. So really, that's where we stand out as an approving body and not as an accrediting body. We set the minimum standards and we look at consumer protection. The accrediting bodies are private companies. They are not mandatory. It is something that they can seek, and those are great things. Accrediting is a wonderful thing, and it improves the program exponentially, but it doesn't replace the approval process. And when you go through and look at each one of the accrediting agencies, they always defer to the state approving body. So we have to set that minimum foundation in order for that to move forward. So with that, one of the concerns was that we were not doing that approval process consistently. And that consistency was not even clear, and they thought that maybe we were moving the goalpost or changing up different things. And so with that, we were asked at our last sunset that the executive officer make uniform methods and then put them out to the website. So we've had uniform methods all along. That has not changed. That is something that we've really worked with. I remember working with our chief of licensing several years ago to refine this essential uniform method, which was called the Director's Handbook. It went from 500 pages of a Director's Handbook down to less than 300. And we really aligned that process from being kind of a step-by-step narrative to bringing it back to the law. So we referred everything back to our business professions code, we referred everything back to regulations so that we were not operating in any kind of manner that didn't align with our regulatory process. And so with that, that has been the basis of the uniform methods. So we have let the directors and deans know that that is our uniform methods going forward. Once we get that to a format that is good for the website, because of the issues and stuff going on with our website and getting that kind of more manageable, that will be added to our website. So we do hope to get that done soon. Additionally, there's been a lot of public input in the last couple of years on some of the procedures, a lot of focus in our NEWAC committees on this, and it really highlighted to me areas that we probably could add some additional clarification to and additional pathways. And so I'm working on those right now. That will be published out with the uniform methods. Okay, moving out of education, I want to pause for a minute and see if there's any comments or questions on the education part from our board members or even our staff. Anything? Okay, so at this point, we'll go and highlight licensing. So in licensing, what have we done? And this kind of overlaps with what we talked about in education because our education is our foundation to our licensing in California. Our NECs are pivotal, working with our education programs to help them with this. Once our programs are able to successfully complete students, we now have a licensing population. And so the board launched that California Nursing Program Graduate Program Portal, reducing transcript-related delays and allowing for faster NCLEX eligibility. We also implemented an automated deficiency notification, providing applicants with immediate feedback and ensuring staff conduct final evaluations only when all required documentation has been submitted. So I'll elaborate more on that. So each one of our applications have specific requirements that must be turned in to make a complete application. And that's something that we really need to make sure that all of our stakeholders understand the difference between an incomplete application and a complete application. And so when an application is submitted, in order to process and issue a license, it needs to be complete. That is not typically the case at the Board of Registered Nursing, unfortunately. So with our California Grad Portal, that becomes a complete application. The dean or director goes in, clicks the education information, that completes the application. It goes over, they take the test, that comes back to us. It says whether they pass, and then the background in Breeze looks to see that there's a clear fingerprint. And if there's a clear fingerprint, it automatically issues a license. That is our most streamlined licensing process that we have to date. When you get an endorsing RN in, whether it's for exam or for license that they've already been an RN, they have to submit the application, submit payment. That was an update. If you didn't submit payment, we actually, after 24 to 48 hours, reject the application. Many times we were getting dinged on our timeline because an application was sitting in there not being processed. Well, we didn't even see the application because it didn't have a payment assigned to it. And our staff cannot review it unless it has a payment assigned to it to have them complete that process. So those applications, if you do not submit payment with it, are just reversed. And you will have to resubmit with payment. The next one is there's a transcript requirement. So every single endorsement application, we do not have what most states think of as reciprocity for our licenses. One of the things that occur in other states is if you've passed your NCLEX and you've been evaluated by one state, that your education is complete, then you just say I'm licensed and they license you based on your prior license. California does not have that law. What our law says is you will meet the education requirements and we evaluate to see if you've met the education requirements. And if you have and you've already taken the NCLEX, you don't have to take the NCLEX again. That's our reciprocity, is just you don't have to retake your NCLEX exam. Not that you don't have to prove that you are educated in the same manner as the rest of the nurses that are licensed in California. That is a public protection focus for us, because when you have nurses at the bedside with different backgrounds and different education, and you expect them to all be trained and licensed the same, and you find out that they're not, that is problematic when you're relying them for team nursing and additional support. So it is safe to say that in California, all of the RNs in California have very similar backgrounds in education and licensing requirements. And I would like to say that that's something that contributes to the public safety here in California. So with that, any endorsing applicant will never have a complete application. They will always need to submit their transcript through primary source data. Now, we did take that and we partnered with the two largest transcript companies in the nation in order to make that an electronic process, and we no longer accept paper transcripts. So that is electronically done. The license applicant will go in to that transcript company and say, please send my transcript to the Board of Registered Nursing. We get a ping, we get a big file that we download, we have it, we upload that to our Breeze licensing system and we review it and we move forward. And the other remaining outstanding issue with that is to check for previous licensure out of state. We do partner with nurses for that through NCSBN, and we're able to do that, and fingerprints. And so we'll talk more about fingerprints later, but that is another area that we're working on. So those emails immediately upon submission says, thank you for submitting your application. Your transcripts are still pending and we need clear fingerprints. So it's very, very clear. They know exactly what is required. The reason internally, staff-wise, that that's important is we used to have laws, regulations that said the BRN will do an initial review within 90 days. So that initial review is done within immediate submission now. So we no longer have a 90-day renewal time, because what would happen is that would submit, we would then get that application in front of us and say, hey, you're missing your transcripts. Hey, you're missing your fingerprints. Now it's automatic. So we don't have to do that. And so now we look at from acceptance of the application to licensing the individual, and our timelines have greatly decreased. Do we have abilities to do improvements in this still? Absolutely. That is something that we can work on, but we're not there yet. So baby steps when we're looking at big organizational changes, most of them with needing a regulatory change that to go out in front of that. Then the last bullet on this item here is the board contracted with Horn to address licensing backlogs and identify key reasons for the delay, resulting in improved application review and approval processes, fostering a hands-on approach with a concierge service. That is one of the biggest takeaways that we got from that Horn contract. So we did have a backlog of applications, not a backlog of applications that hadn't been reviewed, but what had happened is we'd reviewed them, sent the deficiency letters out, and once we send the deficiency letters out, we're reliant upon the applicant now to submit additional documentation because we don't have a complete application. So that application sits. With this concierge service, we are now calling or emailing that applicant directly saying, hey, we have not received your transcript. We have not received your fingerprints. Is that something that you intend to do? One of the amazing things that we discovered through this concierge process is they were calling these applicants and the applicants were like, wait, what? I never applied in California. I didn't know that you guys were waiting for this. And what we discovered is because we do allow for third-party submission, there were major travel companies that were submitting applications to us for their nurses to be approved. And then their nurses were either accepting contract out of California and not within California, or had no idea and didn't take an assignment with that travel company after all or quit. So that was an interesting thing for us. So we're having all these applications sitting, and the applicant had no idea that they had even applied to us. So no wonder we weren't getting the documentation that we needed. So that was a huge discovery. And then really just kind of reaching back out to the applicant and talking them through. There was some confusion about what transcripts were required, what coursework was missing. We're able to provide that hands-on service now. And we also implemented a max effort. And so after a set time and after a set amount of attempts, if we are not receiving any follow-up, any feedback, any communication from that applicant, we will mark that application as max effort and we will not touch that anymore. It doesn't null that applications can still be resubmitted as soon as we receive a document or any kind of contact from the person. But we no longer have our licensing staff focusing on that work when we can't even get a hold of the person that wants to get their license processed through us. What we're working on. And so this is a big one, CE provider oversight. The board is redesigning its continuing education provider audit process for more efficient and aligned with staffing capacity. If the board is familiar, Prior to me becoming an EO here in 2019 and the beginning of 2020, we submitted 2 reports to the legislators saying that we were going to audit each CE provider. We have an established process to audit the RNs on whether or not they're turning in their CEs, but we don't have a process aligned with how do we audit the provider. What we currently do right now is anybody that wants to be a continuing education provider submits an application with a sample package of the course that they're going to provide, the qualifications of the instructor, and any of the other data that we require to approve. We have a nursing education consultant that reviews that and is able to determine that they qualify or they don't qualify based on one sample program that they decide to offer. Once they're approved as a provider, they can offer other programs. And we assume that they know the requirements because they submitted the requirements on that sample one. And we have laws where they are accountable to do that. What kind of precipitated this was there were companies that had the approval that offered academic courses or education that did not meet the scientific rigor that we require. So we did update. So I want to make sure that we're not saying we haven't done anything, because we've absolutely done a lot. We haven't got to the final product for that. So in order for us to manage this process better, we had to go back and rewrite regs and update that regulatory process. That has been updated, that is done. We then had to look at our organizational chart and see, is that unit set up at capacity to reach this? When we did a pilot on this, they did an emailing out to each one of the CE providers. They did a sample of that and said, submit to us all of your coursework for us to review. And boxes upon boxes upon boxes showed up at USPS here. And it was too much. It was way too much. We don't have the staff to be able to review that. And it was boxes and boxes and boxes, because some of these CE providers are large corporations, large companies, and they offer hundreds of continuing education programs. And so that is not the path that we're moving forward with. What we're doing now is I met with the director, Department of Consumer Affairs, and she suggested to look at what we have for the real estate board. And they have a data bank. And so we have started that process. And so we've looked at the real estate board's data bank. We've contacted with the Office of Information, the Improvement Office, Organizational Improvement Office. There we go. Sorry about that. And they are mapping the process. Now that we get that process mapped and we do an organizational chart change to get the right people in alignment and able to support that process, we will then start to do those provider audits. But we had to get a foundation that we would be able to launch from. We did not have that foundation in place. And then we plan to do a randomized audit and based on a percentage so that we're consistent. We will not be reviewing every single course that every single CE provider offers. We will do a sampling of it, and then we will update the data bank to show which ones were audited, which ones passed, and we will still make the attempt to audit every provider on a 5-year basis, like we were asked to do. But we will not audit every course of every provider on a 5-year basis. It will just be a sampling that we will be able to establish that they've got the basic understanding and move forward. The next one to kind of talk about the updated process that we're working on is the fingerprint process. And I kind of alluded to that in the prior slide and want to go more into that on this slide. We have 2 different ways that our applicants get licensed, get fingerprints processed for licensing in California. If you are a California, if you're located in California, you can do a live scan process. That is not a Board of Registered Nursing requirement. That's a Department of Justice requirement. In order for DOJ to accept your fingerprints, it has to be done by a licensed live scan provider in the state of California. And so if you are ever in California, you want to become a licensee, submit your application and go get your live scan. That is typically processed within 3 weeks. So there is very rarely a delay. Sometimes with endorsing RNs that have been working for years and years, there is a delay because they have washed off their fingerprints. That is a whole nother process that we address completely separate from this. But that does sometimes delay the application process because we don't have fingerprints to process because you literally physically don't have fingerprints. I know that mine are that way. I have to do special lotion and hydrate them and hope that they pop back up so that they'll show. But that is definitely an issue that happens. The process that we're working on that we believe that we have a path forward for is the hard card process. That is for all of our out-of-state RNs or applicants to become RNs that want to be licensed in California. Because they're not located in California, they cannot submit a live scan. So it becomes a paper process. They reach out to us, they pay us $49 that we don't collect. We move to the Department of Justice. It's not our fee, it's the DOJ's fee. And we give them 2 cardstock papers for the fingerprints to be rolled. Then they go to a agency of the law, a lot of times the police department, and they will manually roll each one of their fingerprints, and then they'll mail us, snail mail, the 2 hard cards that have been rolled and their fee has been paid online. We collect that. We note that it's collected, and then we send that to the Department of Justice, and that can take up to 3 months for them to process that. That is not a Board of Registered Nursing delay. That is not our licensing process delay. We can't do anything with that. That is a Department of Justice requirement in the state of California. We have to abide by that. We were noticed that there are potentially companies in the state of California that have been certified by the Department of Justice to collect and receive those hard cards and turn them into a live scan. We have went out for bid, for contract, to try to get that service that we can then implement for us. And we would contract with whatever person gets that contract to do this service for us. So they will be the point of contact for the applicants. They will get the hard card from them. They will turn the hard card into them, and they will convert that into an electronic live scan process that would then be electronically submitted to the Department of Justice and sent to us, therefore decreasing a 3-month backlog in fingerprints down to a potential 3-week fingerprint process. And so we're very excited for that. It hasn't completed yet, but that is in contracting process. We are out there for bid. We hope to be able to hand that process over in the near future. Take a break, done with licensing, done with education. Any questions before we move on to enforcement? Nope. Okay. So enforcement, what have we accomplished? The board adopted the updated complaint prioritization and referral guidelines. We call them the CPRGs, ensuring consistency across healing art boards, understanding that under DCA, there are 8 healing art boards. They have many more boards and bureaus, but they have 8 healing art boards, and we're all trying to align as much as possible. That has been something that Director Kirkmeyer has really pushed to get more and more alignment, and we are very supportive of that. The board streamlined employment approvals for nurses on probation, expediting licensees returning to work. I know that we've been very familiar with the intervention process and the delays into work, not so familiar with the probation process. I didn't look this as a gift when it first happened, but after it did happen, I did look at it as a gift. We had an unexpected retirement from the nursing education consultant that worked in enforcement. And it was a long recruitment process to get another nursing education consultant into enforcement, knowing that that is a very difficult to hire position. The salary is not competitive, and you need somebody that is solid in that role to be able to process through those issues. Well, being that we had nobody in that position, I had to fill in that role for the months that we were not able to have an NEC in there. And thank you guys in enforcement and probation for bearing with me. I'm looking at Tim in the back because he is the one that kept going, pinging me going, we need this, because managing that on top of my normal EO duties, I was doing the 2 separate roles, and that I don't wish on anybody, but we managed it. Thank you, Tim, for keeping me accountable. And so in that process, as I was performing that day-to-day hands-on duty, I noticed that there was ways that we could absolutely streamline this, that we could absolutely make this better for any of our, nice, Matt, thank you. Sorry, I guess the contract was just awarded for fingerprints, so heck yes. I'm just gonna pause for a minute because that's huge. Thank you, Matt. Wow. Yesterday, hot off the press. Yes.
Can update the slides.
That is going to be fantastic. Matt, are you taking a breath of fresh air on that one too? And just kind of because.
So we're still in hearing it.
Okay.
It'll close on the 26th.
Okay.
So we have an awardee.
Okay. That's okay. We have an awardee. It will close on the 26th. Matt's job is going to get exponentially better. Absolutely. And I'm gonna, no, but it will. It will. That'll be fantastic. He deals with fingerprints all day, every day, even in his sleep. And so this is amazing, amazing. Thank you for that. So with that probation process, I met with Tim and I said, hey, what can we do? Can probation monitor step up? Can they add this? Is this something that an NEC has to do? Can we create processes that better align? And he said yes, and he took it and he ran and he implemented every single one of those. And so that has really allowed for our probationers to get back to work sooner and streamline that process. And as of even yesterday, he sent me another thing to look at to see, can we streamline even the coursework better? And I think we can. And so that will be moving forward as well. The next one is the board created tutorial videos and other educational materials, increasing outreach and engagement with stakeholders. We have a public information officer. You guys met him last board meeting. He came up and did our statistics on social media. He is working with enforcement to create tutorials, any kind of like PowerPoint, and he's voicing them over to put them on our web. So that if you have like a worksite monitor that needs to know what their role is within there, they can rewatch that PowerPoint and hear it and get any kind of information they need from there. So that is something that we're working on. I did an initial review of one of those yesterday, provided feedback, and we'll be moving forward with that. What we are working on, and I know you guys have heard this repeatedly in our EIIC meetings, and that is the intervention program vendor. At the beginning of this year, we went from a vendor that we had been contracted with for greater than 40 years to a brand new vendor that is doing an amazing job transitioning, but it's difficult and it's a lot. And our contracts are very specific with a lot of requirements. And then we have the general DCA contract, but then we have 8 individual healing art boards that have their own individual section that is required in that contract. And that's a lot for them to undertake. So they're still working on that. Because they're still working on that, that is a heavy load for our staff. And so our intervention program manager, the chief of enforcement, our assistant executive officer have been just hands-on with them almost daily for the last 11 months, really working diligently to get them onboarded and not have any lapse in care to our intervention participants, the least amount of effect to them, while honestly our staff have been kind of carrying that entire program as they've been assisting Premier to onboard. I think we're getting there. It's been almost a year. I think next year will be better because we'll have a portal in place and that will be helpful. And DCA's meeting with them, all hearing arts are meeting with them. And we're starting to streamline now more than just kind of initially on board. So we're getting there. And then technology and data utilization. The board continues to use IT tools and dashboards to improve real-time tracking of enforcement cases and help identify bottlenecks. There have been a few meetings where I've been on where they're like, we pulled this report, we saw this, and we are going back and fixing that and updating that and correcting that. And that's been fantastic. That is something that our Chief of Enforcement, Shannon, has really brought to that position. She is a data-driven person. She is pulling reports. She is constantly looking, and she is on top of that. And so by doing that, that has really, really been helpful in getting all of that data updated and moving through. So I will pause. That is all kind of like the really good things that we've accomplished in the last 4 years, a lot of things that we're still working on. And I just want to take a moment and see if there's anything that you guys need. And then I will suggest that we do probably another 10, 15-minute break before we go into prior sunset issues, just so you guys kind of brain dump before we turn another page.
Catch your breath.
And we could also, if the board would support it, open up to public comment on this section before we move on to that one. So is there any, yes, Alice, Board Member Cormack.
Thank you. While we're on enforcement, I just wanted to talk about briefly issue 10.11, which is the proposal that will discipline nurses for multiple misdemeanors. And I just want to align myself with Board Member Nguyen's comments that my interpretation of what I read there is that if there is one incident that has multiple misdemeanors, that nurse would be eligible for discipline. And then if there are multiple incidents, each with one misdemeanor for an alcohol-related offense, that nurse would be eligible for discipline. So I just want to align myself with what Board Member Nguyen said. It's very helpful to know that we would be aligned with the Med Board on this. That seems like a great step to take.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments from our board or staff? No. Board moderator, can we go out to public comment for the last section of updates on some of our accomplishments on each one of our units?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Board EO Melby, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRNHQ?
There does not appear to be any comments in HQ.
Thank you. Would you like me to close this window?
Yes, please. Okay, it is 10:30. I suggest that we take a 15-minute break and return at 10:45. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are back from our short break, and we will take roll call to establish a quorum. Dolores Trujillo present, Neela Patel.
Patel present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler present.
Board Member Vicki Granowitz.
Granowitz present.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormack present.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair present.
She's gonna get.
All right, our quorum has been established. We will continue on in our agenda. Lori?
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the next section. And so we will go over prior sunset issues. So this in the report is section 9 of our sunset report. Again, I'm not going to go in order. I'm not going to read it line by line. I'm just going to highlight some of the stuff out of the prior sunset. So if you do want to follow along, it does start on page 109 of the sunset report, and you'll be able to find some of the issues within there that we're discussing and covering here. So the first one that we really want to highlight and give a shout out to all of our licensing department is our licensing processing timelines. This was a huge area of concern in our prior sunsets. And you can see where we were in fiscal year 21-22 for each one of our major applications that we do receive and license for. And you can see where we're at for fiscal year 2024-25. And again, remembering these are complete applications that we are reporting on so that we can actually issue a license on them. Then really just want to highlight our consumer satisfaction. And I believe that consumer satisfaction is directly tied to our licensing process updates. That it's something that we are, that I am briefed on a almost daily basis that, you know, if licensing is doing well, then our public information unit is doing well, our counter is doing well, all of that aligns. If any part of that veers off and we have people out on sick leave or out on a vacation even or such at that point, then the processing starts to get affected by that. And so then we receive increased calls, increased emails, and increased counter visits based on that. So anytime I'm looking at consumer satisfaction, we always put a focus on licensing because that's the main reason that people contact our board on purpose. So one of the things to highlight with BRN overall satisfaction, again, not reflective of our Google scores. Please understand that this was a consumer survey that we send out on an annual basis, and we get this directly back and we process that through. So BRN overall satisfaction has increased from 51% in 2022 to 70% in 2024. BRN overall dissatisfaction has just decreased from 33% in 2022 to 19% in 2024. Then we'll cover the individual units, licensing and education division, online applications processing, renewal timelines, and communication effectiveness. The satisfaction increased by 12 to 21%. We fully expect that to change even more in our next sunset period with the new implementation of the concierge service and hopefully the update of our website. Enforcement division, professionalism and communication satisfaction increased by 15%. Board and committee meetings, several committees satisfaction increased by 27 to 40%. And I want to give a special kind of call out here. Of all the boards and bureaus in underneath Department of Consumer Affairs, we have the most board and committee meetings that you can imagine. So we have 5 advisory committees to our board. They meet twice a year at minimum. So that is at a minimum 10 meetings a year. That's 10 agenda postings, 10 materials postings, and 10 meetings. Then we have our board committee meetings. We have 4 board committee meetings. 3 of them meet on a consistent basis. Those meet 4 times a year. So that is additional 12 committee meetings, which means 12 agendas, 12 materials posting, and 12 holdings of those meetings. And then we have our board meetings, which are 4 a year. And so that's, again, more. And then we have our intervention evaluation committees. There are 9 individual committees that meet 4 times a year currently. They're moving to 6 times a year next year. That is going to be 56 separate meetings that we have in the public for the public to view, make comments on, and for us to do our board work. There's 52 weeks in a year, so I want that to kind of resonate and set in. So there's 56 meetings that we hold in alignment with Bagley-Keene for 2-week on posting as well as materials posting that go with that. That is a huge undertaking that our staff does, and thank you, Reza, that our legal does, because he reviews each one of those agendas and sends them on up as well. So that is amazing. Most of those committees, with the addition next year, that was staff driven. right? And so that was an answer to a call, and staff said, I think we can do this. I think we can help. We're going to go from 4 meetings to 6 meetings a year. Fantastic. Thank you. With our board meetings, we actually decreased. We used to hold 5 board meetings a year. We dropped it down to the statutory minimum, down to 4 meetings a year. And with the updated provisions with Bagley-Keene, our committees are meeting more often because they don't have to be in person. And that's really been a fantastic thing to get everybody together. But statutorily, we had the Nurse Practitioner Advisory Committee as well as the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee that was put into place, I believe, in about 2022, I believe, is when we started those. And we had an advanced practice RN committee that kind of served the needs of the rest. And we heard a lot of push to get individualized committees for the other 2 APRNs so that it was equitable. So we, as a board response, established a CRNA advisory committee and a CNS advisory committee. And then last sunset, our nursing education workforce advisory committee that we had revamped, that charter was taken and dropped into our statute. So that made it a statutory requirement for that one. So we have the most committee meetings on an annual basis, hands down. And so I just really wanted to thank staff on how much work that is. I know how much that work is. I review the materials for each one of those and to get that out. So thank you guys. And to show that that has increased, even though we're not where we're at, that's huge. And then our public information unit, correspondence channels, emails, mail, website, phone, increased satisfaction by 15 to 20%. So those are not the numbers we want, but it is a huge improvement, and we will continue to do our best to address those. What we've done for APRN, we implemented APRN legislation, AB 890. We had the 103 nurse practitioner, brand new application, brand new license kind of type. That went live in January of 2023. The 104 nurse practitioner application will be live January 2026. It is there, it's ready for release, and that will be going forward January 26. Then SB 1237, we did frequently asked questions for that. Then we had SB 1451. That was a rulemaking package. That rulemaking package right now is moving through the process. So we got the statutory update last year. The rulemaking process is moving through and should be completed next year. And then AB 876, that's the rulemaking package. That was the one that affected CRNAs. That is in process, and that will be moving forward next year in alignment with getting all that kind of fine-tuned. We talked about that yesterday in public comment. The establishment of the APRN advisory committees, I already kind of covered that and went through that, so I won't go over that again. And then we'll move on to nursing program oversight. Some of this is pretty repetitive, but I want to make sure that we kind of highlight this again. The stuff that we're doing, we have the new grad portal. We're doing a BRN accreditor and approval joint visits. That was came out of the last sunset. And that was something that our board had never done before. One of the older prior dean or directors of our nursing program said to me when this happened, is she says, I could finally retire. My work here is done. And I love that we were able to be responsive to that and have that going. Yes, it was in our sunset bill for something for us to do, but I want to make sure that I give our NECs and our chief of licensing credit on that. We had started that process before it was put into law. We had already started doing our joint visits. In fact, I went on the very first joint visit as an NEC in my EO position to make sure that it went well that first time through. And so we worked with the program director. We had the assigned NEC for the school. I went as the second NEC on that one, walked through that process to make sure that that was successful, and it was. And that dean now provides education to the other deans and directors on how to do a joint visit with the California BRN. And so she's really been a champion of that. Do we have work to do on that one? Yes, absolutely do. There's still some streamlining I think that we can do. I think we can align some of our forms better. We are one approving body, and there are 3 separate accrediting bodies that we have to align with, and each one of them have their own requirements. It's a huge undertaking for the school to do both of our visits if we're not having kind of like some of the similar processes and forms. Even though we look at things differently, I think there's still some movement we can do there. So we're actually working on that right now. The first thing, and thank you, Macaulay, our Chief of Licensing, she's working with our supervising nursing education consultants on this right now, is in our law, it says that the program will complete a crosswalk to our regs. That hasn't been as widely received as I think that it needs to be. So we're gonna one up that. And so she is creating, with the help of the NECs, the supervising nursing education consultants and then NECs, 3 crosswalks to our regs from each one of the accrediting bodies. And so then we will then provide the crosswalk to them. It'll be a standardized crosswalk and it will be used by everybody. So anybody that's ASIN will get the crosswalk. Anybody that's CCNE will get the crosswalk. Anyone that's NLN, CNEA will get a crosswalk. And that way, we will help to eliminate some of that confusion that has come out of that process by us providing that. That will be published to our website. That will be part of the uniform methods. We're waiting for that to be finalized, and that will go out as well. We talked about the faculty approval and verification process. It is in Breeze. There are some updates that need to happen with that. And our supervising nursing education consultant has been brainstorming with me as recent as this last week while Macaulay was on vacation on some thoughts that they might have that can improve that and improve the efficiency with that. So excited and just love seeing the teamwork with that. The clinical facility authorization data bank, we talked about that. That's the one we're going to pull the reports from and be able to have true clinical data. And then one of the things that we did with the schools is we looked at the fee removal for curriculum changes and continuing approval visits. So previously, there was a addition of a fee for schools that were approved after a certain year, that they had to pay a specific amount for curriculum changes and continuing education. That did not work the way that I think that it was planned to work. And so we went in and asked for those fees to be removed in our last sunset, and that was removed, and we are no longer collecting them. We also did a huge educational outreach that said curriculum changes do not mean substantive change. So 1432 discusses substantive change and still has a fee associated with it. Curricular changes are not substantive changes. It doesn't fall under that same guideline. So we are doing curriculum changes so that we can approve them and review them and put them in front of our board in a much more streamlined, simple process, giving a lot of that authority back to the schools to really develop the curriculum and stuff that they feel is necessary. We review it. We let you guys know in a table that this is the curriculum change that occurred. That's what they're requesting, and that'll be implemented. That is important for us to continue that because that's what feeds the grad portal. We have to know the curriculum and know that they meet our requirements in order for that grad portal to be successful so that they can just say yes. So removing the fee made that easier for a lot of our schools that don't have a lot of funding to put forward to every time they need to make a change to drop another $2,500 out to a state entity. So that was one thing that we did to kind of provide and give back to them. CE provider audits, again, we've discussed that. The board has been screening and interview applicants for the CE nursing education consultant on an ongoing basis, but to date, no applicants have been successful in the hiring process. One of the requirements of the CE approval process is that they have to know nursing curriculum, because the requirement for a continuing education course says it has to be above what is required for licensure. And so you have to be very familiar with what is required for licensure in order to look at coursework that is above that. And so it does make it a very highly specialized role. And that is continuing in the hiring process. The position has proven to be difficult to fill due to the salary limitations, which have impacted the ability to attract qualified candidates. That is something that is very highlighted within state service, is that state service never will meet what we get in private sector. That is guaranteed. What has been highlighted in Sunset this year is a table that our chief of ledge has created to put out there, that our NECs are not even equitable to other NECs in state service. And so that is something that I think is key, that needs to be put out there and really identified. And hopefully there's some change that can happen with that. In the interim, the board has had to rely on retired annuitant NECs and temporary coverage by the executive officer to fill this role. That is accurate. And we are hearing that potentially the retired annuitant process might change soon. And we're hoping that we're able to get consideration so that continues, so the current RA can continue in that position and don't have to take that on. So I will pause. I don't think we need a break, but I will open it up to comment before we go into new issues.
What other state agencies or departments would use NECs? That's actually quite alarming to hear, that we're not even paying what other, departments or agencies are paying.
Yeah, so on page 136, on page 136 of the report, there are the various classifications and the departments and the minimum maximum salary. Yep. And so DCA BRN, and it's also our BVN PT board, has the minimum maximum on the top line. Yep. Yep. And it is interesting to see the differences within state agencies.
So is that going to be a priority moving forward? I mean, Marissa, you said that you have looked into legislation. Is that something that we could push for?
We can't address this through legislation.
Okay.
That's the issue.
Okay.
So, and Marissa and McCall, if you guys want to kind of go into that a little more depth, salary are set by California Human Resources, CalHR. And so that is not something that is set on an individual basis. And that is typically done through the union negotiation process that is every 3 years. So what is unique to this classification of NECs at the BRN is they are in a union that is not RN specific. And so they are underneath an education unit with like librarians and others. And so what is been historically looked at is potentially union representation shifting. And so that's not something that we're able to do. We're not even able to have these kind of conversations with the employees themselves because that is part of the union negotiation contracts and stuff. But that is something that has historically been looked at previously to put them maybe into a better RN-based union represented area and not in with like education. And I believe the 4 other classifications here are not the same union. Is that correct? I think because there's Union 17 and Union 21.
Correct. So the nursing education consultants are NECs are in Union 21, and the nurse consultant 1, 2, and 3 and nursing consultant program review are very similar classifications when you look at the minimum job qualifications, very similar to what an NEC is, but they're in Unit 17, which is again the nursing component of SEIU Local 1000.
So is there anything that the board could do to help with this process?
Not that I'm aware of, but we continue to bring awareness to this. We want to get this out there by putting this in the report. Our nursing education consultants that are working with the union can pull this data. If they didn't have it readily available to them, they have it readily available now. That data can be used when they're going into union negotiations. Any other questions before we go in? Okay. So we will move on to new sunset issues, and this is section 10. And that's actually where the NEC one that we just kind of talked about lived as well. And that starts on page 134. So I will kind of start each topic, but I'm going to let Marissa take this because this is her section. So what we did, and thank God we have Marissa, and she's back. So what we did is throughout the years, all of BRN staff, as we worked through various processes, would say, you know what, I really want to update this. I need a reg change or I need a statutory change. And so they would send an email to Marissa, and Marissa would tabulate those and keep them all organized. And then she would meet with me. And then we say, okay, which ones can we bring forward? What can we do? And then as soon as we landed on a few, then we met with executive leadership, brought everybody in and said, these are the ones that we're thinking of moving forward with. What are your thoughts? We brought Reza in as well to look at it from a legal standpoint. And then, bless you. And then Marissa took charge and did her deep dive that she always does for us, and went through this. So the first one that I'm going to just kind of bring up is a prior law that was passed during the state of emergency when COVID first hit, and that was AB 2288, where it dropped minimum licensing standards for education down to allow for progression and graduation during a state of emergency when clinicals were not readily available. The issue that we're running into that one is that was written on a percentage basis, which worked when we were percentage based. With the last sunset, we went to a solid hour number, and so the percentage base does not work anymore. And so I will turn it over to Marissa to explain the process.
Thank you. And yeah, just as Lori was saying, exactly correct. The new issue section is kind of, for a simplified way, our asks. So in this sunset template, it's a lot of questions about kind of over the last 4 years, what has been done, you know, what's been improved, what's been addressed. And then going in, the legislature also wants to know, okay, what have you learned that are other new issues that could be addressed moving forward? Because that's really the intent of this bill, is to take a minute, look at what's happened over the last 4 years, see what's good, what's bad, what needs to be retooled. And so the list that's in the report is about, I want to say 16 or 17. It's fairly long, and it's a mixture of input from staff, input from board members. This was on the agenda for the past few board meetings and committee meetings, input from stakeholders. So it's really a wide-ranging group of topics. They won't all end up being in there, but they're things that people have brought up as important. And so we brought just a couple high-level areas to touch on. As she mentioned, the simulation-based learning. So this was kind of more of a simple, more straightforward statutory change, because 2288 does have that reference to the percentages, and it currently says during the state of emergency, and simulation has become much, much more of a hot topic over the last few years. We want to ensure that if and when simulation is used, A, it's being held to the best practices and standards, and B, it's able to be implemented kind of readily if a state of emergency hits again. So the way it's written now, it says in a state of emergency, if it hits, you can use this percentage. We want to replace that with numbers to align with our 500 hours, because otherwise the percentage and the hours wouldn't quite make sense. In the state of emergency, we don't want to spend time trying to figure that out. We want the schools to be able to move forward and go. Along the same lines, it says right now during the state of emergency, if simulation is used, you need to kind of adhere to these national best practices. And there's a couple of organizations that kind of set those standards. It is the International Nursing Association for Clinical Simulation and Learning, the National Council on State Boards of Nursing, and the Society for Simulation in Healthcare, or any equivalent standards that are approved by the board. So we just want to put in code that anytime stimulation is used, not just in a state of emergency, the expectation is that you're following it in adherence with those to protect kind of the public safety aspect, because there are some concerns there around how it, if it's applied appropriately versus inappropriately, and that impact on the students.
And then just to kind of further elaborate on that, our NEWAC committee was assigned to look at simulation standards. They brought them forward to nurse practice. Nurse practice adopted the standards, and then they moved forward to kind of looking at regulations. And one of the biggest pushes from that advisory committee was to focus on psychological safety. And so each one of these in Axel, NCSBN, there was a typo on the slide, sorry about that, and SSH, their standards specifically address the psychological safety. So we don't need to recreate or add. And so if we adopted those, then that psychological safety should be addressed. And if it's adopted in statute, then we would only need to provide clarity and regulation versus trying to draft from the beginning to get that up. And knowing that if we defer to some of these and leave in that qualifier that says or equivalent standards approved by the board, that would help to decrease the effect that it may have on reciprocity when we have to reevaluate every single education transcript coming in from both international and out of state. So this would be a lot easier for us to do that evaluation process. It would not be a barrier, and we could establish the or equivalent standards approved by the board so that we don't stop or halter or impede any kind of reciprocity. Okay, next one is on APRN national certification. Right now, CRNAs are the only advanced practice RN that requires national certification for licensure. That is both for brand new license initially in California first time, as well as an out-of-state applicant coming in. And so CRNAs are leading the charge on this. Thank you guys for that, and showing us that it does work, is that national certification is a standard for licensure. That is a standard for licensure across the nation. There are only 2 or 3 states, us being one of them, that doesn't require licensure, national certification on licensure. But I think that's honestly a disservice. I know that it does get people that graduate licensed sooner because they're not waiting for the national certification exam and passing it. But in order to work as an APRN, you fully have the expectation that you will be able to bill. In order to bill, CMS requires national certification. And so if you have a license and you're not able to bill because you don't have national certification, it's kind of like this roundabout kind of process. Additionally, with the implementation of the 103 and the 104 for nurse practitioners, that is now required. If you want to move out of being a standardized procedure nurse practitioner and go into be a 103 where you have a more independent practice, and then ultimately into a 104 where you do have an independent practice within your alignment with your knowledge and your experience and your preparation and your national certification, the problem that arises there is now you may have been licensed, potentially working without billing for 2 or 3 years, and oops, now you need to become nationally certified. We know that with testing and preparation, you need to take that exam quickly. You need to get that under your belt and move forward with that quickly. So if you're delaying taking that exam, you may not be able to pass that and be able to work at the top of your national certification and education preparation. The other thing that was noticed is with the NP 103 and the 104, OPES did the review of the exams for national certification specific to nurse practitioners. And what that did is that exam certified that they were competent. And that's something that our Board of Registered Nursing doesn't do, is we do not certify competence. We certify that you meet minimum licensing standards. And so if you have a licensee that doesn't pass that exam, right, that to me is where I think our public protection comes in, right? So if we have licensees that are not able to pass national certification, are we doing our due diligence with public safety if we're not requiring that certification that other boards across the nation require? This was brought up in the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee. And the Nurse Midwife Advisory Committee voted to move to the board that they would like to move to requiring national certification for licensure for nurse midwives. The nurse practitioners, the national certification is now required for the 103 and the 104. So it is only the standardized procedure nurse practitioners that don't have a requirement. Again, that requirement is there for CMS and for billing. And we're not asking that we go back and retroactively bring that forward. It's anybody newly licensed would be required to do that. So anybody here that's practicing that is not nationally certified, we're not asking to do anything with that. Just continue. That's grandfathered in. Your practice, your license will not be affected. And then CNS is requiring a national certification, again, newly licensed. And that addresses an issue that we discovered within the nursing education consultants. They were working with schools and they found that there were a couple schools in California that were having graduates of a population focus that didn't have a national certification exam. And so those graduates would not be able to be licensed in any other state but California. And the APRN consensus model, one of their recommendations is to align with national certification for all of them as well. And federally, when you're looking at like private colleges and universities, there's a requirement that they prepare the student for licensure and certification as needed. And so I think, you know, when we were kind of looking at the process, we had a pathway into licensure that was called Method 1 or Method A. And it was if you graduated from a California approved program, you got licensed just because you graduated. And that caused some confusion because some of our schools that offered CNS programs were offering a track that didn't lead to licensure in other states and didn't lead to national certification. So again, establishing this as a strong licensing requirement, we believe will address that as well and help to streamline those programs. We were able to work with those programs. They are now graduating them with an adult GERI certification so they can sit for that, and then doing a specialization in women's health. So they're able to answer that call, but they're able to do it where that person can be licensed in multiple states and not just ours. The next one is the furnishing license removal. Currently, our nurse practitioners and our nurse midwives have the ability to prescribe by utilizing a furnishing number. We are the only state that requires this. They are also required to register with the DEA. Because the DEA serves this nationally, how they got around that is they made our furnishing number the exact same number as our nurse practitioner number or a nurse midwife number, because DEA can only track it under one number. So they don't even register both nurse practitioner, nurse midwife, and their furnishing. So they just use the singular number. So with that, we discovered that that was happening. And then we looked back at our regulations and we looked back at our statutes and we looked at our advanced practice RN licensing unit and said, what is specifically required for the furnishing license that is not required for the initial license? And there is nothing. So in order to become a nurse practitioner or a nurse midwife in California, you have to complete a nurse midwife or a nurse practitioner program. And you have to complete an advanced pharmacology course within that program that is completed in the program. That advanced pharmacology course requirement is the only requirement needed to issue a furnishing license. So there is not additional education and training that comes in. There is not something more that we look at. There is no additional patient safety that occurs by any new requirements that come from that. It is just a secondary requirement to do an additional furnishing license for those two types of licensees. Then we took that a step forward and looked at the Schedule II requirement. And the Schedule II requirement is met with the advanced pharmacology as well. So last sunset, because this was still something that was pretty unknown and unclear, what we asked for from our board is to combine the applications, because in previous statute, it is you applied for a nurse practitioner license, you applied for a nurse practitioner furnishing license. Last year, we were able to kind of step into it saying, can we do at least a combination license? So they allowed us to do a combination license for nurse practitioner and nurse practitioner furnishing and nurse midwife and nurse midwife furnishing. Well, now we're taking it the step forward, this one, saying, can we just, because there's no additional qualifications, there's nothing different, we'll align with the APRN consensus model and we'll align with all other states throughout the nation. Can we have the prescribing authority that are specific to those two APRN roles granted on their licensure. And so that's our ask for this one. So hopefully that will be something that goes through. If not, at least we have the combo license. What we'll look at is combining the renewal license and just kind of continue working with our APRI unit. But truly, this is something that we've identified that would have a zero effect on patient safety, but a huge effect on our licensees, the fees that they do, the wait times, and would greatly help our staff time as well. Anything? Yes.
So do you anticipate pushback on that? And if so, from who?
Seriously. So yes, we do anticipate pushback. I can look at it historically. Historically, it has been the physicians and surgeons that have pushed that back. I don't know that that would continue to happen. I think we have a really good argument. I think we've got a lot of good data, but all I can talk about is historically that has been something that has been seen potentially as scope creep because they have clearly done prescriptive authority for them and we're furnishing, although it's the same thing. It's the same thing seen by the retail pharmacies. It's the same thing seen by hospital pharmacies. It's the exact same process. The DEA even looks at it identically. So I think we have a good argument this time and supportive data to show that. But historically, that has been something that has been battled through the medical organizations. Okay. Anything that you want to add, Marissa? Okay. So then the next one we'll talk about is the sunset issue, and that's the discipline for DUIs. We've had some lengthy discussions about that so far. And so right now it is considered unprofessional conduct for a licensee to use alcoholic beverages to the extent that such use impairs their ability to safely practice as authorized by their license. Some board members have questioned whether individuals who receive an initial DUI and have already been held accountable through the criminal justice system should also face discipline for unprofessional conduct when there is no evidence of impairment in their nursing practice. So the recommendation here is really just to go through and specify that unprofessional conduct includes more than one misdemeanor or a felony involving the use, consumption, or self-administration of any controlled substances or alcoholic beverages or any combination thereof. Looking kind of what we talked about as incidences that have mitigating factors, multiple incidents, looking at patterns, but that your initial DUI without any mitigating circumstances can be handled in the criminal justice system and not additionally addressed within our licensing process. Anything that you want to add? Nope, you're good. Any questions here? Nope.
So I'll pause this one a little bit. Marissa and I were discussing this, and we kind of started a little bit in the earlier section about kind of edits. So in general, as Lori mentioned, I think there's been some board members expressing interest in kind of softening, and to put it kind of generally, softening the approach on DUIs that don't necessarily tie into safe nursing practice. Looking at the suggestion here, though, issue 10.11, the Business Professions Code section that this suggestion was kind of modeled on was the Medical Boards Statute, section 2239. I did want to kind of highlight really the implication that going in this direction would actually have. So what we're proposing under the current recommended action, and recognizing that this, could take a life of its own in the legislature and go a different way, but the current recommended action is to specify that unprofessional conduct includes more than one misdemeanor or any felony involving the use, consumption, ... If we were to model that after the Medical Boards Statute, section 2239, Their statute says the use or prescribing, I'm going to kind of paraphrase to get through it quicker. The use or prescribing or administering to himself or herself, or the use of any dangerous drug or of alcoholic beverages to the extent dangerous or injurious to the licensee or any person or to the public, or to the extent that it impairs their ability to practice medicine safely, or more than one misdemeanor or felony involving the use of substances referred to herein constitutes unprofessional conduct. So what it's really saying there is any one of these things could be considered unprofessional conduct. 1, the use or prescribing to himself. 2, the use of dangerous drugs or alcohol in a dangerous manner to themselves or to the public. 3, use to the extent that it impairs their ability to practice medicine safely. Any of those 3 could be considered unprofessional conduct. Or 4, more than one misdemeanor or felony can be considered unprofessional conduct. And what it's actually really saying here is more than one misdemeanor or any felony is automatically considered unprofessional conduct. And that's really what I want to emphasize is that automatic trigger. I looked into this a little bit more. Section 2239 is interpreted in a way that any of those things triggers the licensee being deemed, having committed unprofessional conduct. But again, really focusing on the automatic trigger of multiple misdemeanors or a felony. So in a way that kind of takes away discretion. If you get a case where somebody has multiple misdemeanors or a felony, you don't have broader discretion, you have less discretion because they're automatically considered, that conduct automatically gets deemed unprofessional conduct. So in a way, it's kind of taking you in a different direction from the general direction that I perceived that the board wanted to go, which is kind of softening up the approach and having more discretion with respect to DUI cases and not automatically routing them into discipline. So I wanted to pause, Marissa and I had discussed this on the break and maybe taking a second look at whether this is the direction to go. Now, granted, I don't know in practice how the medical board applies their statute and whether it results in, I don't get the sense that they crack down really harshly on the DUIs in light of that statute. I don't know how they apply it, but I'll pause there. Hopefully that's made some sense as far as the implication of the multiple misdemeanors kind of being an automatic unprofessional conduct.
I think one of the things to add really quick with this before we go into kind of more specific conversation about whether or not we want to amend the language is that these are recommended actions. There's no specific language that we are submitting to the legislator. So what we're able to do in the recommended actions is to, if we want to amend the language, say that we want to soften the touch, right? But in obviously a different language. And that we want to have that flexibility. We use the med board language as just a guidance to kind of get something out here saying that this looks like it's better than what we're kind of aligning with right now, that will allow more flexibility. When the legislator, if the legislator picks this up, that's when language will be added. And that's when specific language will kind of get back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It has a legal review. It has all of this kind of stuff that happens. And it comes through next year in the legislative committee saying, I accept, but my proposed amendments are include this, remove this, or whatever. So because we're not giving specific language, I think we would be able to work with that recommended action. And we're not saying that we're aligning directly with the board. We said in comparison, other healing art boards, such and such. So if you do want to look at the recommended action And right now it says on page 142 of the report, the board recommends amending Business Professions Code 2762 to specify that unprofessional conduct includes more than one misdemeanor or any felony involving the use, consumption, or self-administration of any controlled substance or alcoholic beverages or any combination thereof. This revision would bring the statute into closer alignment with the principles of fairness and public safety by ensuring that disciplinary actions are directed towards serious or repeated offenses that may pose a risk to safe nurse practice. And so that's the language that if you wanted to amend would probably, if you would want to amend, to add a line that says something that you guys want the discretion or something with that, knowing that this is not language they're going to lift and shift into the bill. We have everybody want there. Do you want me to? So we'll do the Granaway first.
Reza, I want to thank you because clearly you heard what my intent was in proposing this language. Although upon further reflection, I think if we ask too much, we won't get anything. So I think there's some value in trying to tie ourselves to what the Med Board does as a first step and maybe see how that goes. And in the next sunset bill, we can reevaluate it. But I'm concerned that if we try to ask for too much, that it will bring out, I've sat in lots and lots and lots of hearings at City Council in San Diego, where whenever they try to loosen issues around mostly marijuana, it brings everybody out to complain and fight it. And I think the fact of tying it to what the Med Board does, it's already been done. People may disagree about whether it works well or not, but it already is an established precedent. And I don't think we're powerful enough, honestly, to be able to push further than that.
And then real quick, Macaulay just sent me a message. Thank you for that. Understanding that earlier today, we did amend that section already. And the amendment of that section says, we added the statement that says, additionally, this change reflects restorative justice principles by focusing accountability on conduct that demonstrates a pattern of risk while minimizing consequences on professional licensure for isolated incidents, therefore supporting rehabilitation, proportionality, and the opportunity for individuals to return to safe practice. So we have addressed that statement by adding the restorative justice principles to it. So I think that it is more clearly aligned with kind of what the ask was and more clearly reflects that. But I do want to open this up, and I do know that both Wynn and Lawler had their hands up as well.
Thank you. I'm glad we're having this conversation, and Vicki, thanks for getting us started. I wouldn't use the word softening. I would use the word increasing our discretion. We read hundreds of cases every year with DUIs, and, you know, a lot of people have drinking problems, but some people don't. And we put those people through 3 years of every single day testing, calling in and going to AA meeting. And if they don't have a problem with drinking, but they exercised bad judgment once, there's just a huge difference. So I would just say I would like a little bit more discretion. I think this language is a good starting point. I appreciate you pointing out that there may be, you know, a consequence beyond what we contemplated. But I align myself with Vicki. I think kind of following what the Med Board does and see how that works, I would be comfortable with. And I do think that the restorative justice language, and that we're really not looking for one act, but, you know, a risky pattern, is kind of shows the intent of this board.
Well, that was almost exactly what I was going to say. So the only thing I'm going to add to save time is, however the medical board interprets this, or anyone deciding these cases, for me, it does give us the discretion, and it does allow the softening because of the words more than one misdemeanor, because that separates the one-time silly mistake at a birthday party from the driving into a wall and running over kids 3 times a year. You know what I mean? So I appreciate this language, and it does give us that discussion. I agree with Member Nguyen on that.
Can I ask for one clarification though, just because we've been kind of, I know in the report here, it said some board members have raised concerns. I would like to, if we could get kind of maybe a vote out there, if it's some board members or all board members that would like to pursue this. Because I know that that's been kind of an area that's been brought up a couple times, is we never actually took an official vote that said, all of our board members would like to amend this specific process. And so if I can get just kind of an aye, I'll kind of go down the line here to see, are you in support of this or not support of this action? I would love to at least have that on record that it is what it is. So Board Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Board Member Nair?
Aye.
Board Member Lawler?
Aye.
Board Member Patel?
Patel, aye.
Board Member Trujillo?
Support.
Board Member Cormack?
I'm a little uncomfortable voting on something like this without a little bit more information in advance. So may I offer a statement or?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's difficult for us reading pieces of paper to assess the risk of someone reoffending or, this issue affecting them at work. And so it's my perception that we collectively as a society over-index on protection. And I don't mean over-index in a bad way. I just mean that the reason the program is set up this way is to prevent problems. And the logical consequence is some people who don't have problems are in this program. And that gives collectively us some security that we are making sure that anyone who has a problem is in this bucket. Hope that makes sense. So it's possible that in doing this, there will be some people who state that it was a lapse in judgment and do reoffend. And so that's a potential consequence of us having more discretion. So sorry to interrupt this, but if you could please, Reza, just read the fourth thing that isn't written down anywhere. It was something, that was the part you were concerned about? Fourth part from the Med Board?
So the Med Board, this is Business Professions Code 2239, and I'm sorry, it's a long run-on sentence, so
No worries.
but I'll read it. Pardon me. Business Professions Code 2239, Subdivision A. The use or prescribing for or administering to himself or herself of any controlled substance, semicolon, or the use of any of the dangerous drugs specified in section 4022 or of alcoholic beverages to the extent or in such a manner as to be dangerous or injurious to the licensee or to any other person or to the public, or to the extent that such use impairs the ability of the licensee to practice medicine safely, or more than one misdemeanor or any felony involving the use, consumption, or self-administration of any of the substances referred to in this section, or any combination thereof constitutes unprofessional conduct.
Okay, so if we have a one misdemeanor, sorry, but it's really important. This is really important. We're potentially making a big change. If we have one misdemeanor at a super high BAC, even though that's one misdemeanor, that's still injurious to the person because it's likely that right. So we are not taking away our ability if someone has one misdemeanor with a very high BAC of considering that unprofessional conduct and disciplining them.
Correct. You can discipline somebody with one misdemeanor.
Okay, so I think that should be super clear that it's not like if you have a DUI, nothing's going to happen to your license. That is not what we are doing here. Okay. Then I am more comfortable with us opening this important topic. I second what Board Member Nguyen said. We are providing ourselves with more flexibility in cases where it does not appear that there is an ongoing problem. Okay, then I will vote aye.
Thank you. Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez, aye.
Board Member Granowitz.
Granowitz, aye. Isn't a very high automatically a felony?
No, but it would be a separate.
Yeah.
I don't know what the criminal law, I mean, that would be a criminal law issue as to whether there's a cutoff that triggers felony versus misdemeanor.
They also can plead to something different than the actual incident. So we need some flexibility there.
I'm thinking back to the cases that we have read. If there's a child in the car, that's a second misdemeanor. If it's an extremely high BAC, I don't know what the point BAC is, but I think it's 0.15 or it could be 0.18. That's a separate misdemeanor. You know, if they flee the scene, that's a separate. So, I mean, you can kind of stack these misdemeanors.
So I'm glancing at the back of the room here, and we have some more. We have people with expertise here that might have some additional information. Tim, would you like to share?
Yeah.
It would be helpful.
While he's kind of, just to give context and help, because to the point around what the recommendations are, I think both Reza and Lori are correct. When I was writing it on all of these, this one and all the other recommendations, when you look at them or when the public looks at them, I was trying to strike the middle between getting the heart of the issue I thought I was hearing, but also giving some level of clarity to staff to understand what would this look like in the law. So I wasn't trying to say it has to be this language. However, if you read some of them, it does say amend this to do this. That was my best guess at where we were going. That being said, all this is open to your edits. That was the whole point. So please feel free to tweak and change. And this is incredibly helpful, because my main thing is I want to make sure I'm getting the spirit of the issue you want changed. Because as Lori said, the language will come later and we will work that out. What we want to make sure we understand is what is the crux of what the board wants to see happen. So.
And then Tim has now come to the table. Thank you. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that.
No worries.
But I did see you back there kind of going back and forth, and you saw us struggling, so I appreciate your assistance.
Of course. So Tim Bunger, Deputy Chief, Discipline, Cite and Fine, and Probation. Not an expert or lawyer in any way, but from my knowledge and experience with these cases, the BAC will play a factor in what level of criminal conviction or criminal charge they're looking at. And I can't remember if it's the penal code or vehicle code, but there are different thresholds that add enhancements to that conviction. So if it's over 0.08, enhancement. If it's over 0.18, and don't quote me on the percentages, it's another enhancement that just makes it kind of like add severity and egregiousness to that charge. And as well as the DAs have an incredible amount of discretion to, regardless of the underlying act, you can see a completely different conviction, whether that's pled down for whichever reason that the DA has given that case or that their defense attorney can provide for them. There's a lot of gray area and discretion within the criminal court system for that as well.
Thank you. Vicki, did that answer kind of your question there on whether or not it would become a felony or misdemeanor? Or?
Well, no, I just knew that the higher your BAC is, the more they throw the book at you, the higher the charges are. So I think, to me, this is compromise language. It isn't really the language I wanted, but I think that compromise is the better way to go.
Okay. Do we want to amend this section, or do we want to keep with the section the way that is amended already with the restorative justice kind of sentence in there? I think it kind of shares what the board is kind of looking at and asking for. And then thank you guys for taking a moment to do the kind of collective eye that we do this, because because we'd never taken this as an agenda item to the full board, it was very kind of, we were trying to be as cautious, saying some board members have raised concerns. Now we at least have saying that all board members agree that this is a process that they want to look at and move forward. I think that will help us too as we negotiate and work with the language on this. Okay, moving on to the next sunset issue is the IEC meetings. This was something we kind of already talked on. We have 9 that are meeting 6 times a year, and the majority of their work is done in closed session. So due to the confidential nature of the intervention program, approximately 90% of an IEC meeting must occur in closed session where members of the public cannot attend or participate. However, IEC meetings are still subject to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Removing administrative barriers would let the board staff and the IEC members to be much more flexible and responsiveness to the evolving needs of these participants by allowing them to appear before IECs more quickly and on a more frequent basis as they progress through the program. So the recommendation that we're asking for is that the board recommends amending statute to exempt the board's IEC meetings from the requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Not to decrease transparency, but because there already is no transparency because it's done behind closed doors. So we would, so what we run into kind of administratively right now is these are 5-member committees. We have to get 3 members in quorum and they have to meet in person just like our board. They are not held to the same standards as our advisory committee or even our board committees. So it is just like all of you guys that have to every 4 months, every 3 months, sorry, come up here and meet in person. Each one of these IECs have to go to a physical location, be there, meet in person, and then after about 30 minutes, they go into closed session. And the remaining 8 hours that they are doing the work of looking at, you know, multiple participants and what's going on is all in closed session. And then about 5 o'clock at night, they come on and they adjourn in open session, and that is it. So, without that, understanding that, and trying to find some kind of provisions that allow them to maybe meet remotely, maybe not have to go back into open session to close out. Those are some of the things because it is done in a closed session manner. And so, bless you. So that would be something that we are asking for. Again, we just moved this 9 committee to 6 times a year. And that would also help with staff and travel expenses and moving throughout. Previously, our IECs were held in various locations throughout the state, and we required the intervention participants to travel to those locations. Now we allow all of the intervention participants to appear remotely, as well as their clinical case manager appears remotely. The program manager of the vendor can appear remotely. There's no requirement for an in-person attendance to anybody other than our board staff that support each of these committees and the committees. So that is our ask for that one. And that is the end of my presentation. I do want to open this up and allow for any additional conversation that you guys may have before we open it up to public comment. Yes, Board Member Cormack.
I just have one thing that I wanted to talk about that is not, that has not yet been covered, and that's question 2.10, which is about staff development. It's on page 54 of the quote old version. The budget's really low and the actuals are really low. And while I certainly appreciate that virtual options are low cost, and I understand that the current situation of the state's budget precludes us from being able to have people go places and meet people in person to learn things, I would be supportive in the future of a meaningful budget line for staff development that is more than online courses. So I recognize that, you know, this is appropriate to have in here, but I would like to see a day when, you know, staff development is able to be invested in.
So at this point, we would like to open up to public comment. So Board Moderator, if you can open up to public comment. This public comment is on the entirety of the report and any additional comments or concerns that you guys may have. So it is kind of a free-for-all at this point for our report. It is an extensive report and we value your feedback. Thank you.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Bobby Dalton Giroy would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good morning, Bobby Roy, SEIU Local 1000. I'm calling about issue 9.7 and 10.3 on pages 111 and 136 respectively, recruitment, retention, and salaries of nursing education consultants who are facing a 36% vacancy rate at the BRN. SEIU offers its partnership to the BRN to overcome barriers and gatekeepers in the way of reducing the vacancy rate and securing competitive wages for NECs. Our ideas include, but are not limited to, special salary adjustments, recruitment and retention differentials, and education differentials. I also repeat my recommendation from the BRN's May 28 meeting to submit an employee compensation request in accordance with HR Manual Section 1715. The report says the last one was submitted in 2023, so my May recommendation was obviously not fulfilled. An employee compensation request would be particularly timely now because Local 1000's contract expires on June 30, 2026. The report also references negotiations and no reasons provided by CalHR for not granting the 2023 request. Fortunately, bargaining updates remain on our website, and the recording of the August 24, 2023 BRN meeting shows me giving an update on those negotiations. Recapping for you, after a lot of back and forth, CalHR agreed to a 5% special salary adjustment. Their reasoning was that CalHR and DCA were in agreement that they wanted to see where 5% would get them with respect to recruitment. Despite our expressions of distress that it was not enough, no further movement was made. So 5% more, and over 2 years later, the vacancy rate is 36. CalHR also stated that if DCA were to decide that 5% was not enough and was still having issues, it could bring a request to CalHR to offer a differential. If that were approved, CalHR would notice SEIU. We were told that this type of request has to be brought by DCA and would have to have all the data, and the funding would have to be available. Based on the budget report yesterday, funding is available. The BRN and SEIU want to solve the problem. If SEIU were noticed to provide NECs a pay increase, we would respond, give them their money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board EO Melby, there are no other requests for comments on the public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any in-person requests for comments there in BRN HQ?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. We made it just in time to say good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Monica Miller on behalf of the American Association of Nurse Practitioners, and want to thank you, your board, your staff for all of the work that you've done on this report. We know that it's a lot of work, and we're very appreciative of that. Look forward to continuing to review, particularly with the updates that were made this morning, and we'll provide some written comments and continuing to work with you and your staff as we move into 2026 regarding what this is going to look like and while we work with you and the legislature on proposed changes and how we shape the future of nursing, at least through this sunset process, and appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other? Oh, we do. Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board and staff. My name is Emily Frank, and I'm a registered nurse, but I'm also a certified registered nurse anesthetist. I am both. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of myself and especially my solo provider colleagues working in rural areas of California. We respectfully urge your support for statutory clarification of the delegation authority of certified registered nurse anesthetists, specifically their ability to delegate to registered nurses and other hospital-based staff and administration of medications and ordering, running of lab tests, things like that, in the perioperative world, of course. Importantly, as part of the BRN's 2026 Sunset Review, as we're discussing today, the board has an opportunity and responsibility to identify and recommend legislative changes that address unresolved scope of practice issues like this one. By aligning legislative language now, we can ensure that CRNAs in all settings, particularly in rural hospitals and outpatient centers, can work to their full education and training and delegate appropriately under facility protocol without regulatory ambiguity. In short, we ask that the board include its sunset review recommendations, a legislative amendment that explicitly affirms CRNA's authority under facility bylaws or protocols to delegate to RNs and other competent staff the tasks of medication administration, diagnostic and lab testing, result reviews, and things like that in the perioperative setting. This clarification will ensure timely, efficient, high-quality anesthesia and perioperative care for all Californians, regardless of geography. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Board moderator, was there a
Sorry,
public comment that
there's
came in?
a Liz Bambos. 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Liz Bambouche, and thank you for the opportunity. I also wanted to continue to make a call to action for the BRN to continue working on clarification of regulatory language, especially regarding the declaratory authority, specifically for CRNAs such as myself. I work in the greater Los Angeles and San Bernardino and Orange County area in private practice and in academic settings. Our need is for clarification regarding language on how to interact and work with our registered nurses and other ancillary staff to best care for our patients. Specifically, I just wanted to share an example of where this comes into play on a regular basis. We work tirelessly to convert center after center after center and surgical services to be opioid sparing or opioid free services. And in order to do that, one of the key components that we've noticed is that we need to preempt surgical pain control with non-opioid or opioid sparing medication, such as something as simple as Tylenol. But in order to do that, we need that to be administered prior to our specific anesthesia services started, and that requires the registered nurse to administer the Tylenol when the patient arrives. In order to ensure that that happens in a safe and allowable space for us to then continue with general anesthesia or regional anesthesia, that can't happen, when a physician arrives to do the surgery. It has to happen hours before. So in that specific example, we're asking for the BRN to help us clarify that this is an area where CRNAs have the scope and the knowledge and the capacity to help guide opioid-sparing techniques that happen in the entire perioperative spectrum, not just in the specific time of surgical services being administered. But I hope this example helps bring some light to what we're hoping to clarify. And I appreciate the time today.
Thank you. Board moderator?
I don't see any others, but I'm told somebody is on a phone that wants to speak, but we can't, they can't request a phone number. I'm sorry, request to speak unless we know the phone number. So I'm waiting to see if we can get the phone number. Otherwise, they need to get off their phone and join through WebEx.
Okay. While we are waiting for that, so we will not close public comment. We'll just kind of hold this open for a little bit, and then we'll continue just kind of conversation to address some of the items that were just brought up here. So yesterday, when we kind of discussed this process, it was believed that we have the statutory authority already and that we would address this in regulations. That is not a path forward that I am wedded and bedded to, right? So I'm always supportive of looking for a legislative fix. Right now, we end at issue 10.17. We could add a 10.18 to that, where we would address what I believe would not be specific to what CANA is asking, as it wouldn't be specific to CRNAs, but we can address the delegation to RNs from all of our advanced practice RNs. It would clarify the role for nurse anesthetists, nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, and potentially in the future for clinical nurse specialists if they are elevated to their full practice authority here. So with that said, we could entertain adding a section 10.18 where we would do this. Now, what that means is that our report is not finalized today and accepted, and it has to have board approval in order for the report to move on to the legislators, which is due in January. So there is a proposed motion that we could make, and I sent it off last week, but I don't remember what it is. So let me just find it here really quick. It might be on the slide, board moderator, if you could move to the motion so I don't have to like dig through what I sent. Yes, no? Okay. Probably did not hear me. It's loading on my end. And so the motion that I wrote that is proposed is a motion to approve the 2026 sunset report with any suggested edits from today and allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes. That's kind of like the typical process that we find. But I wanted to add a caveat in case something like this occurred, where then you guys as a board would delegate the final approval to the board's administrative committee for any substantive changes if needed before the submission to the legislator. So what you guys could do is the addition of 10.18 to address the RN in receiving orders from our advanced practice RNs to be something that our chief of ledge and myself draft, bring it to the admin committee, which consists of our board president, Dolores Trujillo, who is our direct care representative, as well as board vice president Neelu Patel, who is an advanced practice RN and is our advanced practice representative. I think that this is a perfect topic that could live within this administrative committee. I meet with them right now. We're scheduled to meet on weekly basis. We could get that draft done, approved by them. And if you guys were to delegate that authority to them for just this section, because that's the only substantive action that would need to be done, we would not have to hold a separate board meeting to be in person to be able to do that. Board Member Lawler, his hands up.
Before I say so moved, I think that's a wonderful idea. I absolutely approve of that suggestion.
Board Member Patel here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm very inclined to support, but one question would be, would the rest of the board be informed of the language in advance of the committee meeting? How would the rest of the board be familiar with it and able to share any thoughts if desired? Or does delegating mean that we abrogate our ability to know what is happening? There's a difference for me between being informed and having input, but at a minimum, I would like the rest of the board to at least be informed what the section would look like. Is that possible?
I would have to defer to Reza on that. I know that there is specific, I believe, Bagley-Keene requirements that if it's shared out, it has to be shared out publicly to everybody. There might be some kind of a posting thing I'm not familiar with, but we would be able to put it on our web as updated, and this was what was approved. So we'd be able to put that out. I don't know if it would be able to do it prior to the approval. So that's where I would defer to Reza to be able to answer that question.
So the obvious issue is Bagley-Keene says that for the board to discuss, hear, deliberate on anything within, it has to be done in a board meeting. I think the limitation, so Lori could freely send you what's drafted up. If the board decides to delegate to the admin committee the final approval of any substantive addition, that would kind of take away the other board members' ability to provide what I would consider substantive input. I think if another board member made a suggestion that was kind of an obvious no-brainer, Lori would probably just work that into it. But if it was something that was substantive and really kind of required board discussion, I don't think that you could inject that in without, us having another meeting.
Okay.
So just real
given-
quick,
yeah.
what you could do is, for right now, if you were inclined to add another issue to the report, give as precise and specific direction as you want as to what it should say, and that would kind of be your last chance to provide substantive input on it.
Yeah, given the fact that the EO noted that the two people with on the board with the most experiential understanding of how this delegation process might work, I'm fully comfortable with the administrative committee making this decision. But I just want an email to go to us, potentially before, but for sure after. I don't just want it posted on the website that we have to remember to go look for something. So if the rest of the board can just be informed that, the administrative committee at the completion of this process has, created a 10.18 section, that would be sufficient for me.
Board Member Granowitz.
I'm assuming that we're going to actually be emailed the report after all the edits have been made.
Yes.
And this would just be an additional edit. So rather than having to do something separate, it will just be on the email that on page so-and-so is, but I totally trust you guys. I think it's a great addition. And so whatever motion we need, I make that motion.
Thank you. Board Member Nguyen.
I completely trust the admin committee. I think that's exactly where it needs to be. I think you have direction on where we'd like you to be, and I would like to second David's motion.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Board Vice President Patel.
Just basically indicating that this is a beautiful example of board efficiency and working with what we have and just being mindful of that. So I appreciate this, this ability to do so.
Okay, and then I'm just going to pause really quick and check in with board moderator. Were we able to get the public commenter up?
Yeah, the one that the last comment was the person who it was. So right now we are clear on the WebEx, and if you are clear there in
We are not.
HQ.
One of the
okay.
commenters
Okay.
did return back to the table, so we'll allow them to make a comment.
I just wanted to clarify again, this is Emily Frank, current CRNA, that the request that we are making today is not just to delegate to RNs, because there are other providers within the perioperative setting that we would need to delegate to in order to provide our services, including labs, radiology, whatever, 12-lead EKGs, that sort of thing. So we do need to be able to delegate to other providers as well. So. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, board moderator, there's no more public comment here, and seeing no public comment on the web, we can close public comment.
Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like we had a motion and a second. I don't remember who did the motion. David did the motion and Granowitz, you seconded, or Nguyen seconded. So we have that. We've gone to public comment. So I guess right now we would need to do a roll call vote. I'm going to turn that over to President Trujillo, but it looks like our legal counsel has a.
Just to ask to reiterate the motion, that's all.
So the motion that we have on the screen is a motion to approve the 2026 Sunset Report with the suggested edits from today and allow BRN staff to make non-substantive changes and to delegate final approval to the board's administrative committee for the substantive change by adding section 10.18 to the report that addresses delegation from an APRN before submission to the legislator.
That addition is delegating from CRNAs?
APRN.
Not just CRNAs. We're looking at RNs and APRNs.
Okay. Thanks.
Just a quick request on the number, if we can remove it from the motion, because again, how the new issues are captured in the report there by subject matter. So this will actually go under the scope of practice. It'll probably be around 10.7 and we'll renumber. So it won't specifically be 10.18.
Okay, thank you. So we would recommend dropping the specific 10.118, but still having it in that same section.
Good call.
David, you want to so move that since you made the,
Yeah, so moved.
thank you, and Win? Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to take it to a vote. All right, Dolores Trio votes yes. Vice President Neela Patel.
Patel, yes.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, yes.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
Board Member Allison Cormack.
Cormac, yes.
And Board Member Katie Nair.
Nair, yes.
Thank you. At this time, we've completed our agenda and we are now adjourned. Have a good day, everyone.